I'm the Dolphin of France. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 151. Little Lolita and her bearded mister. The sun is shining, the sky is blue and the clouds are white. The weather is so good that it makes you feel happy. Paris suburbs. It was still the King's Avenue, where the Princess of the Two Sicilies came, and once again welcomed distinguished guests. This time, the decorations on both sides of the road remained basically unchanged, except that the troops responsible for guarding all had new faces, and the number was much larger than last time. Due to the impact of the gang attack on the Crown Prince half a month ago, Queen Mary even mobilized the King's Swiss Guard to escort her niece, who was about to arrive. For a time, the Paris Legion in white uniforms and the Swiss Guards in red uniforms alternately guarded both sides of the road, forming another landscape in red and white. In the carriage, Clementine flashed her big eyes that were somewhat similar to those of Joseph. She glanced over the dense crowd of guards, raised her head proudly, and smiled at the Tuscan ambassador in Italian. Count Fernando, you saw it. His Royal Highness the Dauphin personally came to greet me with almost the entire army of Paris. Well, he must have heard about my cuteness from many people. Haha. The square-faced middle-aged man shook his head slightly with a grimace and said to himself that you had not heard of the attack on the French Crown Prince a while ago. The stricter security was probably not for you. Suddenly, a high-pitched trumpet sound came from ahead. The Grand Duchess of Tuscany hurriedly put away her playful smile, hurriedly arranged her clothes, picked up the feather hat, and put it on her head, and then began to recite in a low voice what she was going to say. Later the car stopped, and Ambassador Fernando bowed and opened the door. Clementine put on her most dignified appearance and walked down the wooden steps. However, when she reached the second step, her foot suddenly slipped. She lost her center of gravity and fell down with a scream. Fortunately, the guard next to her had quick eyesight and quick hands and jumped forward to drag her down. Only then did she almost avoid the embarrassing scene of chewing mud at her mouth, but the beautiful feather hat had already flown more than 10 steps away. Clementine's face blushed slightly. She looked up and saw the handsome Crown Prince looking at her. She hurriedly broke away from the guard's hand, picked up her skirt and walked forward, curtsied and said in impure French, "It's an honor to meet you, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Well, I saw everyone was looking serious just now, so I pretended to slip to make everyone laugh. Hee hee." Joseph looked at the little lolly in front of him, who was talking to herself in a strange accent. He couldn't help crying or laughing. He hurriedly touched his chest and returned the greeting. "I'm glad to see you too. You are so funny. Haha. Oh, by the way, in order to thank you for coming to pick me up, I have something special to give you," little lolly said, taking a small wooden box from behind. "Lee thing?" Joseph asked doubtfully. "Do you mean gift?" "Oh, yes, it's a gift." Clementine scratched her head and smiled. "My French is not that proficient, so don't take it too seriously. Here, this is for you. Thank you so much." Joseph took the wooden box and opened it and saw a yellowed paper folding fan inside. "Is this a folding fan? Give it to me." The little Lolita had a profound expression on her face and waved her hands. "No, dear cousin, this is an antique. I heard that you are very knowledgeable about Eastern culture, so I bought this for you." "Oh. It is said that this was used by a famous scholar in the Far East called Confucius." "Confucius? Folding fan?" Joseph helplessly raised his forehead. "The paper folding fan from the spring and autumn period. This is equivalent to the Ming Dynasty blue and white porcelain plate with microwave suitable printed on it, or the bronze 4 sheep squares on. The 4 sheep are pleasant goat, many goat, sheep, lazy sheep and boiling sheep." Although he knew it was a bit impolite, Joseph couldn't help but ask, "How much did you spend on this antique?" "It's not expensive. It's 120 ducats." The little Lolita said happily, "As long as you like it." 120 gold ducats is nearly 800 livres. Oh my god. Spending so much money to buy a fake Joseph was a little confused about whether to remind her, but thinking that the little girl had good intentions no matter what, he decided not to embarrass her. He put away Clementine's gifts and exchanged greetings with her. Just as he was about to ask her to get in the car and return to the Palace of Versailles, he saw that she had already jumped in front of Quixote, smiling very brightly. "This is a gift for you. I hope you like it." Then, she gave gifts to Emin, the chamberlain who was traveling with him, and gifts to the officers of the Paris Legion. Joseph raised his forehead again. Isn't this little girl a little bit awesome? Clementine was giving her happy birthday when a dark cloud suddenly covered the sun, and it started to rain lightly in the sky that had been clear just a moment ago. Joseph hurriedly took the opportunity to greet his cousin. She knew to get in the car. The convoy was greeted and set off again. However, before reaching Paris, the axle of Clementine's carriage suddenly broke. Joseph looked at the raindrops jumping on the ground and asked Emin to invite his cousin to his car. The little lolly wiped the rain off her arms and face with a handkerchief and said with a smile, "The car suddenly broke down. But it doesn't matter. I often encounter such bad luck. Haha. People should always stay optimistic." As she spoke, she magically took out a handful of candies and placed them on the wooden table in front of her. She tilted her head and looked at Joseph. "Cousin, let me treat you to some candy. This vanilla mint candy is my 10 point. The master's unique skills can't be found anywhere else." Fortunately, the rest of the journey went smoothly, and the rain gradually stopped. When the convoy arrived at the Palace of Versailles, Queen Mary, with a friendly and affectionate smile on her face, was waiting with Louis XVI on the marble square outside the main entrance. The little lolly got out of the car, jumped up and saluted the king and queen, then threw herself into her aunt's arms and quietly stuffed a handful of vanilla mints to her. "Mr. Rayner made these himself." "Oh, thank you so much, my sweetheart. It sure tastes like home." When Clementine saluted all the way and came to Princess Thais, she immediately became excited when she saw the blue-gray treacherous cat in her arms. "Wow, it's so beautiful and cute. I can touch it. Touch it. Wow, he is so well behaved. By the way, I also have a cat. I love him very much. His name is Mr. Beard. Oh, you must also want to see Mr. Beard. I'll pick him up." Thairus watched in confusion as the little girl turned around and ran towards the servant's carriage, then returned holding a long-haired cat with black and white stripes. "Look, isn't it cute too?" When Joseph saw Clementine's cat aside, he was almost amused. The cat's head was basically pure white, with only a small amount of black hair growing on the philtrum, which looked very much like a certain person. Art failed student. No wonder it's called Mr. Beard. What no one noticed was that Mr. Beard's eyes were looking directly at the chartreuse cat in Thairus's arms, and he suddenly stretched out his paws and waved them in the air and kept meowing in a flattering manner. Thairus's cat also responded by squirming charmingly. Chapter 150. To the issue of continuing the family line. At the welcome ball that night, Clementine also showed her true qualities as a social cow, having fun and playing tricks with a group of aristocrats from the Palace of Versailles, and soon became the focus of the audience. Queen Mary looked at her niece with satisfaction and nodded frequently, thinking how great it would be if she were her daughter-in-law. The aristocratic ladies of the Palace of Versailles who dared to approach the crown prince were all repelled by his little cousin with ferocious eyes, which allowed Joseph to have a rare and relaxing dance. Late at night, Joseph and Louis XVI came out of the ball side by side. Father and son chatted for a while about training flash cap gun craftsmen. The king suddenly signaled the accompanying attendants to stay away, then pulled his son to his side and whispered, "Grand Duchess Clementine is very healthy and lively, but Princess Maria seems to be smarter. To be honest, they are both pretty good." "Well, it's pretty good, then. What do you think?" Joseph turned his head in confusion. "What do you think?" Louis XVI showed an experienced smile and patted his son on the shoulder. "Tell me the truth. Which one of them do you like?" "Ah, don't worry about what your mother thinks. Marry the person you like. The most important. Get married." Joseph suddenly realized, "I'm going." It turns out that these two girls came here to get married. This can't be blamed on his slowness. In his subconscious, it was impossible to associate such a young girl with his fiancée, so he ignored such an obvious problem. Joseph was speechless for a while. Maria was fine. Although she was younger, at least she still had some breasts. Well, she looked a bit like a woman. And Clementine is obviously not yet developed. She is just a little brat. This is simply a crime, not to mention that she is still his cousin. Do you know the dangers of incest marriage? I don't want to give birth to a bunch of children with intellectual disabilities. Joseph thought for a moment and whispered, "Dear father, what if I don't like both of them?" 16 frowned. "Dear Joseph, as far as I know, you seem to be the only female doctor around you, and you probably haven't had sex with her." That one, right? You have to tell me the truth. Are you there?" He glanced at his son's crotch and asked with a worried look on his face, "Is it very tight and even painful? If so, believe me, it only requires a simple surgery by the doctor. Don't be like I did that back then, and it took me a long time." Joseph was startled, and then he realized that what his father was talking about was probably the issue of being too long. It was because of this that he had troubles after his marriage. He is judging others by himself, suspecting that he also has this problem. Joseph hurriedly waved his hands and said, "No, thank you for your concern. I'm fine." Unexpectedly, Louis XVI's expression became more serious. "Joseph, if you like a man, you must also fulfill the obligations of a crown prince. Don't think wrongly." Joseph was almost numb. "No, I'm only 14 years old. Isn't it normal to not have a lover? Why does dad have to think about so many things?" "Oh, right." He frowned secretly. The nobles of this era really had to start having romantic affairs at the age of 14. Could it be that he had to find a lover to prove that his body and orientation were okay? He could only say to the king seriously, "Father, I really just haven't met the right person." "Don't worry. As for the two princesses, my energy is now focused on making France stronger. The rest, let's talk about it in a few years." Louis XVI immediately said seriously, "Son, I know you have great ambitions, and you will definitely be a very good king in the future, but you can also take care of women." The father and son walked while talking, and the night deepened unknowingly. Joseph was caught by his father and instilled the belief in passing on the family line. He was already suffering from a headache. Just as he was thinking about how to escape, he suddenly saw a white shadow swooping past him and disappearing at the end of the corridor in an instant. Be careful. The Swiss guards responsible for protecting them immediately stood in a circle, protecting the king and the crown prince in the middle. Then a petite figure hurried over with people and said in broken French, "Have you seen Mr. Beard, Clementine?" Joseph was very surprised. "Beard, what happened to your cat?" "It's lost." Little Lala's face turned red with anxiety. It's usually very obedient, but today for some reason, it tried its best to run away, but I didn't stop it. Joseph remembered the white shadow just now and pointed to the corridor behind him. "It should have run in that direction." "Thank you, cousin." Clementine called to the two maids behind her. "Let's chase him quickly." Joseph hurriedly pulled her back. "You have never been to the Palace of Versailles. It is easy to get lost running around like this. What should we do?" The little girl was so anxious that she was about to cry. Joseph motioned to Kesode. "Please take someone to find the cat." "Yes, your highness." On the other side, Louis XVI also ordered the Swiss guard to look for the cat together. Suddenly, dozens of guards put down their muskets and swords, went into battle lightly, and became cat hunters. Joseph also wanted to take the opportunity to get rid of his father, who continued to talk about continuing the family line, so he invited Clementine to embark on a cat hunting journey. Not long after, the Palace of Versailles began to get agitated. As the guards knocked on each door, there would usually be two men and women hurriedly throwing on their clothes and panicking inside. Well, not in the case of a couple. Of course, this is a very normal phenomenon in France nowadays. If you don't find a few lovers, it only means that you are not attractive. On Joseph's side, Clementine was more efficient. She knocked on the door all the way, apologized pitifully, and went in to find the cat. and at today's dance, she was familiar with most of the nobles, and with her sweet mouth, no one got angry at her for being disturbed. Until she knocked on the door of a room on the second floor of the South Hall. A man's displeased drawl came from inside. "Aren't you looking at what time it is? What are you doing?" Joseph blinked. The voice sounded a bit familiar. It seemed Minister of the Interior Monad. The little lolly begged in a cute voice, "I'm really sorry to bother you, but my beloved cat has gone missing. I hope I can find it here with you. May God bless you, kind gentleman. There's no cat here. It's very good at hiding. The vent on your door can allow it to get in. Please, I'll just look for it. It'll only take a minute." The room fell silent. But the little Lolita was very patient, pleading desperately and knocking on the door from time to time. Finally, the people in the room couldn't stand it anymore, and it seemed like a man and a woman were arguing in a low voice. Then, the door opened, and a lady with disheveled hair and casually wrapped clothes walked out quickly with her head lowered, then turned a corner and disappeared up the stairs. Joseph was stunned. "Isn't that the wife of the Marquis of Saint Priest? Thank you." Clementine didn't realize how much chaos she had caused. She rushed into the house happily and ordered the maid to find the cat. Joseph, on the other hand, looked at Mono, who was sitting by the bed, smiling tacitly. Chapter 153 Appointment of the French Minister of Industry. Mono stood up nervously, moved to Joseph's side, and whispered, "Ah, Your Highness, you are my best friend. You must never tell anyone about this." Originally, finding a lover was not a problem nowadays, and there were even enlightened aristocratic couples who would introduce lovers to each other. But Count Monad loves to pursue excitement in this regard. The mistresses he finds are all extremely difficult. Such as Countess Messe. She was her husband's true love. A short-sighted noble once wanted to pursue her, but Messe broke his arm. Another example is the Marchioness of Saint Priest, who ran out just now. The Marquis was extremely controlling and forbade any man to get close to her. Her first lover was swindled by Saint Priest and thrown into the Caribbean as a coolie. However, both ladies were captured by the cowardly Mono. Of course, Mono was also afraid of their husband's wrath. Although he was not worried about being tricked by them due to his status, he was afraid that he would be thrown into a duel with his gloves thrown in front of him. With his 170-pound body, he was basically used as a fixed target in sword duels. Therefore, this matter is a bit troublesome today. Joseph had heard anecdotes about the Minister of War cleaning up his wife's lover. Seeing Monad's expression, he immediately realized that he had been hit by a pie. He immediately nodded sincerely. "Don't worry, my greatest advantage is that I can keep secrets. Thank you so much." Before Monad finished speaking, he saw the Crown Prince motioning to Clementine, who was busy looking for a cat in the next apartment, and said in a low voice, "But, as you know, my cousin, she loves to chat with people." The Home Secretary suddenly panicked and wanted to ask her to keep it a secret, but was stunned. How could he tell such a thing to a little girl? Besides, she doesn't necessarily by her own fault. He turned to look at Joseph pitifully. "Your Highness, please help me again. You are her brother. She must listen to you." Just as he was talking, Clementine's soft voice came from the side. "Cousin, Mr. Beard is not here. Let's go to the next room quickly." Joseph patted Mono on the shoulder and said solemnly, "I'm going to try, but it may not work. Just wait for my news." After saying that, he turned around and left under Mono's panicked eyes. The search for the cat lasted for more than an hour. After alarming nearly half of the nobles in the Palace of Versailles, Joseph and others finally saw Mr. Beard in Princess Thessa's drawing room. At this moment, it was lying on the back of the princess's chartreuse cat in high spirits, trying to do something great for the cat. Clementine cheered and called "Dear Mr. Beard" dotingly. She stepped forward and picked up the cat without any reason. Regardless of its anger and desperate struggle, she turned around to thank everyone and said to Taylor, "I apologize." Then, she was scratched by Mr. Beard for the first time in her life. At 10 o'clock the next morning, Joseph yawned and got up reluctantly. Last night, he followed the little lolly to toss around until about 3 o'clock in the morning before falling asleep. Of course, the gains are not small. He was just thinking about what he could knock out from Mono when he saw Emin walking over quickly, bowing and saying, "You are awake, Your Highness." Count Mirabeau has been here for a while. Okay, I understand. Joseph quickly changed his clothes, washed briefly, and then went to the living room. Nice to meet you, Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Mirabeau came up to him with a face full of joy and saluted with his hands on his chest. I have brought you some good news. Oh, what's the good news? Joseph smiled and said, please sit down quickly. Mirabeau sat down and said, first of all, our paper mill has completed trial production and officially started production. The first batch of paper made 3 days ago, a total of £20,000, was of very good quality and was sold out immediately. Pre-orders have now been queued for 5 months. It is estimated that from next month, the monthly profit can reach 100,000 livres. Thank you for your hard work. Joseph nodded with a smile. He didn't pay much attention to the affairs of the paper mill. Mirabeau and others were taking care of it. Unexpectedly, the progress was going quite smoothly. However, he was not surprised by the booming sales. Paper of the same quality only sold for 2/3 of the price, so it was inevitable that it would be snapped up. As for profits, they will definitely continue to grow as production capacity increases. Mirabeau rubbed his hands and said, I only did my job, mainly because of your new technology. Oh, by the way, the paper-making workshop in Lyon has also started construction, and will be put into production in 3 or 4 months. He talked excitedly about building a factory and recruiting craftsmen, and then told another good news. Your Highness, the core area of Nancy's industrial development zone has been basically completed. There are now 17 or 8 workshops there, and there are a lot of people there. You should really go and see it. Oh, and there is also your French Union Steam Engine Company. Its factory area is the largest in the entire development zone. The core area of the industrial development zone is actually to find a place near a water source, level the land, widen the roads, and add a wall. As for the implementation of supporting facilities such as banks, schools, hospitals, etc., they will be built slowly, and it will not affect the settlement of workshops anyway. The 3-level meeting in Nancy also passed the tax reduction plan for the development zone. Mirabeau remained enthusiastic. Of course, they will definitely agree. The development zone will soon bring prosperity to Nancy. Joseph knew that the 3-level meeting he was talking about was completely different from the 3-level meeting at the time of the Great Order. At this time, the local 3-level conference was an administrative auxiliary organization that integrated the opinions of all parties. It could only meet with the permission of the king, but the results of the meeting may also be vetoed by the government. Note 1. On the other hand, in the area of taxation, if the 3-level conference is involved, the implementation efficiency will be much improved. Mirabeau looked at Joseph and tentatively said, Your Highness, you know that the development of industry depends very much on the market. But the current tariffs in various parts of France have seriously fragmented the market. Perhaps we can try to promote the elimination of tariffs and unify the domestic market? Joseph nodded. You are right. However, there are many obstacles to abolishing local tariffs, especially the difficulty in providing financial support. I will find a way to do this. At present, there are tariffs between various places in France. Products from other provinces must first pay tariffs before entering the country. This did not have much impact in the agricultural era, but became a serious obstacle in the industrial era, which valued product sales and repatriation of funds. The UK took the lead in abolishing domestic tariffs and taking advantage of the unified market, thus gaining considerable advantages in industrial competition. However, while eliminating local tariffs would indeed be beneficial to the country, it would be difficult to implement. One of the most basic problems is that a large part of the provincial finances depends on tariffs. After the sudden cancellation, the fiscal gap will have to be subsidized by the state, otherwise the provincial governments will not even have the money to operate. But with France's current financial situation, let alone subsidizing the provinces, it's God's blessing that it can survive. This was one of the reasons why Joseph was eager to expand overseas colonies, using the colonial market to fill the vacancies in the domestic market, and then using the money earned to gradually solve local tariff problems. Mirabeau knew that local tariffs were not that simple, and he just reminded the Crown Prince. Then he told the last piece of good news. Potatoes purchased from Austria, The southern Netherlands and other places have been shipped to Alsace and Lorraine provinces in batches, and the food previously shipped there has basically been filled. At this point, Joseph's potato promotion plan has come to a successful conclusion. Although the sowing area this year is very limited, it has opened the door to potato cultivation in France. It is foreseeable that in the next few years, after tasting the benefits of high potato yields, more and more people will be willing to grow potatoes. However, this then brings about the problem of lack of soil fertility. Potatoes are a very fattening crop. This was also the next problem to be solved in Joseph's agricultural reform process after Mirabeau left. Joseph looked at his back and suddenly thought of what he wanted to knock from Monod. Mirabeau and others are now needed to contribute to France's industrialization process. If he can be given a suitable government position, his efficiency will be greatly improved, and the speed of industrialization will be accelerated. In addition, this can also use the capital aristocrats for their own use, and enhance their political power from the perspective of historical trends. The bourgeoisie represented by the capital aristocracy will be the core of politics in the future, and the old aristocracy will eventually be swept away by the tide of industrialization, and it is time for them to make arrangements early. Thinking of this, Joseph frowned again. If you want to send Mirabeau, who represents the property aristocracy, into a cabinet controlled by the land aristocracy, you will inevitably face great resistance. This all requires careful planning on your own. That night, at the gambling party convened by Queen Mary, Joseph pulled Mono the cat in the corner of the hall, glanced at Clementine who was placing bets on the dice table, and whispered, "I promised her a lot." The conditions finally convinced her. You can rest assured, she vowed never to mention last night to anyone. In fact, when Joseph asked Clementine if she saw anyone coming out of Mono's room last night, the little girl said she was only paying attention to the cat and didn't see anyone at all. As for her maid, because she had never been to Versailles, she did not know Mrs. Saint Priest. Mono hurriedly stopped the crown prince from talking and saw that no one was paying attention. Then he sincerely thanked him. "You really saved my life." "I don't know how to thank you," Joseph pretended to sigh. "You see, I have been busy studying how to better promote the development of the industry recently. Now that I have agreed to play with her for half a month, I'm afraid I can't do anything." Mono smiled apologetically and said, "It's really troublesome for you. If the Industrial Planning Bureau can increase its manpower, I can save more energy to accompany my cousin." Joseph said in a dilemma, "But you know, the planning bureau is only a small department with limited staff." Mono seemed to hear something and asked, "Then how can we increase the manpower? Unless the level of the planning bureau can be upgraded, there are only so many officials under it." Mono suddenly understood that the crown prince wanted reward. "What level do you think the industrial planning bureau should be changed to?" Joseph seemed to say casually, "It would be great if it could be turned into the Ministry of Industry. I can also be the Minister of Industry or something." Mono sighed in his heart. His Highness still had the handle last night, so he had to get the reward. Fortunately, there is not much money to be made from the handicraft industry, and there are still many things to do. In addition, it was basically handed over to the crown prince before, so it would be okay to completely separate it from the internal affairs system. He thought for a while and then said, "Your Highness, I completely agree with your suggestion. It's just that for such a big thing as adding a new Minister of Industry, it doesn't count, even if I say it." Joseph smiled and said, "You only need to propose a motion at the cabinet meeting, and I will take care of the rest, as you wish, Your Highness." After talking about the business, Joseph took Mono to play cards with a relaxed look on his face, but suddenly he heard Clementine's angry shout from the dice table, "You have lost 12 games in a row. Are you cheating?" The servant in charge of rolling the dice was so frightened that he lowered his head and defended himself. "Definitely, absolutely not cheating. Don't be angry." The little lolly hurriedly put away her anger, stepped forward to hold the man in her arms, and gave him a candy with a smile. "Don't worry, I was just saying angry words. I'll treat you to some candy. Here, it's sweet. Got it?" Joseph looked with interest and saw that the croupier turned from worry to joy, thanked him repeatedly, and then continued to preside over the gambling game. Clementine boldly bet 2 livres as the dice cover is opened. 1, 3. 1 small point the little Lalita thought, and lost again and again, betting 1 livre on the little girl point the dice cover is opened. 5. 5. 6 is big. I can't win if I don't believe it. Clementine blushed and continued to place her bet point this little girl's luck is really bad. Joseph smiled and shook his head. Just as he was about to leave, something suddenly moved in his heart point. Since she carries it like this, maybe it can be used as a reverse indicator. Joseph immediately stepped forward and saw Clementine betting on the younger one. He immediately took out 5 silver coins and bet on the older one. Point open. 4, 6, 5 big point really accurate. Joseph glanced at the little Lali in surprise and took away 10 livres from the table point. When the little Lalita saw her cousin winning, she became even more unconvinced and angrily bet 2 livres on the spot. Point Joseph immediately bet the 10 livres he had just given. Point open. 6, 4, 3 big point. Joseph's eyes lit up, but he didn't realize that you are a treasure girl. He thought for a while and then stepped forward to persuade the little Lali. You are still young, just have fun, but don't bet too much. Thank you for your concern, cousin. I will definitely win, said the little Lali, rolling up her sleeves and walking towards the next table. Point Joseph shook his head helplessly and followed Clementine. She bets on the older one, and he bets on the younger one. Point at the baccarat table, she buys banker, and he buys player at the roulette table. If she pays the bill, he pays the pair. In the middle of the night, Joseph relied on the reverse Clementine tactics to win more and lose less. When the little Lali finally got discouraged and stopped playing, he had won more than 100 gold coins and a lot of silver coins at Queen Mary's card table. Clementine, who had lost miserably, held her aunt's hand aggrievedly and said coquettishly, "You can take me to Paris tomorrow. I have lost all night. You have to comfort my wounded heart." The queen couldn't get enough of her, so she summoned her son with a smile and said, "Joseph, don't do anything tomorrow. Just take Clementine to have a good day in Paris, okay, mother?" Joseph nodded helplessly, thinking that this would be the little Lali's wage tonight. Point the little Lalita was overjoyed and immediately came up and grabbed his arm, pouting, "Cousin, I heard someone say that there is an Eden playground built in the garden of the Tuileries Palace, which is full of novel and fun things. Can you take me there to play?" Joseph was immediately startled and asked carefully, are you afraid of heights? Note 1. The local 3-level meetings in France at this time differed greatly from region to region. For example, the 3-level conferences in a few regions such as Brittany and Burgundy had certain powers and would decide some local governance policies, but they were all under the control of the royal power. In most other places, the 3-level meetings are just for show. Chapter 154 Paris Fashion Week. Frost Moon 11th day, 5 p.m. Point in the Tuileries Palace, which is decorated with countless ribbons, paintings, and billboards. Paris Fashion Week, which is attracting attention across Europe, is about to begin. Point the Tuileries Palace is a castle-like building surrounded by towering palaces on all sides, and surrounded by a huge square in the middle. The original design purpose of this place was to serve as the king's last fortress in times of emergency. The square was the school ground where he mobilized his troops, but at this time, the campus was filled with thousands of tourists from all over the world who came to participate in the Fashion Week. Point there are also a large number of tourists who do not want to buy expensive seats, standing in the gap between the square and the building, curiously stretching their necks to look at the giant tea stage on the east side. Of course, even with a standing position, an admission ticket costs 6 livres, because Joseph had people carry out overwhelming publicity in various countries in advance, such as Paris Fashion Week. Only for you who know the most about fashion, the most romantic Paris with the person you love most, the wind that misses you still blows in Paris. Advertising slogans such as Fashion Week have already scratched the ears of nobles from all over the world. Point under such a huge gimmick, Paris Fashion Week has suddenly become the focus of heated discussions among aristocratic circles throughout Europe. As long as they really can't afford to go to Paris, no one wants to miss this event that will make him look down in front of people who have seen Paris Fashion Week in the future. Point this resulted in at least 100,000 tourists coming to Paris Fashion Week this time. Tickets for the opening ceremony, although valuable, had been sold out a month ago. After that, if any nobles want to buy tickets for the opening ceremony, they will have to pay 4 or 5 times the price and endure the exploitation of scalpers. At this time, on the luxurious seats on the east side of the Tuileries Square, this is the prime position very close to the tea stage. The official ticket price is 80 livres. A man wearing black silk, the middle-aged British man wearing a velvet jacket, baggy eyes, and protruding ears was looking around at the magnificent Tuileries Palace with his eyes widened, and he couldn't help but sigh when I saw the newspaper saying, "Experience your royal life at the Tuileries Palace." I just thought it was a French guy bragging. I didn't expect that they did a really good job. The young man next to him, who had been holding a notebook and pen, nodded and smiled. "Mr. Walsh, in fact, the Tuileries Palace was formerly the Royal Palace of the French. Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Alvin." Walsh nodded in surprise. "No wonder it's so luxurious. It seems that my money was not wasted this time." His wife smiled and said, "My dear, I remember you said on the ship that the French are only good at fancy things like food and clothes. Well, I have to admit, their palace is not bad." At this moment, melodious music sounded everywhere, and the gorgeously dressed Barrington, the Chancellor of the Palace of Versailles, took the lead on the stage and gave a very lengthy opening speech with an aria. Then, Queen Mary, dressed in white and with her hair in a bun that was 1.5 feet high, walked out from the backstage surrounded by attendants and maids. Then bright fireworks burst out in the sky. The surrounding French guards and officials immediately bowed their heads and saluted. The tourists did not expect that the Queen of France, a representative of European fashion and luxury, would come to the scene in person. They stood up and nodded politely to the Queen. The atmosphere at the venue suddenly reached its peak. Queen Mary smiled and gestured to everyone, and then began to deliver a speech according to the script written by her son. "Welcome to Paris, the city of fashion and romance, to attend the largest fashion festival in Europe." Walsh didn't understand French, and he only hoped that the fashion shows 5 times a day, with hundreds of beauties showing off their talents mentioned in the newspaper, would start early. Fortunately, Queen Mary did not keep him waiting too long. After saying "Please enjoy this wonderful week," she turned and returned to the room on the 3rd floor of the Tuileries Palace, facing the tea stage. Then a famous singer performed a song, and then the main event of the fashion week officially began. With the brisk accompaniment of music, 3 tall and beautiful models, wearing the latest gorgeous dresses of the season, walked out from the end of the tea stage with cat steps. All the spectators present were stunned. It was completely different from any fashion show they had ever seen. It's not just a rack of clothes, nor is it just showing off their looks to attract attention. The movements of several models are full of elegance and noble temperament, and their expressions are cold and natural, just like 3 confident aristocratic ladies who happen to be passing by. This also reflects the fact that their fashions are very elegant and full of personality. At the same time, on 2 4-meter high display boards on both sides of the tea stage, information such as the design concept, features, and price of the long skirt on the model appeared. There are Fashion Week staff who shuffle among the guests, politely reminding everyone that if you like the fashions on display, you can place an order with them at any time. This fashion display and sales method that was taken for granted in later generations was the most creative and trendy model in the 18th century. Mrs. Walsh immediately noticed the light green dress worn by the model on the left, and then looked at the price on the display board. 220 livres. She lowered her head and silently converted the price into pounds, confirming that her husband would have no objection. When she raised her head again, she put on a charming smile, took Mr. Walsh's arm, and whispered, "Dear, what do you think? How about that green dress?" Walsh was busy looking at the plump white rabbit, glanced at the price, and nodded absently. "If you like it, buy it. Thank you, dear." The wife immediately summoned the staff. But she soon regretted it, because the model who came out later wore a purple tutu skirt that made her more excited than the green skirt just now. The fashions that followed were more fashionable and beautiful than the last. Mrs. Walsh was already dazzled, and the only thought left in her mind was to pack them all and buy them all. An hour later, the first catwalk ended. Mrs. Walsh, in a desperate effort to restrain herself, bought only 3 sets of fashions. At the same time, she also bought a dark blue dress for her husband. Mr. Walsh, on the other hand, had his fill of slim waists and white rabbits, and only when he checked out did he realize that he had to pay nearly £40. This is a gold pound, and £1 can be exchanged for about 25 livres. However, the wealthy British businessman in the wool business paid the bill calmly. There are countless guests from various countries in similar situations to him. Only the 23 employees responsible for pre-sales at the Fashion Week were busy until 4 AM, and their hands began to cramp before they were able to finally sort out all the orders. The British journalist Alvin, who came with Mr. Walsh, immediately rushed back to the reserved room, sorted out more than 10 pages of Fashion Week press releases, and sent them back to the UK overnight. That night, Mr. and Mrs. Walsh tasted authentic French palace delicacies in the royal restaurant on the first floor of the Tuileries Palace. Beet baked snails, Dauphin oysters, pan-fried foie gras with cherry sauce, roasted pigeon with red wine and truffles. A table of sumptuous delicacies made the two people from the food dessert linger on the food. Their mouths were full of oil, and they finally walked out of the restaurant while holding on to the wall point. Although this meal made them queue for more than 40 minutes and cost £1 and 12 shillings, they only felt that it was worth their money. Returning to the Tuileries Palace, Mr. and Mrs. Walsh planned to go for a drink, but midway they saw a hall with shining lights and all kinds of strange machines. It was full of laughter and laughter. The two were immediately attracted. The translator and guide who accompanied them pointed to the hall and said to them, "This is the amusement hall. There are many interesting games to play in it." Mr. Walsh walked in with interest and immediately saw a Hispanic young man pulling a handle in front of a machine that was as tall as a person. The rollers in the machine immediately started spinning rapidly. The Spaniard stared at the roller and muttered, "Stop, stop." For a moment, the front of the roller stopped, and there was a yellow fleur-de-lis pattern of the French royal family. Then, the roller stopped in the middle, and there was an iris. The Spaniard's breathing began to quicken. Soon, the speed of the roller had slowed down to a very slow speed, and the last part slowly turned from a long sword to an apple, and gradually stopped on the iris. The Spanish boy cheered crazily, pumping his fists and jumping up. The machine made a series of ding-dong sounds, and the Spaniard hurriedly bent down and took out a wooden box from the lower part of the machine. It was full of silver coins, at least 70 or 80. "What is this?" Mr. Walsh turned to the guide in surprise. The latter gestured towards the machine. "Mr. Walsh, this thing is called a slot. If you invest 1 livre, you can pull the handle once. The roller inside will rotate. If it stops on 3 identical patterns, you can get several times or even dozens of times the silver coins in return." The young gentleman just now won the highest return multiplier, 100 times. Walsh's interest was immediately aroused. He looked around and found that dozens of machines in the hall were being played by people. In the end, he took over a slot machine from a middle-aged man for 10 livres. Couldn't wait to throw a livre in from the coin slot, and then pulled the handle hard. After the roller rotated rapidly, it stopped on a cat, a shield and a cross. Obviously didn't win. He curled his lips and put in another one, but still got nothing. Until he pulled it for the 15th time. Finally, a pattern of 3 apples appeared on the drum, and the crisp sound of silver coins colliding was heard below the machine. Walsh took out the wooden box and happily picked up the 5 silver coins inside. He was even happier than winning £5. An hour later, Mrs. Walsh yawned and returned to the reserved guest room on the 2nd floor alone. Mr. Walsh saw that no one was playing with the machine next to him that used a lever to pop out marbles, so he curiously moved to that side. Insert the coin, pull the lever, and the marble bounces around in the machine and falls into a small hole marked X3. 3 silver coins immediately fell out from under the machine. Walsh was so happy that he immediately fell in love and began to play pinball with concentration. The entertainment machine in this hall was specially prepared by Joseph for celebrations such as Fashion Week. The internal structure of this thing is not complicated, just a spring, a flywheel, and some gears. It was made by craftsmen from more than a dozen watch shops in Paris and took several months. The complexity is much lower than that of clocks, although they are all very simple game consoles. People in this era have never seen these before. Every one of them seems to be possessed, pulling the handle or lever over and over again, Unable to stop at all point, there are more than 70 such machines in the Tuileries Palace. Each one is devouring tourists' silver coins. When Mrs. Walsh woke up from her sleep at around 3 o'clock in the morning and found that her husband had not returned to the room, she hurriedly got dressed and rushed to the entertainment hall. She saw Mr. Walsh with bloodshot eyes but high spirits, still pulling the handle. The next day point, there are no fashion shows in the morning and noon point, so after breakfast, Mrs. Walsh dragged her husband, who had dark circles under his eyes covering half of his face, towards the Eden playground, which was widely rumored to be very fun, and you will regret it for the rest of your life if you don't go point outside the gate of the amusement park. That looks like it was moved from a fairy tale world. Several big mice dressed up by workers, with fluffy black round ears, big eyes, and pointed noses, are greeting tourists everywhere point. Well, these adorable figures are the Mickey Mouse of later generations, but in the 18th century, there was no Disney to trouble Joseph, so he copied it without hesitation point. A large number of tourists were attracted by the adorable Mickey, and either followed them, or carefully touched their heads, exclaiming wow from time to time point. Mickey was very enthusiastic in pointing out the location of the ticket window point. The ticket price is not cheap at all. Access to all rides, plus free tea and snacks, costs 30 livres per person. Choose from 4 steam-driven entertainment facilities for 18 livres per person, excluding drinks and desserts. Mr. Walsh proudly handed over £2.10 to the conductor. Have fun, and then entered the amusement park with his wife point. His first wife, who was over 30 years old, immediately transformed into a teenage girl, jumping and laughing among the merry-go-rounds and coffee cups. When Mrs. Walsh finally had enough fun, she asked her husband to go to the main store of Angel store in Paris. Although there are also franchise stores in the UK, it is said that there is a new product called eye cream on the market here at the main store in Paris, and there is a discount recently. How can you not buy it? They originally wanted to call a carriage, but a bus happened to pull into the station. At the guide's suggestion, the two curiously got on this huge carriage that could accommodate 25 people. 2 horses pulled the bus carriage on the newly paved wooden track. The wheels have very little resistance, resulting in very fast travel speeds. And because the car is equipped with a new leaf spring shock absorption system and the wooden track is originally very flat, there is almost no bumpy feeling in the car. Mrs. Walsh felt as comfortable as rafting in a stream. She looked around in surprise. This carriage is really nice. The guide immediately introduced it in a timely manner. You are really discerning. This is made with the technology of the royal carriage. Similar carriages are now the first choice of the upper class in Paris. Mrs. Walsh hurriedly asked in a low voice, how much does this kind of car cost? I mean the one for 4 people, probably less than 600 livres. Mrs. Walsh immediately looked at her husband with pleading eyes. The latter nodded proudly. Let's go to the carriage shop tomorrow. Chapter 155. The Crown Prince and the Illegitimate Son. Mrs. Walsh left her room number at the Tuileries Palace with the clerk at Paris Angel. The latter immediately and respectfully said that it might be tomorrow morning before her purchase could be delivered. There was nothing she could do. Although she bought a total of 300 livres worth of cosmetics, the fashion week attracted too many customers, and the delivery boy in the store was too busy working overtime for 18 hours a day. This is the result of the special acceleration given to her as a gold card member. Later, the Walshes went to the carriage shop and ordered a latest model Queen's same style carriage, which cost 800 livres, 600 for the car and 200 for shipping to the British port. Then, they rushed towards the Louvre Royal Museum. On the carriage, Mrs. Walsh looked at the clean and tidy streets of Paris, squinted her eyes, and took a deep breath. She couldn't help but praise, it's much cleaner here than London. Even the air is full of sweet smell. Mr. Walsh nodded with deep understanding. Yes, there is not even a bit of excrement on the street. Sometimes I have to praise the French people's education in this regard. Mrs. Walsh soon discovered a strange little square building and pointed there to ask the guide. The latter introduced with some embarrassment. Ah, madam, that is a public toilet, a place for the convenience of pedestrians. Mrs. Walsh immediately felt ashamed that she had not seen the world and whispered, no wonder the streets are so clean. When will England learn from others? She secretly swore in her heart that she must learn some French when she goes back, otherwise she wouldn't even know how to use the toilet. Mr. Walsh leaned back on the seat and yawned. I don't even want to go back to London. Compared with here, London is like a garbage dump. Upon hearing this, the guide's eyes flashed with surprise. He immediately pointed in the direction of the Tuileries garden and said with a smile, "Mr. Living in Paris. Well, especially during the rainy season in London, a vacation in Paris is definitely a good choice." The Tuileries garden is said to be a garden, but it is actually a 1,000,000 square meter open space next to the palace. It is a place where Parisian citizens often go for a walk after meals. Walsh blinked and asked, "You mean the large area of houses under construction to the east of the Tuileries Palace?" "That's right, Mr. Walsh. It will be built in 3 or 4 months. The reason why the guide is so attentive is because after his introduction, he will get a commission of 500 livres for every villa sold, including the carriage that Walsh bought before. He also got 30 livres as commission. Walsh was greatly moved because the villa was very close to the Tuileries Palace, and you could clearly see the details of the facial features of the sculptures outside the palace. When you opened the window, he then asked, "Do you know the selling price of the villa there?" The ones next to the Tuileries Palace cost about more than 50,000 livres, which is £2,000. The ones next to the bus tracks are around £1,900. The ones further away are £1,500. Walsh suddenly took a deep breath. Even though he had a rich family, he was reluctant to spend £2,000 to buy a house in France. A villa of the same quality in London will never cost more than £1,000. The guide caught a glimpse of his expression and immediately introduced, "These villas are definitely worth the money, sir. It's not just next to the old palace. You see, an elite school is being built over there. Only those who live in the royal garden's children can go to school there, and it is said that members of the French Academy of Sciences will teach. And over there is the largest hospital in Paris. That's a shopping mall. There is also a croquet court to the south." After all, Walsh still didn't go to see those 50,000 livre villas. He was afraid that, if he couldn't bear to buy one, it would make his financial situation a little tight. After he and his wife visited Paris and returned to the Tuileries Palace, the afternoon fashion show had already begun. But this time it was Mrs. Walsh alone to enjoy the fashion show. After her husband came back, he went directly to the amusement arcade and started fighting excitedly in front of the slot machine. Mrs. Walsh looked at the empty chair on her left and said to herself in surprise, "Why didn't Mr. Alvin come?" Her British journalist friend was in a theatre at this time, nervously watching Hunter's IO on the stage looking for magic fire in the magma. Yes, he has no money to go to the amusement park, let alone shopping everywhere. The newspaper sent him to cover Fashion Week, but they wouldn't give him much money. However, he could still afford the theatre tickets, so he wanted to watch a play to pass the time, but he didn't expect that he couldn't bear it after watching it. That movie Refining the Sky is so attractive. The plot is full of twists and turns, making people excited to watch it. It happened that the theatre was holding 10 consecutive performances, so he bought a pass directly. He had been watching the theatre for a whole day, and he even forgot about interviewing the fashion show. It wasn't until the 3 shifts of actors had exhausted their energy and the theatre had to close that he finally remembered that the work was not done yet. On the way back to the fashion show, he secretly decided to translate the wonderful play into English and bring it to London to perform in the amusement hall of the Tuileries Palace. Mr. Walsh missed 10 games in a row. He rubbed his hands in frustration and was about to put in the next silver coin when he heard a young man's wild shout from behind him. "Awesome, haha. Did you see that?" He frowned and turned around and saw behind him a young man with a Russian appearance wearing an exaggerated red coat, monopolizing 4 slot machines. At this time, 3 knight patterns suddenly appeared on one of the slot machines. Walsh knew that it was a grand prize that would be returned 30 times. He was so jealous that his heart throbbed. The Russian in red casually put away the silver coin spit out by the machine and continued to excitedly stuff the money into the coin slots of the 4 machines one by one. Then he continuously pulled the handle of the machine, and his eyes scanned back and forth on the 4 rotating drums. However, when the roller stopped this time, none of them won. The Russian was not discouraged. He stared at his bloodshot eyes and continued to insert coins and pull the handle point. This time, his luck was overwhelming again. 2 machines showed 3 in a row patterns, and the crackling sound of silver coins falling made him even more excited. At this moment, Viscount Florizel, the chairman of the Fashion Week committee, came to him with a few people and persuaded him kindly. Count Bobulinski, you have been playing for a day and a night, and you have not eaten. For your health, I suggest you take a rest. Go away. Go away. Don't block me. As soon as the young man finished speaking, several strong men who looked like bodyguards came over and used their bodies to push Florizel and others back. Florizel had no choice but to whisper to the security inspector who came with him and left. Then he led several policemen to guard around Count Bobulinski, preparing to call a doctor for him if the latter fainted or became unwell. Joseph walked out of the south gate of the Tuileries Palace a little tiredly. Queen Mary agreed to be the ambassador of Fashion Week and would come to Fashion Week to give a speech every 2 days. Naturally, he had to accompany her. Fortunately, a wooden track with a length of 4 miles from east to west has been built in urban Paris. It only takes more than 20 minutes to reach the Tuileries Palace after entering the city, saving the Queen a lot of time. According to the plan, the wooden track will be laid all the way west, connecting Paris and the Palace of Versailles. By then, you can take a rail carriage from the Palace of Versailles to downtown Paris in about an hour, saving nearly 70% of the time compared to before. Although this wooden track is expensive to build, it costs 50,000 livres per league, that is, 4 kilometers. This is the result of the British track laying technicians hired by Murdoch to use new techniques to reduce costs. Let French craftsmen do the laying, which will cost an additional 10,000. However, just because a wooden track can make it easier for the nobles from the Palace of Versailles to travel to Paris, it can increase the annual commercial income of Paris by at least 1 million livres. The time spent on the road is shorter, and the nobles have more time to spend on shopping and entertainment. In addition, people who are too lazy to go to Paris because it was too far or too bumpy in the past will also increase the number of times they go to Paris to spend money because of the wooden tracks. Joseph stretched out his arms, and out of the corner of his eye he caught a glimpse of the life-size oil painting The Son of God hanging in the front of the hall. Queen Mary was extremely satisfied with this painting. Thinking that many foreign dignitaries will come to the Fashion Week, I had someone make a copy and hang it here, so that my son can show his face. Joseph was so embarrassed that he shook his head. Just as he was thinking about whether to let Fouche send someone to steal the painting in the middle of the night, he saw Florizel walking towards him with an anxious expression. The latter almost bumped into the Crown Prince before he realized what he was doing, stopped hurriedly, and bowed to salute. Joseph smiled and asked, "Viscount Florizel, are you in any trouble?" Florizel hesitated for a moment and said, "Your Highness, the Russian Count Bobulinski spent a day and a night in the amusement hall without even eating a meal. I tried to persuade him several times to no avail. You know, with his if something happens to my identity, I'm afraid it will." Count Bobulinski, Joseph, frowned slightly. On the side, Emin immediately leaned into his ear and whispered, "Your Highness, he is the illegitimate son of the Russian Empress. He has been wandering around Paris for several years, and many nobles know him." Joseph nodded suddenly. "Is it Alexei?" "Yes, Your Highness, that is exactly his name." Joseph couldn't help but narrowed his eyes. It turned out that Catherine's youngest son and the brother of the future Tsar Paul I also came to participate in the Fashion Week. He suddenly remembered that in the Russian drama Ekaterina the Great he had watched before, it was said that Alexei seemed to have been traveling around the world since he was a child to avoid threatening his brother's throne. Note 1. However, because he played too crazy, Ekaterina really couldn't stand his ridiculous behavior. She should recall him to Russia soon, and then leave him in a remote town to reflect. France is now planning to unite with Russia in order to launch a North African strategy. This Alexei is very favored by Catherine II. It is just a good opportunity to chat with him, and there may be unexpected gains. He signaled to Florizel, "Please lead the way, I will go and persuade him." "Oh, thank you very much, Your Highness." In the amusement hall, Alexei was still flipping coins and pulling levers excitedly when he saw a young man with extraordinary temperament appearing in front of him and looking at him with a smile. His eyes changed for a moment, but then he turned his attention to Labar and murmured in a low voice, "What are you going to do? Please get out of the way." Seeing him put in a silver coin, Joseph helped him pull off the handle and said with a smile, "I remember that, when I was a child, I went to Meudon Castle to recuperate, because my health was not good. You know, there are no tutors or ceremonial officers there. You can ride horses and climb trees at any time. It's full of freedom and ease." Later on, whenever I was upset by various courses, I would pretend to be sick and go there to recuperate for a few months, until one time, I wanted to make my happy vacation longer, so I pretended to be seriously ill and was about to die. I thought I could stay at Meudon Castle for a whole year this time, but guess what? My mother was so anxious that she summoned all the palace doctors to diagnose and treat me. She gave me blood several times. Oh, and also gave me enemas and other things, which gave me a lot of torture. In the end, I had to end my illness on my own. Later, my mother told me that, in order to keep an eye on my health, I would have to stay in the Palace of Versailles and never go to Meudon Castle again. Do you think I was too stupid then? Haha. Alexei was stunned for a moment when he heard this and soon understood what the crown prince meant. When he saw Joseph just now, he immediately remembered the painting The Son of God. He wanted to avoid the political struggle in St. Petersburg and also to let his brother Paul could inherit the throne more smoothly, so he deliberately pretended to be a playboy and had fun all over the world. But as the crown prince said just now, if he pretends to be too much, his mother will be worried and she will have to keep him tightly tied to her side. To discipline her, he took a step back, put away his playful expression, stroked his chest and saluted, and said in pure French, "Thank you for the reminder, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. I believe you already know my identity. It's an honor to see you here." "Yes, Count Bobulinski." Joseph returned the favor with a smile. "I think you need a dinner and enough sleep now. If you don't agree, I will have to temporarily close this amusement park." A moment later, as the two were on their way to the restaurant, Joseph continued to greet him. "I have heard some rumors about you." Alexei felt a little groggy after staying up late. He smiled and said, "It seems that I'm quite famous, Your Highness." "What I want to say is that based on your current behavior, Her Majesty the Queen may order you to return to Russia soon." Alexei tilted his head indifferently. Maybe, in fact, he had already inquired about the news from St. Peter. His mother had asked the ambassador to France several times about his situation and expressed his intention to call him back. But what can he do? His brother's position has always been unstable. He loved his brother deeply and didn't want to put more pressure on him. Therefore, being a playboy is the only thing he can do for his brother, he muttered. "After all, this is the only way I can go on." Kesod led the guards to inspect the restaurant box and nodded to Joseph. The latter took Alexei in and sat down, looking at the illegitimate son. "What would you like to eat?" "Actually, there are a lot of things you could do. I mean, things that have nothing to do with politics, and that would actually keep you away from St. Petersburg." Note 1. Before Paul I, Russia's Tsarist succession method was different from that of most European countries. The successor was designated by the previous Tsar. Therefore, although Alexei was an illegitimate son, if he was deeply loved by Catherine II, or had great political prestige, he might be able to replace Paul and become the heir apparent. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156. Two Princes Trading Company. Yeah, fried lamb chops, beaten truffle bisque, toast. Alexei casually ordered a few dishes to the waiter next to him, then looked at Joseph and said, "I'm curious, what do you mean by non-political things? Bring me a cup of black tea without milk, spices, or sugar." Joseph sent the waiter away and said with a smile, "For example, do some business or something." If you have your own business in Paris, then Her Majesty the Queen will not worry about your character. Oh, please forgive my wording. Call you back to Russia, doing business? Alexei blinked, and it seemed to make sense. No one would associate a businessman who is busy making money with a reserve in St. Petersburg. This is indeed a good way to stay away from politics, and it can also get rid of the image of a playboy to a certain extent. In fact, Alexei's descendants did exactly this. They went into business to stay away from politics, eventually establishing Russia's largest sugar company. However, Alexei immediately shook his head. Thank you for your advice, Your Highness, but I don't know how to do business at all. Now Her Majesty the Queen has to give me tens of thousands of rubles in subsidies every year. I don't want to lose her any more money. No, I believe you will make money. Joseph smiled, and make a lot of money, Your Highness. With all due respect, this may be difficult to achieve. I know my abilities. Joseph sniffed the fragrance in the teacup brought by the waiter and glanced up at the illegitimate son. It's actually not as difficult as you think. All you need is a good partner. Partner? Joseph gestured to himself with a small spoon. For example, me. Alexei was surprised. You mean, you want me to do business with you? Joseph nodded. We can invest together and set up a trading company to specialize in trade between France and Russia. He did not say this on a whim, but had already planned this. In fact, France and Russia had signed a trade agreement as early as the year before last, but on the one hand, it was due to France's financial constraints, and on the other hand, because the two countries could not provide many goods that the other party was interested in. France except wine and enlightenment ideas, and not much else could be exported to Russia. At the same time, France's demand for Russia's main export goods, such as flax, oil, and wood, is not high. This has resulted in a tepid trade volume between the two sides. However, both countries also very much want to significantly increase the volume of trade between them. For Russia, it has always been worried that it is too dependent on trade with Britain, and intends to change the trade structure, such as increasing France's proportion of trade to reduce the risk of being manipulated by Britain. As for France, if it could increase its trade with a big country like Russia, it would certainly greatly improve its financial situation. But will is always just a will. Historically, until the emperor came to power and Russia joined the anti-French alliance, the trade between the two countries did not improve much. This is also the situation that Joseph wants to reverse, and he has the corresponding means. Historically, France had little demand for Russian goods because the French textile industry was crushed by the British. But now, under the guidance of Joseph, the French textile industry will challenge Britain, which will require a large amount of textile raw materials, and flax is one of them. As for cotton, wool, etc., we will have to find solutions in North America and Australia later. At the same time, Britain was extremely dependent on Russia for its flax. Russian goods accounted for about 80% of its flax consumption. If France eats a lot of Russian flax, it will inevitably lead to a shortage of linen in Britain, which will lead to an increase in the price of its linen textiles. It can be said that it kills two birds with one stone. On the other hand, France's industry will usher in a period of explosive growth, and industrial products are in urgent need of market sales. Russia has a population of more than 30 million. In such a large market, French products must participate. Originally, Joseph planned to wait for Talleyrand to make contact with the Russians first, and then promote trade. But today I happened to meet Alexei, and he felt that this might be a more suitable opportunity. You don't have to worry about business matters. We can find professional people to manage the company. Joseph said, I will offer some merchant ships as my equity. These ships will fly the Russian flag and enjoy your armed neutrality policy to avoid British interference, and you have people in Russia buy flax, grease, and perhaps iron as your stock capital. After these items are transported to Marseille, they are loaded with French wine, textiles, and possibly paper, machinery and other goods in the future, and returned to Crimea. The so-called Declaration of Armed Neutrality is the Russian trade policy announced by Catherine II in 1780. The main content is that Russia, as a neutral country, ships can sail freely between ports and along the coastlines of belligerent countries, unless there is wartime contraband. Otherwise the belligerent powers may not impose restrictions. This policy has been endorsed by the UK. Therefore, cargo transportation by a Russian ship can ensure normal trade, even if there is a dispute between Britain and France. In addition, Joseph also hit a trick here. He had read the Anglo-Russian trade agreement before. According to the terms of the agreement, Russian merchant ships could traffic goods from the East to Europe, and the British fleet was not allowed to stop them. At the beginning, the British believed that Russia had little presence in the East, so they agreed without much thought. However, this could be used by him in the future through the trading company between him and his illegitimate son. Alexei thought for a moment and said hesitantly, "Your Highness, I must admit that your proposal is very perfect. It's just that there are already many people conducting such trade between France and Russia. I don't think we can be more competitive than them." Joseph smiled and nodded. Alexei was indeed a smart man, not the playboy he showed. From this point of view, working with him will not disappoint. First of all, the current trade volume between France and Russia is far from enough. If I remember correctly, more than 300 merchant ships sail from the UK to Riga every year. Note 1. And only 1/10 of this number sail from land to the Black Sea. Note 2. Tell you the truth, France will begin to carry out industrial reforms, and the demand for Russian goods will increase significantly, especially flax. In this case, the existing merchant ships will not be enough. Alexei nodded slightly. It turned out that the French Crown Prince had inside information. In this case, this business could really be done. Joseph leaned forward and lowered his voice. Also, I can give you a discount on tariffs. I guarantee that the discount will not be low. Are you serious? Certainly. Joseph was confident enough to get this tariff concession from the cabinet. He didn't even need to lower tariffs, he just had to turn a blind eye to his trading company. This will not only win over the Russians, but also reduce the raw material costs of the French textile industry and increase competitiveness due to the reduction in flax import tariffs at the same time. This would also reduce the trade links between Britain and Russia and increase the cost of British linens, he continued. At the same time, you can use your connections in Russia to get some cheaper flax, oil and other goods. In this way, we can reduce costs on both sides. Are we afraid of losing profits? Alexei was overjoyed. If he could export a large amount to France at low tariffs, it would greatly improve Russia's trade dependence on Britain. This is something the Queen has wanted to do for more than 10 years, but has not been able to do it. If I put these achievements in my brother's name, it will definitely change my mother's attitude towards my brother. Note 3. He clasped his hands excitedly and said, "Your Highness, I think your proposal is very feasible. I will try my best to lower the purchase price of the goods." Joseph smiled and bowed. "It's a pleasure to cooperate with you, Count Bobulinski." On the dining table, the dishes Alexei ordered had been cooling for a long time, but he didn't even think of eating them. Joseph had another hot dish brought up and signaled to the bastard, "I think it's time for you to enjoy your dinner." After Alexei finished eating, the two discussed some details of the trading company, finally finalizing the cooperation. The main reason why Joseph wanted to bypass the Russian government and set up such a trading company was to avoid lengthy trade negotiations. The efficiency of negotiations in this era is not high at all, especially since Russia and France are far apart. Once the negotiators on both sides encounter disagreements, it will take more than 2 months to return home to ask for instructions, so he directly used this private operation model to start trade between the two countries first. When the trade volume increases and the two sides have market dependence, it will be much easier to negotiate a trade agreement. In addition, he can be regarded as controlling the import of some raw materials in disguise, allowing those capitalists to be more obedient. At around 10 o'clock in the evening, Alexei said goodbye to Joseph, but stood there looking at his leaving figure from a distance, feeling a sense of unreality in his heart. What kind of young man is this, who suddenly appears in front of him, uses a trading company to solve his predicament, and at the same time, gives Russia a big gift? He didn't quite believe the rumors about the French crown prince how he presided over police reform, greatly improved the security situation in Paris, and planned this grand fashion week. He just thought that the officials had taken care of everything, and then put the credit on the Crown Prince. After tonight's contact, he was convinced that the previous rumors about the Crown Prince were true, and his conversation and wisdom were even better than the rumors said. Alexei suddenly felt a little regretful. If his brother Paul had this wisdom, then he would not have to stay away from his hometown for so many years, anesthetizing himself with alcohol and women, and dressing himself up as a useless playboy. While Joseph and Alexei were discussing the trading company, an auction was going on in the lobby on the first floor of Fashion Week. Those participating in the auction were all dignitaries from various countries, and even many members of the royal family. Queen Mary, who had just given a brief speech for Fashion Week, was also pulled by her niece, and sat in the loft on the second floor. The items auctioned during Fashion Week are mainly expensive dresses, luxury goods and the like. None of these things caught the Queen's eye at all. She was currently thinking about the conversation she had with Louis XVI at noon. It was after lunch, and she casually chatted with her husband about her son's fiancé. At that time, she thought that her niece had won the heart of the Crown Prince, but the king told her that he had talked with his son, and that neither Clementine nor Maria might be a satisfactory fiancé for him. She looked at the lively and lovely niece beside her with some distress. God, how could Joseph not like her? For a moment, she really wanted to tell her son directly, like other kings and queens, Clementine is your future wife. But she really couldn't bear to see her son feeling lost or unhappy. How about waiting a little longer? The queen sighed in her heart. The Crown Prince and Clementine were both still young. Maybe if they kept in contact with each other for a while, he would fall in love with his beautiful and lovely cousin. At this moment, the auctioneer below said in a melodious voice, the next auction item is this precious string of starwish. It comes from a famous designer. The Queen was just thinking about something when she saw Clementine standing up suddenly, looking at the lot with a pair of big blue eyes, and murmuring excitedly, yes, he's wearing, yes, that's the one. The Queen smiled and shook her head. It is difficult for a little girl to resist the attraction of beautiful jewelry. When she was young, she would be as excited as she was when she saw the jewelry she liked. It's just that she didn't notice that the string of items was almost exactly the same as what the Crown Prince wore in the painting The Son of God. God testifies, this is definitely not Joseph's jewelry. He has never even seen this necklace. That was entirely because Madame Lebrun, who painted the painting, accepted the sponsorship of a jeweler and included the necklace provided by the latter into the painting. But to be honest, this dazzling necklace with a large number of diamonds forming a galaxy pattern does match Joseph's image very well. After the auctioneer reported the reserve price of 80,000 livres, Clementine did not hesitate to signal to the maid beside her, who immediately raised her right hand. Before the auctioneer had time to respond to the price, a woman's voice came from a box on the east side. 90,000. Clementine suddenly puffed up her cheeks. Someone dared to steal her cousin's necklace from her, and even added 10,000 livres at a time. She motioned to the maid again, who raised her hand. The auctioneer immediately signaled to her, the customer here bids 91,000 livres. It was the same voice as before, 100,000. Not to be outdone, little Lali raised the price again. The woman in the box on the east side continued to add up to the whole number, 110,000. Clementine became anxious, put her hands on her hips, and shouted angrily, 20,000. Humph, do you think I won't add 10,000? The woman on the east side said without hesitation, 140,000. You. It went up again. Little Lolly continued to shout, 160,000. 180,000. 200,000. Clementine quoted the price angrily, then turned to the maid and said, who is that person? Why can't you get along with me? The maid leaned against the railing of the box on the second floor and leaned half of her body out. Finally, through the gap in the curtain in front of the box on the east side, she saw a red dress, long brown hair, and a pair of gentle brown eyes sitting there. She immediately retracted, covering her mouth in surprise, and leaned into Clementine's ear and said, Miss, she seems to be the princess of the two Sicilies. Ah. Little Lolly bit her lip. If it were her, she couldn't lose. 250,000. Note 1. Riga is a port in Sweden and a transit point for British-Russian trade. Riga officials will collect trade commissions between Britain and Russia. Note 2. Since Russia controlled Crimea, French-Russian trade has been able to pass through the Mediterranean, pass through the Dardanelles controlled by the Ottomans, come to the Black Sea, and dock in Crimea for unloading. Note 3. Because Catherine II hated her husband Peter III, who admired Prussia to the extreme, she launched a coup to overthrow her husband's rule and became the queen. She now also dislikes her husband, who is very close to her husband, like the eldest son Paul. During this period, she showed several times that she wanted to depose Paul's throne and pass it directly to her eldest grandson. There are also ministers who support the illegitimate son Alexei to replace Paul as crown prince. In short, Paul was worried about his throne until the second before Catherine II's death. Thanks to Prince Dongming 233, Heart Like Floating Leaves, and book friends 202106211854159599 for their generous rewards for this book. The little author will always love you. Mwah. Chapter 157, Losing and Winning. In another box on the second floor of the auction hall, Princess Maria recognized Clementine when she made her first bid. This chirping voice echoed noisily in the Palace of Versailles all day long. I can't remember it. It's hard to live in. Maria didn't expect that she would come to compete with him for this necklace, and then she was relieved. Didn't she come to Paris just to compete with him for his? When Maria looked at the star wish worn by the crown prince, she suddenly felt that this might be a preview of the outcome between them. Whoever gets the necklace will get him. The thought flashed through her eyes, and a look of determination appeared in her eyes. She turned her head and whispered to the maid, 300,000 livres. The latter nodded immediately and shouted the price to the auctioneer. Although there were still some aristocratic ladies from the Palace of Versailles in the auction house who recognized that the wish of the stars was worn on the oil painting of the crown prince and eagerly planned to bid, but before they could react, the price had already been after being raised to an astonishing height. All of them suddenly stopped. This of course does not include Clementine. 350,000. Her eyes widened, and she also increased the price by 50,000. 400,000. Maria's maid continued almost without pause. 500,000. 550,000. When Clementine wanted to continue to increase the price, she was suddenly stunned. She seemed to have no money. After all, she is still a 10-year-old child and currently only has an annual annuity income, including the 200,000 her father gave her when she came to Paris this time. Her total assets total 560,000. It's no longer enough to add another 50,000. 560,000 livres. She gritted her teeth and reported her extreme price point. When Maria heard that she only added 10,000, she felt relieved and gestured to the maid. 600,000. She is already 15 years old, owns her own manor and a fishery, and is far wealthier than the little Lolita. This time, she believed she should win the battle for the necklace. Sure enough, after her maid shouted 600,000, the auction hall fell silent. Clementine was so anxious that she just stamped her feet, but she could only listen helplessly as the auctioneer announced loudly 600,000 livres. One time, she bit her lip, tears filling her eyes. For some reason, she had a vague feeling that if she lost the wish of the stars, she would lose the crown prince. Oh, honey, what's wrong with you, queen? Mary noticed that her niece's shoulders seemed to be shaking slightly, and she asked with concern. Then she saw the little Lola's somewhat red eyes. Do you really want that necklace? She pointed to the star wish placed on the brocade in the auction house, but suddenly she was startled. This necklace seemed a bit familiar. By the way, isn't this the necklace on the oil painting? The queen immediately understood why her niece was so persistent in raising the price. Clementine looked at her aunt aggrievedly and nodded vigorously. 600,000 livres. Twice, queen. Mary smiled and said softly, my dear, you can increase the price. No matter how much it is, I will help you pay it. Real. The little Lolita was overjoyed. Seeing the queen nodding, she quickly wiped away the tears in her eyes, interrupted the auctioneer and shouted, wait, 650,000, with the support of Queen Mary, Clementine won the final victory without any suspense. When the manager of the auction house came to the box respectfully holding wish for a star, the little loli immediately picked up the necklace impatiently, put it against her chest, and rubbed it gently, squinting and enjoying the cold touch for a moment. Then he turned to Queen Mary, curtsied, and said with a sweet smile, "Thank you so much, my dearest aunt. I love you so much." However, just when she happily raised the necklace and wanted to show it to the queen, the necklace caught a gem on her clothes. The edge of the gemstone broke the rope that strung the necklace together, and then there was a crash sound, and dozens of crystal diamonds scattered on the ground. Clementine subconsciously reached out to grab the diamond in midair, but found nothing. Note 1. After being stunned for 3 seconds, she cried, "Wow, why am I always so unlucky?" Several maids hurriedly lay on the ground, carefully looking for diamonds. Queen Mary was also startled, but she soon calmed down, gently hugged her niece, stroked her back, and kept whispering soft comfort. After an unknown amount of time, Clementine followed Queen Mary silently and walked out of the East Hall of the Tuileries Palace. Although the auction house repeatedly assured her that the necklace could be restored to its original state, she was never happy. In a corner of a corridor in the East Hall, Princess Maria bit her lip hard, feeling like her whole body had lost all strength. She had just seen clearly that Clementine was leaving with Queen Mary. Then the reason why the latter finally won the necklace just now, after being unable to increase the price, is very clear. She felt empty in her heart. It was obvious that the Grand Duchess of Tuscany was the choice for the French queen, not herself. If this is the case, even if the crown prince likes him more, he can only marry that girl in the end. It turned out that he had already lost from the beginning. She raised her head, took a deep breath, and said to the maid beside her, "Alyssa, let's go home." The next day, the carriage of the Princess of the Tuileries faced the rising sun and drove alone on the King's Avenue in the southern suburbs of Paris. Not long ago, it was on this road that the Crown Prince led thousands of soldiers to welcome her arrival, but at this time, she was the only one left to return alone. Originally, the Crown Prince came to see her off, but she refused. It would be too ungraceful to cry in front of him. The sunlight stretched the shadow of the carriage into a long one, like a hand desperately reaching for Paris, but still unable to grasp anything. In the carriage, Maria hesitated for a long time, and finally put the letter in her hand back on the table. On the unpressed corner of the envelope, you can see her neat and beautiful handwriting. "Dear Your Highness, these days in Paris are the happiest moments in my life. I pray to God all the time that my life will always stop at that moment when I dance lightly on the merry-go-round with you. Although this is just a luxury, at least I still have this precious memory. After returning to the Tuileries, I will pray for your health day and night, and wish you and the Grand Duchess of Tuscany." She cried and wrote this letter last night, planning to have the maid hand it over to Joseph this morning, but at the last moment, she gave up. Perhaps this girl's worries should be buried in her heart forever, instead of letting him be troubled in the slightest because of her in an office on the second floor of the Tuileries Palace. Joseph was flipping through the Fashion Week income and expenditure report sent by Fleuzel. The report was a bit thick. He flipped through several pages, but couldn't find the total amount. He looked up at the chairman of the Fashion Week organizing committee. As if he had guessed it, Viscount Fleuzel hurriedly said, Your Highness, the total income these days is 4.62 million livres, and the expenditure is 310,000 livres. Note 1. Reading comprehension. 10 points. After Clementine spent a huge sum of money to take a picture of this wish for a star necklace, the necklace broke inexplicably, and dozens of diamonds were scattered on the ground. Please tell me, what kind of thoughts and feelings does the author express in this paragraph? Chapter 158 Income Settlement. Fleuzel added, this is only the income of the organizing committee. There should be hundreds of thousands of livres in income from the city hall. The specific amount has to be calculated by them. Only the income from the Tuileries Palace and the amusement park goes to the Fashion Week organizing committee, while additional money from buses, museums, theaters, etc. belongs to the city hall. Joseph nodded calmly, but he was quite excited. This number was nearly 1 million livres higher than he expected. And this is only the 6th day of Fashion Week. There are 2 more days, and the total profit must be more than 5 million livres. As for why there are 8 days of Fashion Week, haha, actually there are still more than half a month of various activities ahead. Events such as fashion art exhibitions, charity weeks, food weeks, etc. will last until the end of the frost moon point. However, he was not too surprised by the amount of income. After all, this kind of one-stop service for food, drink, entertainment, and fashion as a huge gimmick was the first time in the world that it would definitely be sought after by the upper class in Europe. This is the result when transportation and information are not smooth. For example, almost no one comes from the Americas, and even there are not many guests from Eastern Europe. If it was in the railway era, it is estimated that the revenue of Fashion Week could have doubled. In addition, Joseph had several other huge gains that he had not calculated. The first is the real estate project. The vacant land in the Tuileries garden has been developed into the Palace Garden community. There are a total of 75 villas in the first phase, with an average price of 48,000 livres. Half of them have been sold so far. That is an income of more than 1.8 million livres. And there is an endless stream of people who come to consult and view houses every day. This house hasn't been built yet, and no one can see the finished product. Otherwise it might have been sold out long ago. Joseph was not in a hurry. According to the real estate routines of later generations, prices would increase from time to time, and there would be news of a certain dupe moving in. By the time the house was topped out, the average price was estimated to be at least 60,000 livres. Moreover, after the completion of the first phase of the project, supporting hospitals, schools, etc. have also been built, and the second phase of the project is basically pure profit. Compared with real estate, which can earn huge amounts of money, the cosmetics of the Paris Angel Company and the carriage sales of the Jewel G carriage shop are nothing to behold. Among them, cosmetics sold more than 800,000 livres in 6 days, and the horse-drawn carriage shop had just started, resulting in a serious shortage of supply, with revenue of less than 120,000 livres. Joseph roughly estimated that by the end of the month, the Fashion Week organizing committee should be able to earn over 7 million livres. The French finance and royal family accounted for the majority of this, and the Paris Chamber of Commerce also received 3% of the income, because it invested some money. However, for Joseph, most of the money belonged to him. The French government owed him a loan of 6 million livres, and he later put in millions more to buy food. My brothers have settled the accounts. The French government wants to return the money to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, so let's deduct it from the proceeds of the Fashion Week. As for the royal family, it was put directly into his pocket. What the Queen said at the beginning was to give the Tuileries Palace to her son for free. Of course, some amount will definitely have to be given to the Queen in the future. If everyone makes money, the road ahead will be wider, and all the income from the palace garden belongs to Joseph. Because he is the only developer. He previously spent 50,000 livres on the land in the Tuileries Gardens. It was all vacant land at the time, but it has now become the top luxury area in Paris. Lin finally settled down. He worked hard to organize a fashion week, and the net income was about 10 million livres. With this money, more food can be purchased from overseas to cope with the upcoming famine. Joseph continued to look at the income details of Fashion Week. Among all projects, the highest revenue is naturally the sales share of fashion, shoes, hats, jewelry, etc., including store rent, which totals 1.47 million livres. Based on a 15% minus 25% share, a total of more than 6 million livres of clothing and jewelry have been sold during Fashion Week so far. The project that ranked second in terms of revenue surprised Joseph a little. It turned out to be an inconspicuous amusement arcade. There are 75 machines in the Tuileries Palace and 30 machines outside. In the past 6 days, a total of more than 800,000 livres have been made. On average, one machine can earn 1,200 livres per day. Joseph suddenly felt, why bother to engage in industry and commerce? This thing is no faster than making money. However, he also understands that the reason why these game consoles can make so much money is, firstly, because they are novel and everyone is interested in them. Secondly, because the people attending the Fashion Week this time are all very wealthy people. As long as they have fun, it doesn't matter how much money you put into it. If time passes and everyone's freshness wears off, Coupled with economic factors, it will definitely be impossible to have such an exaggerated income point, and Joseph didn't want the French to suffer financial hardship due to their addiction to these game consoles. From now on, we can only put a dozen or so in the Palace of Versailles, and leave the rest to the colonies. The following income items are: accommodation, Eden playground, special services, catering. Joseph then asked Fliezel about some Fashion Week operations, and then heard the melodious music coming from outside, so he had to end the revenue report. The catwalk will start in more than 10 minutes. Fliezel has to go. Busy. Joseph looked out the window at the crowded Fashion Week scene, and was already planning in his mind how to maximize the benefits of this event. In fact, as for the direct economic income, he cares more about the hidden benefits of Fashion Week. For example, it has made a huge contribution to improving the image of France. When the guests attending Fashion Week return home, they will surely tell everyone about the grand occasion of Fashion Week and the prosperity of Paris. This will attract additional investment to France, as well as all kinds of talents who yearn for the comfortable environment here. After the influence of the Fashion Week is stable, we can build on this basis the European Expo and various awards activities to further improve France's international status and attract more investment and talents. In addition, the total price of all kinds of clothing sold during this Fashion Week is more than 4 million livres, most of which are from Lyon. Previously, due to the lack of competitiveness of France's textile industry and the reduction of tariffs by the Treaty of Eden, Lyon's textile industry was almost on the verge of collapse. Historically, a large number of Lyon textile workers were unemployed, which was also one of the triggers for the outbreak of the dagemming. The publicity of this Fashion Week will bring about hot sales of French clothing. Although my French textile technology is not as good as yours in the UK, the good sales of our clothes can largely make up for the high cost of fabrics. Of course, at present, most families buy fabrics and make their own clothes. The ready-made clothing market is still very small, and it is mainly concentrated in the lowest end. However, Joseph is confident that he can use some promotion methods to significantly increase sales of ready-made clothing. In this way, the French textile industry can be stabilized to a stage where it can compete with the British. Chapter 159 Across-era production model. In fact, Joseph had already begun some paving work to promote ready-to-wear before this Fashion Week. For example, he will put forward special requirements for the designers at Fashion Week, asking them to try to avoid the common shape of chest, waist and buttocks with clear latitude and longitude when designing, and switch to a smooth transition model of the waist near, because clothing that emphasizes the chest, waist, and buttocks, especially skirts, has very strict size requirements. Two people of similar height and weight, just because there is a slight difference in the distance between the chest and waist, their clothes will not match each other at all. Change. By changing to a smooth transition style, the same clothing can be made for them in standard sizes. It also happened that French designers were looking for inspiration for this season's fashion. They greatly appreciated this somewhat retro design style, which was slightly similar to the long skirts of ancient Rome, so they turned to designing waists. Smooth transition fashion. Of course, this also has a lot to do with the fact that the proposer of the design style is the Crown Prince. After all, European fashion looks to France, French fashion looks to Paris, and Parisian fashion looks to the royal family. After that, Joseph discussed with people from the Lyon Textile Industry Guild and initially formulated a standard for ready-to-wear sizes, temporarily divided into 5 sizes: small, medium, large and very large according to men's and women's sizes, and announced them specific requirements for each size for men and women. After this Fashion Week is over, Joseph will also ask the Textile Industry Association to continue to refine the size standards and promote them throughout France. The next step is to find ways to expand the scale of garment production and continuously reduce costs. When the cost of ready-made clothes is low enough for ordinary people to accept it, there will be many people who are more concerned about style and are not so tight on money, and will be willing to switch from homemade clothes to buying ready-made clothes. Joseph also knew that this would be a difficult process, and he would need to cooperate with industrial policies, add new textile machines, and be driven by steam engines to make it possible. It is even necessary to solve the problem of the landed aristocracy, cancel the privileges of feudal lords, and liberate a large number of tenant farmers to provide industrial labor. It's difficult. Joseph sighed with a wry smile. Congratulations, my dear Mr. Walsh. On the east side of the Tuileries garden, in front of a villa that was 1/3 full, under the watchful eyes of more than a dozen tall and handsome salespeople, the sales manager solemnly handed a bunch of keys and the deed to Walsh too. From this moment on, you have officially become the owner of the distinguished palace garden. From now on, your biggest worry may be that there are too many envious looks directed at you. Immediately, cheerful music sounded all around, and beautiful girls came forward to present flowers to Walsh, and then the priest prayed for the new home. All in all, the ceremony was full of atmosphere, attracting countless passers-by to stop and watch. Yes, Mr. Walsh finally failed to withstand the temptation and spent £2,050 to buy a house in the palace garden. The main reason for this is that he learned from his own channels that France will vigorously develop the garment industry, thereby significantly increasing the demand for wool and textiles, and he happened to be a wool merchant. Buying a house in Paris and doing business in France is perfect. Of course, another reason is that the prices of houses in the palace garden are rising every day. The house he bought was 50,000 livres, or £2,000, 3 days ago. In the blink of an eye, it had risen to £2,050. This made him annoyed about his hesitation in the past few days. When he heard from the salesperson that the price would continue to increase in a few days, he couldn't bear it anymore and immediately decided to buy a house. And Mrs. Walsh was even more delighted. From the first moment she arrived in Paris, she fell in love with it. The whole city was clean, comfortable, tidy, full of fashion, and there were convenient buses and carriages. By the way, there is also the extremely reassuring public security environment. The policemen patrolling the streets of Paris are all very impressive. Not only do they never extort foreigners or vendors, but when they encounter someone committing theft or robbery, they will even rush in immediately to bring them to justice. And if this were in London, the British police would have disappeared long ago, unless the victim was a noble. Of course, she didn't know that just a few months ago, the police in Paris were on the same level as their British counterparts. This was a new phenomenon only after the Dauphin's police reform. Mrs. Walsh had written a letter to her precious son in London last night, asking him to take his fiancée to Paris for a vacation. After returning, they would be able to brag in social situations for a long time. Frost Moon 1788. Paris Fashion Week, which shocked the whole of Europe, has finally come to an end. After a great event, memories of endless revelry and the intoxicating luxury of the Tuileries Palace remain. Immediately, the Paris Fashion Art Exhibition officially opened. This art exhibition is mainly used to showcase French designers. Only by making their names known can the world be more accepting of Parisian fashion. During the 5-day art exhibition, fashion designers from all over Europe will be invited to select the best designers of the year and award them with the Golden Feather Award. On the same day, another very important event happened that not many people knew about. That is, the Royal French Ordnance Factory has completed all preparatory work and officially started production. On the southeast side of the Palace of Versailles Square, outside the plane tree forest, there is a small courtyard 100 meters square, surrounded by a stone wall. There is a crucible furnace for iron making in the courtyard, as well as a dozen wooden work sheds of various sizes. At this time, Joseph was standing in front of the main entrance of the small courtyard, where the Royal Ordnance Factory stone tablet was erected, bowing his head and saluting the departing figure of Louis XVI. Just now, he accompanied His Majesty the King to attend the opening ceremony of the Ordnance Factory. Dad was probably too happy. For the first time, he gave a speech of up to 5 sentences in public, and basically did not stumble. Of course, after all, this is a factory invested by him to mass produce the weapons he developed, and even the main craftsmen were trained by him. It is normal to be happy. After seeing his father off, Joseph turned back and looked at the 2 core managers of the Ordnance Factory, ready to get down to business. Mr. Garman, what is the current production capacity? An old man with a flat nose two big eye bags on his face, and a pair of small, but particularly bright eyes, immediately leaned forward and said, "Your Highness, we can currently make 3 flash cap guns per day, but this will soon be increased to 4. The Ordnance Factory currently has only one product, the August 1788 percussion cap gun." Joseph frowned when he heard this. 4 guns were made every day, 120 guns a month, and the annual output was not enough to equip an infantry regiment. He did control the scale of this ordnance factory to be relatively small after his on-site inspection. He found that, not to mention the Palace of Versailles, even the entire Paris did not have supporting industries for the production of weapons. For example, iron making, rough wood processing, screws, belts, etc. cannot be supplied. Therefore, he decided to only build a demonstration factory near the Palace of Versailles to train craftsmen and conduct small-scale production. A larger ordnance factory is already under construction in Saint-Étienne and should be completed next month. However, even if it is just a demonstration factory, the output is a bit too low, right? He walked into the courtyard with 2 supervisors, turned his head and asked, "Mr. Garman, can you increase production in a short period of time? For example, 10 pills per day?" Louis XVI lock-making teacher and the current technical director of the ordnance factory immediately shook his head and said, "Your Highness, you see, His Majesty has barely had much rest in the past month, and he has barely allowed 4 craftsmen to master the manufacturing process of the flash cap gun. Oh, and this includes me." He participated in the development of the flash cap gun on the spot and did not need training. Now, the 4 of us have to teach the apprentices. We work until late at night every day to get out a musket. He hasn't said yet that the barrel for the flash cap gun is a rough blank custom made directly from Charleville, otherwise he wouldn't be able to finish even one in a day. Joseph frowned again and said in surprise, "Why not let other craftsmen participate in the production, and the 4 of you will supervise and guide them?" "You No, Louis XVI hired 16 senior gunsmiths from other places for his ordnance factory, and as many as 50 middle and low-level craftsmen. If these people all took action, the production capacity would never be so miserable." Garman wondered, "Your Highness, the craftsmanship of a flash cap gun is very different from that of a flintlock gun, especially the barrel and bolt. You must master every step of the process and practice repeatedly to make a qualified gun." Joseph immediately discovered the logical problem in his words. In other words, except for the barrel and bolt part, the rest is almost the same as a flintlock gun. "Well, that's true. Then, the 4 of you will be responsible for making the barrel and bolt. Others will make other parts. Then assemble it. Wouldn't this greatly increase the speed?" "Your Highness, I'm afraid this is impossible." Before Garman could say anything, the little middle-aged man with brown curly hair next to him said, "Each craftsman has very different technical habits and characteristics, parts to fit together perfectly." Garman immediately nodded and added, "Mr. Martiniere is right. Even if you are an apprentice of a craftsman, it is difficult to guarantee that the things made by the master will be exactly the same." Joseph couldn't help but raise his forehead, but he had forgotten that this was still the era of handicraft industry, and there was no such thing as standard parts production. It was not until the beginning of the 19th century that the concept of standard parts began to appear. It would be another 20 years before it was actually applied in production. As for the assembly line production model that requires standard parts as front-end technology, it is a no-brainer. He sighed and looked at the manager and technical director in front of him. "Then, let's try to change this situation. There is a production method called parts standardization." The 2 supervisors looked at each other with confusion on their faces. "Parts standardization, that's right." Joseph nodded. "To put it simply, when the same firearm is produced by different craftsmen, they must strictly abide by the pre-implemented parts standards in terms of shape, materials, size, etc. The tolerance range cannot be exceeded." "Oh, I will explain to you what tolerance is. This ensures that no matter who makes the parts, they can be interchanged at will." "How is this possible?" Garman and Martiniere said in unison. Joseph entered the office with the 2 of them, motioned for them to sit down, and said seriously, "This can definitely be done. Of course, some means need to be used. First, a batch of more precise measuring tools must be made. Garman immediately said, "You mean something like a spiral micrometer?" Joseph nodded. "That's right. Then you will lead the best craftsmen to formulate the production process standards, product execution standards, quality inspection standards and other standards for flash cap guns, even the placement of tools, and finally everything has a unified standard. Oh, I will ask someone to write a detailed document about the meaning of these standards and give it to you later." Joseph continued, "After the standards are formulated, the craftsmen will be uniformly trained. When everyone is making parts, they must use the same tools, use the same measurement methods, and operate in strict accordance with various standard documents. It is strictly forbidden to change any step according to their own wishes. The completed parts will be handed over to the person responsible for quality inspection for measurement. If the tolerance is exceeded, the part will be scrapped. The parts produced in this way are almost identical from material to size. In the end, even if the parts are given to unskilled workers, they can be assembled into a qualified musket." The two supervisors' eyes widened immediately. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince's method may sound unbelievable, but if you think about it carefully, it is very possible to achieve it. If produced in this way, only a small number of craftsmen who are familiar with all processes are required to formulate standards, and other craftsmen only need to follow the standards step by step. As you can imagine, the production speed will be greatly increased, and training craftsmen will become much simpler. How did the Crown Prince come up with such a wonderful idea? The Son of God is truly worthy of his name. Joseph gave them a general introduction to concepts such as tolerance and quality inspection, and finally said, "Artisans may not be so receptive to the new production model. In the early stages of implementation, output may even decrease, but as long as you persist, production efficiency will definitely be greatly improved. During this time, I will work with you to set all production standards and help you train craftsmen." Joseph suddenly thought that perhaps the standardization system should be implemented in factories such as machine tool factories and steam engine factories, and even national level product standards should be introduced. However, this again involves the issue of metric standardization. At present, various units are used to measure length, weight, etc. in various parts of France. Even the same unit meter will be measured differently by craftsmen in southern France and northern France. Of course, this is even more true in other European countries. If you want to promote industrialization at the national level, unifying measurement standards is the minimum requirement. The young author hereby urges readers to subscribe more, vote more monthly, and leave more messages. The young author is grateful. Your support is the motivation for me to code. Reader group 1,036,217,580. Everyone is welcome to join the group and chat and discuss together. Chapter 160. The Irresponsible Director of the Gunpowder Bureau. Joseph couldn't help but sigh a little when he thought about unifying the measurement standards. Speaking of which, the French Academy of Sciences, at the suggestion of several academic leaders, has long been preparing to form a standards committee to unify measurement standards. Speaking of which, the French scientific community is very forward-looking. The first metrics initiative across Europe. However, due to the terrible efficiency of today's bureaucracy, the Academy of Sciences application for funding has not been discussed for several years, and the Standards Committee has nothing to do. Historically, it was not until after the Great Order that this matter was implemented with the support of the National Convention. The efforts of the French Standards Committee also promoted the formulation of world metric units and paved the way for French industrialization. But for now, the Standards Committee is just an idea. Joseph knew that he had to intervene in this matter, otherwise he might not be able to see a unified unit of measurement in 10 or 8 years. This damn bureaucracy in France. Joseph shook his head secretly. Once we have our hands free, we must rectify the official system as soon as possible. It was not until dinner time that Joseph finally got the two ordnance factory supervisors to roughly understand the concept of standardized production. Standardized production was basically common sense, and later generations, and even small workshops in the countryside, would follow this standard when producing. However, at the end of the 18th century, this was an extremely advanced concept, and it was not easy for the two supervisors to accept it. In addition, Joseph also talked about some business management skills, which increased their learning pressure. Joseph was also exhausted at this time. He even drank a large glass of water to relieve the discomfort in his throat caused by the overloaded work. Thinking of having to continue tomorrow, he felt a headache. According to the current progress, it will take at least half a month to complete the knowledge of standardized production. I have spent so much effort, but only trained 2 people, Garman and Martiniere. Isn't this cost efficiency ratio a bit too low? It's about lecturing anyway, so why not teach a few more people at once? He immediately thought that he might be able to directly open a course on industrial enterprise management, which would definitely be more efficient than teaching them one by himself. So who should we find to be the first batch of lecturers when Joseph thought of business management? The figure of Vergniaud immediately appeared in his mind. Vergniaud had previously completed potato promotion and came to report to him, and then stayed in Paris to enjoy the fashion week, and happened to have not returned to Bordeaux yet. Vergniaud is a business owner himself and also runs a plantation. He is also good at preaching and has a high work enthusiasm. He is very suitable for spreading advanced concepts of industrial management. Even his Girondin friends were well suited to the task. In the early stage, let them go to industrial development zones to teach factory executives. Later, they can open a course at the University of Paris to train professional managers. This is much more scientific than traditional family management. Perhaps France's industrialization technology capabilities and production capacity will not be able to match those of the UK in a short period of time, but in terms of management, it can definitely surpass it in advance. Optimizing management models often improves production efficiency more than new technologies. Thinking of this, Joseph summoned Emin and ordered, "Please send someone tomorrow to find Mr. Vergniaud, the one who helped me promote potatoes in Bordeaux." "Okay, Your Highness. I'm very impressed with Mr. Vergniaud. Oh, by the way, there is also his friend. I think his name is Jane Sonnet. Let him come too." "Okay, Your Highness." Joseph was about to end his teaching and go back to the Palace of Versailles for dinner when he suddenly caught a glimpse of the ordnance factory manager recording the quality inspection requirements he just mentioned. All guns must be fired with live ammunition at least 5 times before leaving the factory. He immediately thought of the production progress of the copper flash caps that matched the flash cap guns, so he looked at Martiniere and asked, "Mr. Martiniere, do you know how the production of the copper flash caps is going over there?" The latter hurriedly said, "Your Highness, I went to the Royal Gunpowder Bureau to ask the day before yesterday. They said that it will take about 3 or 4 months before the first batch of mercury fulminate can be trial produced, and then the copper flash caps can be delivered." The Royal Bureau of Gunpowder is a French department responsible for the research, development, and production of gunpowder. Explosives such as mercury fulminate naturally have to be produced by them 3 or 4 months. "So slow?" Joseph frowned when he heard this. Martiniere said, "They seem to say that they have tried it several times, but they all failed." "Okay, I understand." Joseph sighed helplessly. Mercury fulminate is a technology that the British mastered 10 years ago. I also introduced the synthesis method of mercury fulminates to the Royal Gunpowder Bureau, but they still can't figure it out. Noon the next day. In the Palace of Versailles, in the Crown Prince's drawing room, the assistant director of the French Royal Powder Bureau and the production manager stood awkwardly in front of Joseph, grimacing as they kept explaining, "Your Highness, you did tell us the synthesis method, but the specific ratio of raw materials, process, etc. we still need to explore slowly." The thin production manager nodded repeatedly. "Yeah, you know, you need to be extremely careful when experimenting with this kind of high explosives. We have also discovered before that highly toxic gases will be produced during the trial production process." Fortunately, no one was injured. Joseph was also a little helpless. He only knew that mercury fulminate was obtained from the reaction of mercury and nitric acid, and that it required crystallization and cooling. but he had never done it himself. In his previous life, making explosives only took 3 years to start, and there was no limit point. But he didn't expect that, after gathering the research and development efforts of the entire Gunpowder Bureau, there would still be no progress after a month. If it comes to other things, it's a big deal to buy technology directly from the British, but for military related things like mercury fulminate, they don't sell it at all. Joseph looked at the executives of the Gunpowder Bureau with a stern face. Even so, it won't take 3 or 4 months to complete the trial production, right? The assistant director said cautiously. Your Highness, if our director is here, it will probably take up to a month. No, he was the one who presided over the testing of this new type of explosive before. However, he took a long leave at the beginning of the year, so, taking leave at the beginning of the year, Joseph frowned. It's almost April now. This director is really laid back. Does he not want to do this? He said coldly. Who is your director? Let him come to see me immediately. The production manager whispered. Yes, it's Mr. Lavoisier. Wait a moment. I'll go find him right now. Wait. Joseph heard the name and raised his hand to stop him. You mean Mr. Lavoisier? The Lavoisier who discovered oxygen? The two executives looked at each other and nodded. Your Highness, it is indeed our director who discovered oxygen. He also wrote masterpieces such as Introduction to Combustion. Chapter 161 The Father of Chemistry. Joseph could not say that he had heard of the name Lavoisier. He could only say that he had heard it like thunder. The greatest French chemist in the 18th century. He is known as the father of modern chemistry and the Newton of chemistry. He is the founder of modern chemistry. Proved the law of conservation of mass. Defines the concept of element. Invented the modern chemical list, the prototype of the periodic table of element. Created the oxidation theory, and ended the phlogiston theory. To put it simply, it is the fighting bull among the chemistry giants. Joseph suddenly felt relieved. No wonder the Royal Gunpowder Bureau couldn't do anything without their director. Any department would be dependent on a skilled man like Lavoisier. It is estimated that all the previous research and development work of the Gunpowder Bureau was conducted around Lavoisier. When he asked for leave, the others lost their backbone. The assistant director of the Gunpowder Bureau looked at the Crown Prince carefully. Your Highness, then I will inform the director to come see you. No need. Joseph stood up. Whether it was out of admiration for the scholars who left their names in history or respect for the current academic masters, he felt that he should pay a visit to Lavoisier in person. He looked at the assistant director. Please tell me Mr. Lavoisier's address. Less than 2 miles outside the Palace of Versailles. You can see people changing to track carriages not far away. The British track laying technicians are quite fast. The wooden track has now been laid to the western suburbs of Paris. In another month at most, you can take the track carriage directly from the Palace of Versailles to Paris. The nobles who were queuing up to change cars all made way for the Crown Prince. Joseph did not refuse and got directly into a 4-person track carriage. The car was speeding on the wooden track at a very fast speed, more than twice as fast as an ordinary carriage, and because the resistance of the wooden track is very small, it is obvious that the horse pulling the cart is extremely relaxed, almost like running without any load. In the past, on the way from Versailles to Paris, the horse had to slow down and rest at least once or twice. This time, not only did the horse not rest, but it even accelerated and sprinted when it encountered a downhill section, causing the driver to have to make a continuous "oh" sound to restrain the horse. Joseph looked out the window at the trees that were rapidly sweeping backwards and estimated that the speed of the car was close to that of the electric donkeys of later generations. He secretly thought that he should first build a wooden track around Paris, and then build a north-south track across Paris. The east-west wooden rails had been repaired ahead of Fashion Week. By then, the overall traffic efficiency of Paris will be the highest in Europe, significantly improving the efficiency of the entire city. As for the construction cost, with the demonstration effect of this wooden track, it is completely possible to raise funds from the private sector and use the operating rights of rail transit as a means of repayment. Just like the highway model of later generations. When Paris's rail transit becomes famous, we can try to build rail lines from Paris to Lyon and other industrial areas. To promote product sales you should know that, although these wooden tracks can only be used for carriages, they will not be wasted in the future, because the foundation and sleepers below can be used with railway tracks after France's steel production increased, and the steam train was invented. The wooden tracks above were removed and replaced with railroad tracks, allowing trains to pass in a short time point in just an hour. The carriage arrived at the west side of Paris Saint-Germain district. Joseph got out of the car and walked a short distance and saw a grey-white villa not far away. Him looked around at the road signs and said to him, "Your Highness, this should be here." Joseph looked at the exquisite villa, as well as the 300 to 400 square meters of flower gardens and children's play area within the walls of the villa, and then he remembered Lavoisier's other identity, a tax collector. If I remember correctly, Lavoisier contracted the salt tax and tobacco tax of 500,000 livres, and his annual income should be 80,000 to 100,000. He was considered a very wealthy family. However, it was precisely this identity that caused him to lose his life in Dagen. Lagrange once said sadly, "They can chop his head off in the blink of an eye, but a mind like his won't grow again in 100 years. Joseph sighed in his heart. As long as he was around, he would never let a gem-level scientist like Lavoisier be killed. Lavoisier never expected that His Royal Highness the Dauphin would suddenly visit, and he was surprised and nervous to welcome him with his whole family and servants. "Ah, it's such an honor for me, His Royal Highness the Dauphin." Lavoisier saluted respectfully in front of the door. "I didn't expect you to come here." Joseph smiled and nodded in return, pulled the chemist toward the room, and asked with concern, "I heard that you took a long leave. Are you feeling unwell?" "Thank you for your concern, Your Highness." Lavoisier shook his head with a smile. "I'm fine. You see, it's very strong. I had to take a break from my work at the Royal Gunpowder Bureau, only because I needed to concentrate on the paper at hand." Joseph asked curiously, "Oh, what masterpiece are you writing?" "Oh, I named it Basic Discourse on Chemistry," Lavoisier said, showing a proud look. "This is the summary of all my ideas about chemistry. I believe it will definitely bring new life to the world of chemistry." Joseph was shocked. No wonder Lavoisier could take such a long leave. It turned out that the foundation work of modern chemistry was about to be released. Essential Essays on Chemistry was later rated as one of the 3 great masterpieces of the world's natural sciences, together with Newton's mathematical principles of natural philosophy and Darwin's On the Origin of Species. Joseph was moved to the sofa by Lavoisier, sat down on the sofa that the hostess had tidied 3 times, and said to Lavoisier, "Please take a seat, please." He thought about the main purpose of his trip, and said with some hesitation, "Mr. Lavoisier, although it may affect your research, there is something that only you can help with now." "Oh, please feel free to ask, Your Highness. It is my honor. I need the Gunpowder Bureau to trial produce mercury fulminate as soon as possible, but they said that without you presiding over the test, they might not be able to produce the finished product until 4 months later." Lavoisier nodded slightly. "Are you talking about the kind of explosive that is easy to explode on impact? I have seen it in British papers. It should be made of mercury and nitric acid. I guess it should be crystallized to get a purer final product. And a catalyst may also be used." Joseph praised it in his heart. He was worthy of being an academic master. He only looked at the public papers and estimated the preparation process. Lavoisier continued, "Clovis and the others may not be very good at such delicate experimental operations. Your Highness, I can help you trial produce mercury fulminate, but I can only go to the Gunpowder Bureau 2 days a week." Joseph thought that even 2 days would do, and he could not delay the publication of Basic Treatise on Chemistry. He asked, "How long do you estimate it will take to complete the experiment?" 1 month. Lavoisier looked at his wife beside him with soft eyes. "If Mariana is willing to help." Note 1. Note 1. Madame Lavoisier's name should be Marianne. For the convenience of reading, the connector is omitted in the text. Chapter 162 Progress in Chemistry. Mrs. Lavoisier immediately smiled and nodded. "Your Highness, I'm willing to do my part, if you need it." Joseph did not expect Lavoisier to admire his wife so highly. Although he was a little surprised, he still said gratefully, "It's great that you can help." Lavoisier continued, "Your Highness, although Mariana has never gone to college, you can definitely trust her experimental operation skills. In fact, she has been managing my laboratory for these years. I will make experimental plans every week. In terms of specific experimental operations, her efficiency is even higher than mine." After Lavoisier's explanation, Joseph learned that Lavoisier's wife had been studying chemical experiments with him after marrying him, and became his de facto assistant. It can be said that her indelible contribution was among Lavoisier's experimental achievements. Joseph thanked the Lavoisiers again, and then chatted with them. While talking, Joseph suddenly caught a glimpse of a strange oil painting hanging on the wall of Lavoisier's house. It had a yellow background and a neat bunch of strange symbols painted on it. Two triangles stacked on top of each other, with a trident, circles, glowing suns and so on. "It looks like a wizard's potion recipe." Lavoisier followed his eyes and immediately showed a proud smile. "Your Highness, that is the table of element I made. I have discovered 33 element. Countless objects in the world are all made of these little things. Made up of, look, that one is hydrogen, that one is oxygen, and this one is gold." Seeing Joseph's eyes stiffen, he hurriedly explained, "Oh, the so-called element are simple substances that cannot be decomposed by any method in terms of chemical concepts." "Ah, thank you for your explanation." Joseph then reacted. Of course, it was not that he did not understand what element were, but he was surprised that Lavoisier and his contemporaries chemists actually conducted a large number of fruitful researches based on this wizard spell-like elemental symbol. He suddenly felt that he might be able to help Lavoisier improve the efficiency of his research, which might allow him to devote more time to the trial production of mercury. Fulminate. He considered it for a moment, pointed to the table of element on the wall, and asked, "Mr. Lavoisier, does the way these symbols are drawn have any special meaning?" Lavoisier was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. "There is nothing special, Your Highness. In fact, most of them are painted according to traditional habits." What he calls traditional habits is actually alchemy. In the early days of research on chemical element, many concepts even came from alchemy, such as phlogiston, which was falsified by Lavoisier, and the wind element. Therefore, it is very logical to directly use the elemental symbols from the alchemical era. Joseph looked thoughtful and said, "If there is no special meaning, why draw them so complicatedly? It might be much more convenient if we directly use Latin letters to represent element." "Ah, do you have paper and pen here?" Lavoisier hurriedly gestured toward the study. "Over there, Your Highness." Joseph followed him to the study room on the second floor, picked up a pen, and wrote a C and an O on the paper. For example, these represent carbon and oxygen respectively. So, carbon dioxide. He recalled the chemistry knowledge he had learned in the 18th century. Today's carbon dioxide seems to be called carbonic acid, so he changed his words. Then carbonic acid can be written like this. He immediately wrote CO2 and added some symbols between the letters to become C+2O equals CO2. Lavoisier's eyes widened immediately. Your way of writing the reaction process is indeed very clear and concise." He glanced at the wizard spell he had written on the manuscript next to him, and couldn't hide his excitement. "I dare say that, if you teach students according to your writing method, the time they spend in each class will be reduced by half." Joseph added, "We can use the first letter of the Latin word for each element as the symbol of the element. If there are repetitions, use the first two letters. This not only makes the writing concise, but also makes it easier to remember." "That's right. Your suggestion is so creative." Lavoisier took out a piece of paper and quickly wrote 33 letters on it. It took less than 20 seconds. He immediately seemed more excited. "Your Highness, you are simply a genius." "Oh, no, your mind must be kissed by God. If we write it according to the previous way, we can't even finish half of it in such a short time, and it is far less clear than the letters, especially when used to express the reaction process. This will definitely greatly improve the efficiency of chemical research. Your Highness, may I ask, will I use this writing method in my basic discussion of chemistry?" "Of course. Joseph proposed alphabetizing element symbols in order to complete basic discussion of chemistry faster, seeing that Lavoisier was already immersed in sorting out new symbols. He was about to say goodbye and leave, but when he turned around, he caught a glimpse of a document on the corner of the table. Proposals on length standards. He casually picked up the 3-page document and found that it was written by Lavoisier and the mathematician Monge to the French Academy of Sciences. The content is to recommend the use of meter as the standard unit of length and urge the Academy of Sciences to establish a standards committee as soon as possible. Only then did Joseph remember that Lavoisier seemed to be a core member of the future standards committee. I'm trying to promote the unification of measurement standards in France, and the most suitable person to preside over this matter is right in front of me. Lavoisier looked up and saw the Dauphin reading his proposal and explained, "Your Highness, the current use of measurement units in academia is very confusing. This has brought a great negative impact to everyone's research. For example, scholars in Paris and Marseille who want to discuss a problem have to waste half an hour deciding what method of measurement to use." Joseph nodded. "You are right. And not only in academia, but also in actual production. The lack of unified measurement standards will also cause many problems." He put the document back on the table, looked at Lavoisier and said, "I heard that the preparations for the standards committee of the Academy of Sciences are very slow. If necessary, I may be able to promote this matter. For example, I will solve the funding problem and the royal family will form a committee." "That's great." Lavoisier was delighted. He had long been fed up with the dilly-dallying of the Academy of Sciences, and the reputation of the Dauphin as young and capable had long spread throughout Paris. If the Dauphin could preside over this matter, France would surely soon have its own standard length unit. "You have brought a ray of hope to French academia," Joseph continued. "Moreover, I hope to not only establish units of length, but also mass, temperature, heat, etc., and use this opportunity to unify all their units. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163, France's biggest corruption criminal. Lavoisier suddenly became even more excited. The Crown Prince wanted to integrate the entire French academic community. No, if the standard unit system is established, it can even integrate European academic circles. Joseph still seems not satisfied. After the unification of measurement units, the standards committee still has a lot to do. For example, we can formulate national level industrial standards, the hardness and strength of steel, the purity of liquids, the interface specifications of bolts, the wheelbase of carriages, etc., so that all aspects of industrial production can be followed. Standards can even be issued for the tools used by craftsmen in various industries. Craftsmen can quickly obtain suitable tools from all over the country. As he continued to talk, Lavoisier's eyes grew wider and wider. He could feel that with every word the Crown Prince spoke, France's academic and industrial foundation would become more and more solid. He suddenly interrupted Joseph. "Your Highness, I think I should call Mr. Lagrange and Mr. Monge to let everyone listen to your grand plan. Perhaps, today, right here, we can officially establish the French Standards Committee." At night, a group of France's top scientists yawned and came out of Lavoisier's house. At the door, everyone stopped and turned around, saluting the Crown Prince and saying goodbye. Joseph was also quite tired, but he still greeted everyone warmly. "I invite you all to come to the Palace of Versailles tomorrow, and we will continue to discuss the Standards Committee." Lagrange, Monge, Condorcet and others hurriedly bowed to agree, and then left each other, but they all sighed in their hearts. In the past, they always felt that the French Academy of Sciences acted too slowly, but now that the Dauphin has pushed forward the matter, he hastened to do so. "It's a little too tight. It would be nice if the two could be averaged." Joseph also said goodbye to Lavoisier and was about to get into the carriage when he suddenly remembered something and said to the chemist, "Mr. Lavoisier, I have some suggestions for you, although The business profits of tax farmers are relatively large. There are also many trivial matters, which will take up a lot of your time for research. Moreover, the government may be about to abolish the tax farming system, so you may be able to give up this business in advance. The reason why he told Lavoisier this was because when the tax system was reformed, it was likely to destroy the interests of the tax collectors. Lavoisier inevitably suffered losses. Lavoisier seemed very embarrassed. Although the crown prince said so, he was still reluctant to part with the annual income of nearly 80,000 livres. Joseph continued, "You don't have to worry about income. After mercury fulminate is put into production, I will also invest in some chemical industries. At that time, you can invest in shares with technology. I can guarantee that you can get much higher than the tax package. Income, the refining of coal tar, the production of chemical fertilizers, the synthesis of chemical dyes, etc., are all chemical industries that have a great impact on the Industrial Revolution and can bring huge profits." Now that Joseph has the cards of Lavoisier and his wife, he will naturally not miss these properties. Lavoisier's eyes lit up. To be honest, he was more willing to devote himself to chemical projects than to deal with the market all day long. As a tax collector, he immediately bowed sincerely and thanked. "Thank you for your generosity, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. May God bless you." After Paris Charity Week came to an end, the Paris Fashion Week series of activities, which lasted for more than half of the year, officially came to an end point. The citizens of Paris seemed to have spent a long festival. Although they were busy and nervous, they all gained tangible benefits from this event. A large number of Parisian families earn more than a typical month's household income simply by renting out their homes to overnight tourists. What everyone failed to notice is that foreign tourists' praise of Paris and Fashion Week has greatly enhanced their self-confidence and pride. While the citizens of Paris were busy cleaning the rooms where tourists had stayed, at the port of Marseille, 2 ordinary merchant ships and 1 armed merchant ship, escorted by the Royal Navy frigate HMS Biplane, slowly sailed towards the Mediterranean. The merchant ship was flying the Russian flag, and the words Gemini Trading Company were painted on the ship. However, except for a few Russian advisors on the ship, everyone from the captain to the sailors were French or Italian. The cabin is mainly filled with wine and brandy, in addition to some mid-range ready-made clothing, cosmetics, paper and other goods. The destination of the fleet is Crimea on the Black Sea. By the time they got there, Count Bobulinski's men had large quantities of flax and iron ready for shipment. Although the size of this caravan was not large, it was a voyage full of symbolic significance. A new chapter in Russian-French trade began. Mera, who was wearing a grey short coat and an old felt hat, looked up at the house number, raised his hand, and knocked on the door. The door opened a crack, and a pair of brown eyes peeked out, and then its owner sneered. "Ha, who do I think I am? Isn't this a government lackey? You are not welcome here." Mera blocked the door and said solemnly, "No matter what you think, I swear that I will always be a friend of the people." The owner's tone was full of sarcasm. "Oh, yes, after all, the secret police can barely be regarded as the people. You can use your government salary to declare your noble friendship. I've said it many times." Moller said sullenly, "The place where I work is called the Impartial Investigation Department, not the secret police. I'm doing investigation work, but I investigate corrupt officials. I have never done anything against the people. Harmful things." The person at the door seemed to be a little more relaxed. "Okay, fair sir. In short, you'd better leave." However, Merritt opened the door forcefully without any explanation, stepped in, and said to the stunned middle-aged man in the room, "Do you know? If you drive me away now, you will really harm the interests of countless people in Paris." "Oh, don't slander anyone. I've never done anything like that." Mera closed the door with his backhand and pulled the man into the house with a familiarity. "You think I want to work for the government? Of course not. But if I can use the power of the government to help more ordinary people, then I must do it. Moreover, the crown prince is completely different from the nobles who only suck blood." He waved his hand. "Forget it. Let's get down to business. Do you know how much money has this guy I'm investigating now embezzled?" The brown-eyed middle-aged man spread his hands. 500,000 livres? Or 800,000? Seeing Mera shaking his head, he snorted and said, is there still 1 million? No, you guessed wrong. Merritt said slowly, the number of his embezzlement may exceed 10 million livres. Chapter 164. 10 million. The brown-eyed middle-aged man was stunned, as if his brain storage unit could not accommodate such a large number. After a moment, he suddenly laughed. Haha, I see. The person you are talking about must be the king, right? Mera immediately shook his head. No, Vals, you guessed wrong. Ever since he had access to government financial data, he knew that, even if the king wanted to, he would never be able to embezzle tens of millions. In fact, most of the time, it is the king who supplements the national treasury. It's Necker. Merritt said solemnly. Jacques Necker, Vals, was stunned for a moment, then laughed louder. Mr. Necker? Haha, you said Mr. Necker is corrupt. Don't be ridiculous, Merritt. He is the finance minister who cares most about the poor. He didn't even raise taxes when he was in office. Necker spent many years in France, investing a lot of energy and financial resources to create an image of himself as a friend of the poor and helping the poor fight against the royal power. His efforts in this regard were fruitful. He didn't increase taxes. Moller nodded, but that may just be because the increased taxes cannot go directly into his pocket. Before Valls could refute, he immediately continued. Not long after he took office, he signed a loan contract of 5 million livres with a Swiss bank on the pretext of filling the financial gap with an interest rate of 23%. At the same time, there were many banks that were able to provide loans with interest rates much lower than this. I even saw in the documents that in the same month, the town hall in Brittany borrowed a loan from the bank with an interest rate of 19%. The reason Necker gave was that the credibility of the Swiss bank is more reliable. Hey, the bank handed over its gold coins to the government, and it still had to worry about the bank's credibility. Mera looked out the window at the cleaner, who was handling Fashion Week posters. While you were enjoying the Fashion Week event, I went to Switzerland and found out that the bank that originally provided the 5 million loan was opened by Necker's friend. Oh, they also worked together to sell grain from England before. Of course, this is only the first of questionable loans that I have investigated. In the more than 7 years since he served as Treasury Controller, the French government has borrowed more than 1 billion livres from major banks or big nobles. I suspect that most of them have problems. Valls frowned and said, are you saying that Mr. Necker used unreasonable loans to obtain benefits from the bank? That's probably what happened. If he only got 1% of the benefit from these loans, that would be over 10 million livres. No, it's impossible. Valls shook his head and murmured, Mr. Necker will not. Mera was well prepared. He took out a few pieces of paper from his coat pocket, unfolded them and put them on the table. These are the documents related to the 5 million loan that I copied. You will know after you look at them. If you still don't believe me, I can take you to see the original. Valls turned the document straight with 2 fingers, looked sideways for a while, then retracted his hand, as if bitten by a snake, and said in a low tone, why are you telling me this? You were once the most powerful reporter on finance and trade, and you also had many friends in the financial system. Perhaps you can provide me with some information about Necker. Valls pursed his lips and pondered for a few seconds, then shook his head and said, I'm sorry, I'm afraid I'm going to disappoint you. In those years, I only focused on positive news about Necker, and I really have nothing of value to give you. Anything will do. Indeed not. Valls suddenly paused as he spoke, looked at Mera and said, wait, there is a person, he may have what you want. Who is it? Corona, the previous finance minister. Valls said, he had a lot of conflicts with Necker. It is said that his dismissal was related to Necker. He once said in public, because of Necker's attack on his tax policy, don't think I don't know what you're doing. You know, your enemies are often the ones who know you best. Corona. Mera nodded thoughtfully. Where is he now? Have you forgotten? He was exiled to Lorraine. Thank you so much. Mera patted the middle-aged reporter hard, picked up his hat, and turned around, and walked out of the house point in the office of the Royal Ordnance Factory on the southeast side of the Palace of Versailles. Joseph who had just finished the production management class, rubbed his brows tiredly and looked at several documents in front of him. Point on the side, a middle-aged man with a pointed chin pointed to the documents and said, "Your Highness, this is a routine work report. This is the special investigation report of the relevant officials of Fashion Week. This is the special investigation report of the Police Intelligence Department. This is Mr. Mayor report requesting additional manpower." Joseph looked through the signatures one by one and said casually, "Thank you for your story, Mr. Cross. Oh, by the way, why didn't Mr. Merritt come today? This kind of work of submitting documents is usually done by Merritt, and the person has never changed. After all, these later Jacobins are somewhat repulsive to the royal family." Cross said, "Mr. Merritt had urgent matters and went to Lorraine last night." Lorraine? Joseph stopped writing. Did he say what it was? It seems to be related to the official he is investigating. Necker? Joseph frowned. Merritt didn't say a word to him about such a big thing. How many people did he bring? As you know, the impartial investigation unit is very short-staffed. There are only 2 of him and Mr. Evans. Joseph suddenly felt something was wrong. Merritt underestimated the ruthlessness of those capitalists. Perhaps it is because Necker has been pretending so well that people subconsciously feel that he is a gentle and good person, thus reducing their vigilance. He hurriedly turned to Eamon, who was standing not far away, and said, "Count Eamon, please notify Fouch immediately and ask him to send someone to find Mr. Merritt as soon as possible and protect him." "Yes, Your Highness." Philadelphia, USA Point, west bank of the Delaware River outside Benjamin Franklin's estate. Thomas Jefferson watched the French envoy limping off the carriage and couldn't help but frown slightly. The French sent such an unknown and somewhat disabled envoy. Come on, it seems to be a slight to the United States. However, as a diplomat from a small country, he knew exactly what to do. He immediately suppressed his displeasure, smiled, and greeted him, stroking his chest and saluting. "Welcome to Philadelphia, my dear Archbishop Talleyrand." He served as ambassador to France for a long time and was very fluent in French. The old man sitting in a wheelchair next to him seemed to be too old. He raised his hand and waved reluctantly. "Mr. Special Envoy, welcome." "When I was in Paris," Talleyrand only nodded to Jefferson, then looked at the old man in the wheelchair with a smile. "You look in good spirits, Mr. Franklin. God bless you. Oh, I heard a lot about you in Paris. You were a well-known figure at that time, and one of my good friends even has a portrait of you in his home. He knows very well that this 80-year-old man is the person who has the greatest influence on US policy today. If it hadn't been for his hard work, last year's US Constitutional Convention would have been difficult to hold smoothly." Not long after, in the brick red 3-story villa on the east side of Franklin Manor, Jefferson looked at Talleyrand with great joy and said, "You mean the French government wants to wipe out the Barbary pirates?" Talleyrand straightened his back and looked very confident. "Indeed, our king has deep sympathy for the United States encounter in the Mediterranean. In order to prevent your merchant ships from being slaughtered, he ignored the objections of several cabinet ministers and decided to completely eradicate those guys who do all kinds of evil." Chapter 165, Baglia vs Old Fox. "How great those damn pirates are finally going to be." Jefferson, who was in charge of US foreign affairs, was halfway through speaking excitedly when he was interrupted by Franklin's dry laughter. "Haha, Mr. Special Envoy, I think you must have left something unsaid. For the sake of our American, those few merchant ships would certainly not cause the French Navy to go into such a big fight." Franklin was an old fox during the American Revolutionary War. He was the one who traveled between Britain and France, using France to threaten Britain and Britain to lure France. In particular, he coaxed and deceived tens of millions of livres in loans from Louis XVI, as well as a large amount of military supplies and tens of thousands of French soldiers, which supported the independence of the 13 states of the United States. He was not as easy to fool as young Jefferson. Talleyrand nodded with a smile. "Of course, His Majesty the King also seeks free trade around the Mediterranean and the benefits of all coastal countries. However, this is the most urgent need for the United States, which does not have much naval power." Franklin glanced at Jefferson, who smiled quickly and said, "Of course. I'm deeply grateful for that, Mr. Envoy. Ah, Our Majesty is always so kind and thinking about all of your friends in America. Talleyrand then described how majestic the French Royal Navy was and how it would surely sweep away the Barbary pirates. You also know that the center of world civilization is still on the European continent. If the United States wants to survive and develop, it will definitely not be able to rely on the desolate and lonely America. Oh, please forgive me for saying this, but this is indeed a fact. You can imagine, without the interference of pirates, how many merchant ships the United States would lose every year, as well as tributes, ransoms, etc. to pirates, as, for the long term, the increase in trade volume with countries along the Mediterranean Sea will bring prosperity to the United States. Franklin just nodded calmly, because he knew that the layman hadn't started to talk about the important point yet. Sure enough, Talleyrand said inside, the Navy has submitted a plan to eliminate pirates, and now there is only a small problem left. Jefferson subconsciously asked, what's the problem? As you know, our government's financial situation is not that optimistic, and such a large-scale military deployment will inevitably require a lot of funds. So, the United States, as a stakeholder in this anti-piracy operation, may be able to bear some of the costs. Franklin finally spoke, what you said makes sense. So in terms of costs, how much do you think the United States needs to pay? Talleyrand said with a smile, the United States loses $300,000 to $400,000 every year due to Barbary pirates, but now it only needs to provide the Royal Navy with a funding of $200,000 to get rid of this trouble. $200,000 is 1 million livres. Talleyrand had been among the powerful inversors for many years. He was familiar with the art of transaction and left room for counter-offering from the beginning. Is that much? Franklin frowned and pondered. I'm afraid you don't know that the current income situation in each state is not very good. We just experienced the Shays riots last year. Note 1. I'm afraid it will be difficult to come up with such a large sum money, he said, giving Jefferson a wink. Oh, yes, the state legislature will probably not approve such a large amount of money. Jefferson hurriedly agreed, if it is $50,000 or $60,000 per year, I think they will seriously consider it. Talleyrand said with disdain, these North American country bumpkins are really poor and stingy, and they also like to scheme. He smiled and shook his head. Oh, I'm afraid you misunderstood. This is not a long-term expenditure. The operation will end within a few years. After that, you don't have to pay for it. This time we are going to fight more than just pirate ships on the sea. Yes, we have been doing this for hundreds of years before, but pirates are still raging. So, this time we are going to solve the problem fundamentally, sending troops, completely wipe out the pirate strongholds on land. He opened his arms with his palms upward, closed his eyes, and seemed to enjoy it very much. From now on, Barbary pirates will become history, and the Mediterranean will become a paradise for maritime trade. Franklin's cloudy old eyes suddenly lit up. You mean, the French army will land in North Africa? What you said is not accurate enough. Talleyrand immediately corrected him. We are just fighting near the stronghold of the Barbary pirates. We even hope that the North African countries can participate in the elimination of pirates. Franklin did not expect that the French government would make such a big move, and he was already a little moved. If the Barbary pirates can be completely eliminated within a few years, the United States will be able to reduce large losses in the future. In comparison, paying a fee of $200,000 several times is not unacceptable. However, the old fox still looked embarrassed. As God is my witness, we are willing to support His Majesty the King's actions and bear some funds for this. But $200,000 per year is indeed too much. Talleyrand smiled kindly and said, Mr. Franklin, let me tell you the bottom line. The floating authority given to me by His Majesty is $20,000. To be honest, I think about returning to Paris as soon as possible every day, so I won't waste time. $180,000 per year. You gain eternal peace on the waterway, and I gain prosperous Paris. Less. You know, the United States just became independent and went through war. You are making things too difficult for me. You know, the French soldiers are using their blood and lives to help you deal with the pirates. Subsequently, the two sides argued over the price for a while, and finally Franklin reluctantly agreed to submit the annual fee of $175,000 to the federal Congress. $175,000 is about 870,000 livres. This was already much higher than the base price of 600,000 that Joseph gave Talleyrand, but it was still far less than the amount of money lost by the Americans due to the Barbary pirates. After discussing the main issues, Talleyrand smiled again and said, "Actually, I have a sincere suggestion. I look forward to Mr. Special Envoy's advice. The United States needs to equip 2 warships, just a small frigate, to work with the Royal Navy to fight against pirates." Franklin subconsciously shook his head. In order to save military expenses, the United States had just disbanded its navy a few years ago, and it was not willing to maintain any more warships. Talleyrand immediately persuaded, "You have to know that, even if the Barbary pirates are wiped out, there will still be some small pirates popping up from the Caribbean, like flies from time to time. You can take this opportunity to familiarize yourself with the environment of the Mediterranean and escort your own merchant ships in the future. 2. Frigates don't require much money. In the future, we can also collect fees for escorting small countries such as Denmark and Tuscany, and we can even make some money. Your suggestion is very pertinent." Franklin nodded and said, "Well, Mr. Special Envoy, I will also submit your suggestion to the Parliament. As for the final decision, it depends on the vote of the Parliament." "Oh, of course," Talleyrand said. "I remember that the Royal Navy just commissioned a few frigates not long ago. If necessary, I can help you match them. The price will definitely be much cheaper than building new ships. Thank you for your kindness." Note: Chase's rebellion. After the American Revolutionary War, most of the Continental Army was demobilized, but there was no money to pay pensions for retired American troops. However, the government implements a land sales policy that favors large capital and imposes extremely high tax rates, resulting in a very miserable life for a large number of veterans. In the autumn of 1786, Chase, a veteran who had served as a captain, and Luke Dyer led a US military uprising in Concord, which once grew to 15,000 people. At the beginning of 1787, the US Congress pretended to negotiate, but mobilized heavy troops to surround the houses, and finally suppressed the rebels. I recommend a friend's new book Soloviev in Tsarist Russia 1796. Everyone is welcome to subscribe. Introduction. A flower pot brings a time travel to Tsarist Russia at the turn of the summer and autumn of 1796. This new story of Soloviev is slowly unfolding. The protagonist is fictional, but most of the characters involved in this book are well documented, and the story is another matter. Chapter 166. Merit is dying. Jefferson's work efficiency is still quite high. Early the next morning, he submitted a bill to the US Congress to join forces with France to eradicate the Barbary pirates. The purchase of 2 frigates is also attached. However, the article only mentioned it briefly, as if it had no intention of getting it passed by Parliament. 2 days later, the French embassy in the United States. The ambassador to the United States, Victor Dupont, the eldest son of the president of the French Chamber of Commerce, quickly walked into an office on the 2nd floor of the embassy and raised his hat to the special envoy, who was sitting by the window reading, Archbishop Talleyrand. "The news I just learned from the US Congress." He picked up the water glass brought by the servant and took a few sips, then continued, "Currently, most US congressmen support spending money to combat piracy, but they want to reduce the amount to $150,000. As for buying warships, they seem to lack enthusiasm. As for the final vote, it may have to wait until next week. Thank you for your information, Mr. Dupont." Talleyrand closed the book indifferently and thought to himself, as the Crown Prince expected, "It is not that easy for these poor and stingy Americans to pay. It seems that we have to find that American founding member congressman. What is his name?" He took out a notebook from his pocket, where he wrote down the prince's previous instructions in detail. "Hamilton." He found the name and looked up at Dupont. "Could you please help me make an appointment with Mr. Alexander Hamilton?" "Of course, Archbishop Talleyrand. That afternoon, in a private villa in Philadelphia, Talleyrand met Hamilton, the leader of the founding faction as the Crown Prince called him, as he wished. Yes, the United States gained independence in 1783. 5 years have passed, but the United States still has not established a country. The so-called federal parliament is only a symbolic leader. Specific affairs are decided independently by the parliaments of the 13 states. Basically in a state of anarchy. The legislators from the 13 states are also divided into two factions, the founding faction and the status quo faction. Although the United States has formulated a constitution last year and determined the general direction of founding the country, the latter is still trying its best to obstruct this process. After a brief exchange of greetings, Talleyrand suddenly sighed and said seriously, "Mr. Hamilton, to be honest, I really feel sorry for the United States." "Oh, why do you say that?" "The people of the 13 states paid a huge price and finally won the great independence. However, the United States is still in disarray, without even a government to lead the country." Hamilton was stunned for a moment, then nodded in agreement. "You are absolutely right. Those congressmen only care about their own immediate interests, but they slander those who want to build the United States to engage in centralization and dictatorship. Look, the current federal parliament does not even have the power to collect any taxes." Talleyrand echoed, "The loose and weak 13 states have no deterrent effect, so even the pirates in the Mediterranean dare to bully you. If this continues, it won't be long before Indians, Canadians, or Caribbean pirates come to take advantage of you." Hamilton clenched his fists hard, "But those guys in the federal parliament are always preaching about the dangers of centralization. I think they are just afraid that their power in the state parliament will be weakened. If it weren't for the Shays riot that scared them, the United States would still be a confederacy." Note 1. Look at the world. All powerful countries have a strong government. It's better to have a strong leader, like the words His Majesty the King of France came to his lips, but he really couldn't say such a clumsy lie. He paused briefly and changed it to, just like Britain, France, and Austria. If the United States now has a king, it won't be long before we can get rid of our current state of poverty and backwardness. Talleyrand spread his hands. "Unfortunately, the United States Federal Congress still needs to strengthen its appeal before it can give birth to your government." He looked at the angry Hamilton with a smile in his eyes. "Only when facing a powerful enemy can internal unity be brought about. Speaking of which, there is an opportunity right now to enhance the prestige of the federal parliament, but it's a pity that your members don't care about it." "Oh, what do you mean? Buy a battleship and join the French Navy in fighting Barbary pirates?" Seeing Hamilton's confused look, Talleyrand immediately said, "The battleships purchased belong to the federal parliament. You can imagine that after the pirates were eradicated, the headlines in the American newspapers were the French helped us deal with the pirates or our warships went to the Mediterranean to exterminate the pirates. Which one was more likely to boost the American people's attitude toward the pirates? Confidence in the federal parliament?" Hamilton's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard this. "That's right. An external victory is definitely the best way to enhance national cohesion, even if the opponent is just a pirate." Those stupid and short-sighted congressmen actually wanted to veto the bill to purchase warships in the past 2 days. "No, you must buy warships. This is a good opportunity to promote the establishment of the US government. It is best to buy a few more warships so that the US warships can sink a pirate ship." When he thought about buying a ship, he suddenly felt discouraged. "Archbishop Talleyrand, to be honest with you, the federal parliament may not be able to allocate tens of thousands of dollars for 2 frigates. When a merchant ship was hijacked by pirates, the states would pull their money to redeem the crew, but they were unwilling to pay an extra cent for the federal parliament in normal times." "Well," Talleyrand pretended to think for a while, "maybe I can help you think of a solution." "Oh, you mean, can you provide a loan?" "That's not the case." Talleyrand leaned back in his chair. "I can try to persuade the French government to accept you exchanging cotton for warships, but, you know, if the funding for combating piracy is not handled well, it will not be easy for me to speak for you." When Hamilton heard that he could get battleships for free, He immediately said without hesitation, "Don't worry, I will contact all Federalists to get the bill passed as soon as possible. That's best," Talleyrand said, and put on a mysterious expression. "If I can help the United States obtain lower cotton import tariffs, I wonder if you would be interested." Of course. Hamilton nodded immediately. Cotton is an important export commodity of the United States. If exports to France can be expanded, it will bring a lot of benefits. Talleyrand smiled. "But this thing is not easy. You see, I have to work hard to clear a lot of human relationships. This shouldn't embarrass you." "How much does it cost?" "Well, it's about $4,000. Talleyrand smiled brightly. "In fact, whether it is using cotton to pay for shipping or increasing the import of American cotton, it is Joseph's established policy to promote the development of the textile industry. The supply of raw materials must be sufficient." But at this time, it became the card in Talleyrand's hand. But Hamilton agreed. "According to the conditions you mentioned, Archbishop Talleyrand, I will apply for special funding immediately." With Hamilton and the active efforts of the Federalists, or what Joseph called the Foundationists, all bills related to combating piracy were passed within 3 days. Even at the insistence of Hamilton and others, the Federal Congress finally decided to exchange cotton for 3 frigates after Talleyrand signed a series of agreements with Jefferson. He received his own $4,000 in benefits and boarded the ship to Russia with satisfaction. In the cabin, 15,000 Charleville 1763 flintlock muskets were also installed. The Americans took out these guns very quickly. After all, they laid off tens of thousands of militiamen after independence, and a large number of firearms were idle in warehouses. It was nothing to repay the French's favor. Lorraine, France. Thiel City. "Oh, is this the so-called exile?" Merritt looked at the endless manor in the off-white villa like a small castle with disgust, and mocked. "It would be great if all the poor people in France could be exiled like this." He disliked dealing with bureaucrats the most in his life, but for the sake of the French people, he stepped forward resolutely and rang the bell on the fence gate. Not long after, in an off-white villa, an aristocratic man in his 50s with well-maintained skin smiled and gestured to mirror. "It's cold. Please drink some hot cocoa to warm yourself up." "Oh, I have been away from Paris for so long that I have never heard of the Impartial Investigation Department. Please forgive me. I wonder what's the matter with you coming all the way to see me." Mirror glanced at the cup in front of him, but did not move. Compared to the sticky cocoa, he preferred the pure bitter taste of coffee that can shock the brain. "Viscount Carlin, can you give me some clues about Mr. Jacques Necker's corruption?" Carlona was obviously stunned for a moment, then continued to enjoy his hot cocoa, and said calmly, "I'm not sure what you mean, but Mr. Necker should be an upright person. You don't need to hide it." Moller took out a stack of paper and placed it next to the teacup tray. "This is a copy of the documents when he was a steward. Many of the loans were strange, especially the first loan. After he took office, the interest rate was obviously too high, and the bank that accepted it had a special relationship with him, and this. Colonna glanced at the documents, shook his head and said, "I have been away from politics for too long, and I can no longer understand these things. Since you think there is something wrong here, just keep investigating. Why did you come to tell me?" As he spoke, he looked at the servant at the door with a strong face and some German characteristics. "Fred, what's the matter?" "Oh, Mr. Marvin asked me to ask you, what are you preparing for dinner?" Colonna waved his hand. "Just do it as usual." "Yes, sir." Mirror waited for the servant to close the door and go out, then looked at Colonna. "Although I suspect there are signs of corruption in these loans, it is difficult to find evidence. You know, after all, it was more than 10 years ago. Just like this, although the interest rate on a loan of 5 million livres was high, he could find many excuses to make it reasonable. If you know something and tell me, I can send this corrupt criminal to jail immediately." "You?" Colonna looked at him again and smiled slightly. "I remember that you are the famous reporter who seems to often criticize the government's policies." "Yes, indeed." "Then, you should know what Mr. Necker is like. Besides, I really don't know anything." Merritt's Assistant Evans was a little anxious and said loudly, "I know you are at odds with Necker, So why don't you help us bring him to justice? Colonna shook his head calmly. You must have heard some rumors. In fact, I have a harmonious relationship with Mr. Necker. After half an hour, Mera, who had not received any useful information, grabbed his hat and prepared to stand up and leave. Colonna gestured towards the cocoa on the table. Gentlemen, these are the best cocoa beans. Don't waste them. Mera picked up the cup and drank it in one gulp, but found that the taste was very different from what she had imagined. It was rich and sweet, and it was obvious that a lot of sugar was added to it. He usually couldn't afford a drink with so much sugar. Thank you for your hospitality. He nodded and left Colonna's villa with his assistant. On the suburban road, Evans looked back at the off-white building and said dejectedly, "It seems we came here in vain." Mera frowned and shook his head. Val's news should be correct. But why didn't Colonna tell us? These are colluding and shameless bureaucrats. He must have taken advantage of Necker and wanted to protect him. But Val said they have deep conflicts. Maybe it's just that Colonna doesn't trust us. Let's go again tomorrow. Dusk. Beside the orchard of the Colonna family manor, the German-looking servant Fred stood next to a carriage pulling coal and whispered. The man also took out Mr. Necker's loan. The document says there is something wrong with it. It seems there is a loan of 5 million livres with a high interest rate or something. Horse. The coal carrier in the car thought. This name seems familiar. Seems to be someone from the newly established Impartial Investigation Office. Coal production is abundant in Lorraine, and people use coal for heating. However, it is difficult for coal mines to transport coal to various places, so the profession of coal transporters has emerged, and they can be seen everywhere. Fred nodded immediately. Yes, Colonna also mentioned this department. Coal man narrowed his eyes. Did they find out about Mr. Necker? What did Colonna say to them? I was pushed away, and I didn't hear anything later. But they talked for more than half an hour. The coal transporter suddenly had a cold look in his eyes. In other words, those two people probably knew something. Where are they now? Farrick followed them to the hotel in Old Vents. The coal transporter waved. Okay, you can go back. Yes, Mr. Eric. When Erich drove the coal truck back to a dilapidated house in downtown Thiel, he said in a deep voice to the two strong men who were napping on the bed, "Get up, there is work to do." The two of them, who had slept like dead pigs just now, suddenly jumped up, put on their boots neatly, took out daggers, pistols and other items from the cracks beside the bed, and stuffed them into their clothes and twas. Note 1. Confederation and federalism are different. The Confederacy was a formal union of 13 states, each of which maintained its sovereignty and independence. The Federation shares the political power of the states, and has a higher status than the states. It can uniformly allocate the resources of the 13 states. Chapter 167. A fateful encounter. A dilapidated coal carriage stopped in front of an old hotel on the eastern outskirts of Thiel City. Erich reined in the horse, turned around, knocked on the carriage, and whispered through the small window, "We are here. Check out the tools." After getting off the carriage, Erich spent 2 sous to find out Mahler's room number from the store clerk, then turned around and ordered his 2 men, room 32 on the first floor. Dim will attract their attention at the door later. Ahendorf and I will go in through the window. Try not to make a big noise. I don't need to say more, right? The 2 strong men nodded silently, and one of them turned and left. In room 32, Mera was sorting out clues related to Necker when he heard someone knocking on the door. "Sir, the beer you asked for is here." "You're mistaken. We didn't buy any wine." The knocking on the door still kept coming, but the money has been paid. Assistant Evan stood up in confusion and went to open the door, but Mera suddenly stopped him and looked at the window with a frown. The next moment, with the sound of glass shattering, a hand reached through the hole in the window to fiddle with the latch. Mera's pupils shrank, but his mind was extremely calm. After so many years of anti-royal news work, he had seen some big scenes. He immediately blew out the candle and grabbed the duffel bag next to him. There was a reloaded pistol. Evans stepped back in panic. He suddenly remembered that there was a store clerk standing outside the house and wanted to ask the latter for help. Evans was just a newbie who had only been working for a few years, and he had no idea how many dirty tricks the brutal killer would have. So, he turned around and opened the door with a scream. "Someone is going to break in." Mera secretly shouted no, but before he could stop him, Evans fell to the ground on his back with a sharp blade stuck in his chest point at the moment of lightning. Mera used the faint light in the corridor to lift the duffel bag, pointed at the figure at the door, and pulled the trigger hard. Bang! There was a loud noise, and the figure fell backwards. Mala hurriedly dropped her duffel bag and rushed out of the house point at the same time. The window behind him was pushed open. The first person who jumped in saw Mera's back and immediately threw a dagger over without hesitation. Just as Mera turned her head to see the exit at the end of the corridor, she felt a numbness in her left buttock. She reached out to touch it and found that a dagger had been stuck there. He had studied medicine and knew that he must not draw the knife at this time. He immediately held the sides of the knife blade tightly and limped towards the exit point. It was getting late at this time, and the only shop owner in the hotel lobby who smelled of alcohol was lying on the counter and dozing off. Seeing two figures chasing after him, Mera had no choice but to turn around and run away from the store. In a small town like Thiel, there is no one on the streets at night. Mera endured the pain and ran toward the city center, but the faster he moved, the more blood came out of his buttocks, but the footsteps behind him made him dare not slow down or call for help. Shouting had no other effect except pointing out his location to the murderer. Soon, he felt flustered and stuffy, and the things in front of him became a little brighter. Just when he was feeling desperate, he suddenly saw a figure in front of the window of the cabin in front of him, who seemed to be looking at him. He waved vigorously in that direction, and suddenly his left leg went weak, and he fell to the ground. The person in the hut hurriedly ran out. She was a woman in her early 20s. She helped Mera up, but before she asked, she heard the latter say weakly, "Quick, hide me, someone wants to kill me." The woman was a little panicked, but after hearing Mera say that she was a policeman from Paris, she plucked up the courage and dragged him behind the fence outside the hut point. As soon as she closed the gate, two men with pistols ran over. The taller man looked around and was about to continue chasing along the road, but was stopped by the shorter man. The latter squatted down and rubbed the ground and soon came into contact with something sticky. He raised his hand and sniffed it under his nose. He immediately looked around with vigilance and said in a deep voice, "It's blood. He's nearby." The tall and strong man nodded, searched the trees on the roadside one by one, and soon landed on the hut point. Mera heard the sound of leather boots getting closer. Her heart beat wildly, and she was so scared that she didn't even dare to breathe. Suddenly, the footsteps stopped outside the fence. Mera was secretly rejoicing when two hands suddenly appeared on the fence on the other side, and then a figure jumped to the top of the fence and looked coldly at the prey, huddled in the corner. "Good evening, Mr. Nosey. Where can you escape now? Run." Mera shouted desperately, pushed the woman who was helping him away, and then closed her eyes and waited for death. Immediately, a bang gunshot sounded. Mera twitched with shock, but felt no pain. The murderer missed the target. He shivered and opened his eyes a little, only to see the black shadow on the fence moving straight down. Then, 7 or 8 figures rushed in from the entrance of the fence with a roar. Someone saw Merritt by the light of a torch and immediately shouted, "Here, it's Mr. Merritt, Prosper." From the police intelligence department hurriedly ran over, knelt down and said, "His Royal Highness the Crown Prince expected that you would be in danger, so he asked us to follow you." As soon as we arrived near the hotel, we heard gunshots. Fortunately. Are you injured? Go find a doctor. Paris office. On the second floor of the Industrial Planning Bureau. Fouche placed a report in front of Joseph and said in a deep voice, "Your Highness, Mr. Merritt was assassinated the night he arrived in Tulle. His assistant Mr. Evans was killed on the spot. Mr. Merritt was lucky enough to get away with the help of a lady named Charlotte Corday. He escaped with only some injuries to his legs." Joseph frowned and flipped through the pages. He went to see Colonna and asked about Necker, and then someone wanted to kill him. Has the murderer been caught? 2 of the murderers died, and 1 escaped under the cover of night, Fouche said. According to Prosper's investigation, the 2 were local gang members in Thiel. He hesitated and said, "Your Highness, could it be that Colonna wanted to prevent Mr. Merritt from investigating Necker and sent someone to assassinate him?" Joseph shook his head, and promoted Janmara's report. Mr. Mera is very sure that Colonna and Necker have a feud and would not do such a thing to protect him. And Colonna is a very smart person. Even if he wanted to assassinate them, he would not do it on the night he just met them. Colonna can become the finance minister and the chief minister at the same time. He is by no means an ordinary person. In fact, France's tax reform bill was created by him, and Brian later only copied his tax reform plan. It's just that Colonna was eventually defeated by the big aristocratic group. The tax reform failed, and he was exiled. Fouche immediately said, then, maybe it was Necker's people who did it. Joseph nodded slightly. There is a possibility. If so, it further proves that Mr. Mera's investigation is in the right direction. He looked at the report again. But, if they had a problem, why didn't Colonna tell Mr. Mera the evidence he had about Necker's crime? Mera clearly wrote in the report that he had received reliable information that Colonna was likely to have black information on Necker. Fouche said, Your Highness, maybe Colonna simply doesn't trust Mr. Marat. Joseph tapped the table with his fingers and shook his head slightly. The logic of this matter is somewhat wrong. Even if there is no Mr. Marat, if Colonna and Necker have a feud, and he has evidence of Necker's crime, why not expose him directly? For example, report to His Majesty the King. Fouche lowered his head and thought, if the two of them did not collude with each other, then Viscount Colonna was threatened. Just like what happened to Mr. Marat. Joseph did not agree with his statement. Colonna had once been the chief minister. Even if he was exiled, he was still a very powerful nobleman. Hiring dozens of bodyguards was not a problem at all. Moreover, he is a firm loyalist to the royal family and has the trust of Queen Mary. Even with his political influence, Necker did not dare to attack him casually. Joseph thought for a while and said slowly, in addition to being threatened, Colonna has several other possibilities. For example, he is waiting for a price. He thinks that the information about Necker in his hand is very valuable, and he is waiting for the person who needs it to ask for a high price before he is willing to reveal it. Also, even Necker has something in his hands. Once he exposes Necker, he will be bitten back. Joseph looked out the window a little irritably. At present, it seemed that Colonna should have very crucial evidence in his hands, but how could he get him to speak? He suddenly remembered the exhaustive method that was commonly used to do proof questions in the past. If the reasons that restricted Colonna from coming up with Necker's black material do not go beyond the scope of the speculation just now, then he only needs to solve these problems, and he will definitely give in. First of all, it is basically ruled out that Colonna's life is threatened. If there is, then this is the best solution. Give him 100 palace guards to guard him at all times. What else does he have to fear, then? If Colonna is waiting for a price, then he has to offer a price that is enough to impress him. He had been the finance minister, so he shouldn't be too short of money, and he really couldn't bear to use the wasted livre as a bargaining chip. For people like Colonna, money means power. Joseph thought of this, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Colonna was exiled to Lorraine, and his political future was completely ended. If he could get him back to Paris, it would be giving him a second life, a political life. I believe he will not be able to refuse such a price. The problem is that Brian only took the position of chief minister after Colonna left. If Colonna is brought back, he will definitely have objections. How to convince him? After Fouche reported what happened to Thiel, he said goodbye and left. Joseph set off for the Palace of Versailles, planning to talk to Brian first. On the carriage, he continued to think about the situation where Necker also had dirty information about Colonna. This is also the most difficult to handle. Only by putting Colonna in a situation where he must fight to the death can he possibly reveal Necker. However, one thing Joseph is sure of is that historically, Colonna is very loyal to the royal family. After Louis XVI was kidnapped, he stood up and led the royalists in the great cause of restoring royal power, even almost losing everything for it. In the current situation, where the authority of the royal family needs to be consolidated, it is still necessary to help such people. Joseph subconsciously flipped through the documents sent by Marat in his hand, and suddenly smiled. Perhaps Merit's assassination could be used for it. An hour and a half later, the carriage speeding along the wooden track stopped at the east side of the Palace of Versailles. With only the last few hundred meters left, the wooden track will directly connect Versailles to Paris. It was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and Joseph went straight to Brian's residence. The Archbishop hurriedly came out, smiled and saluted, and said, "If your highness needs anything, just ask me to be summoned to your place." Joseph chatted with him for a while, and soon got to the point. "Archbishop Brian, I have something very important, and I need your help. I'm always at your service to your highness." Joseph nodded. "What do you think? If I need Viscount Carlin to return to Paris?" Brian was startled for a moment and laughed dryly. "Your highness, did I make a mistake somewhere?" "Oh, no, please don't get me wrong. Your work has always been excellent, your majesty, and I also absolutely trust you." Joseph said hurriedly, "Bringing Colonna back is purely for business. I promise he will not do anything to you. Any threat to your position." "What do you mean by business?" Joseph deliberately lowered his voice. "For example, it can help you obtain hundreds or even tens of millions in financial income." Brian's eyes widened immediately. "Colonna is willing to make so many political donations." No, letting him come back is just part of the method," Joseph said. "You will know the specific situation later." Brian hesitated for a moment, then sighed softly and said, "Your highness, if Viscount Colonna does not enter the cabinet, I can accept it. He is probably the person in France who is most aware of how terrifying the young crown prince is. His position as Chancellor of Finance was secured by the crown prince's amazing means. Otherwise he would have been fishing in Corsica. Even worse than what happened to Colonna. If the crown prince insists on getting Colonna back, he won't be able to stop him. If the crown prince can come to discuss with him and promise that it will not affect his status, it is an attitude of closeness. This is the time to show your loyalty and trust. He still has some political wisdom, and it can also solve your most troublesome financial problems. Why not?" Joseph did not expect Brian to agree so readily. He thanked him sincerely and then took him to see the Queen. The assassination incident broke out in Colonna, and everyone involved would be alarmed. "So we must hurry up, otherwise changes will happen later, and we can no longer wait for the cabinet meeting to discuss it slowly." In the little Trianon Palace, Queen Mary looked at Brian in surprise. "You mean, pardoned Viscount Colonna?" "Yes, your majesty," Brian said with a sincere expression. "Viscount Colonna was dismissed and exiled because he failed to promote the tax bill." He leaned forward. "You know, this is actually a gesture to the meeting of dignitaries. Now that the tax bill has been implemented for several months and the High Court has been reorganized, you don't need to look at the faces of those in the Dignity Council anymore. After all, Brian is a veteran in politics." In his words, he directly described pardoning Colonna as helping the Queen regain the face she had lost in the past. Chapter 168. The Queen teaches the way to be a king. Queen Mary only hesitated for half a second before readily agreeing. "You are right, Archbishop Brian. It's time to pardon Viscount Carlin and let him return to Paris." She originally admired Colonna's ability and was even more satisfied with his loyalty to the royal family. If she had not been forced to do so by the meeting of dignitaries, she would definitely not have exiled Colonna. Now even Brian has no objection to pardoning Colonna, so she is naturally happy to go along with the situation. Brian looked at Joseph without any trace and nodded, then bowed to the Queen and said, "Thank you for your kindness, Her Majesty the Queen. Oh, your broad mind has won my respect even more." Queen Mary also smiled at him and said, "In a sense, Viscount Colonna is your competitor, but you have done nothing for the dignity of the royal family." He scrupulously suggested that I pardoned him. "Thank you for your compliment. It is my duty to be loyal to the royal family." Brian suddenly felt that he had made a profit. In only half an hour, he had gained 2 favors from the Crown Prince and the Queen. The Queen's clerk quickly drew up the pardon according to the established format, handed it to the Queen for signature, and then took it to Louis XVI to sign and seal it. Seeing that the matter was settled smoothly, Joseph resigned with Brian. Unexpectedly, as soon as the two of them reached the door, Queen Mary suddenly stopped her son. "Joseph, dear, wait a minute, I remembered something I want to tell you. Upon hearing this, Brian bowed to the Dauphin and left the petted Trianon alone. Joseph turned back in surprise, put on an innocent look, and asked, "Mother, what do you want to say to me?" The Queen pulled him to the small balcony, surrounded by white marble fences, squinted at the setting sun, and said earnestly, "Joseph, you are destined to become a king in the future. I always felt that you were still young, so I didn't mention some things to you. But now you have shown amazing talents, and are more and more involved in the management of the country. So, about how to do a good job king, I must tell you, Joseph's eyes widened, and he thought to himself, "You're going to teach me how to be a king? Are you serious?" Queen Mary glanced at Brian's leaving figure downstairs, and her tone was rare and serious. "As a king, the most important thing is to have an opinion. You can be close to some ministers, but you must not be swayed by their ideas. And you can't always let them boss you around." Joseph, seeing the confused look on his face, the Queen sighed, and had to speak more clearly. "Since you participated in cabinet affairs, you have been by Brian's side. All your views are consistent with his. Even every time he has whenever important matters come to me, you will always stand by him." Joseph's head was full of black lines. "Mom, you are observing very carefully, but the relationship between priorities is reversed." He nodded helplessly. "Ah, yes," the Queen continued, "although Archbishop Brian is very capable and has rich political experience, you only need to learn from him, but you may not necessarily listen to him on everything." Joseph could only continue to nod. Yes, you are right, Queen." Mary was very pleased to see that her son was open-minded and willing to be taught, so she taught her more patiently. "For a minister like Brian, you should show the majesty of a prince in front of him. For example." Joseph didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Brian almost obeyed him in everything now. How could he be more dignified? Yes, I will definitely remember it, Queen." Mary seemed to be inspired by the words, and she continued to talk about the ways of being a king until the sky completely darkened, and there was still no sign of ending. Joseph was anxious to solve the matter at Kelowna, but saw that the Queen was still eloquent, and could not even interject a word. Just when he was anxious, he suddenly saw a lively and petite figure passing under the balcony reflected in the street light. It was Clementine. After Fashion Week, Queen Mary said she wanted her niece to spend more time with her, so she left her at the Palace of Versailles. And of course she couldn't ask for it. Joseph's eyes lit up. He used her to spoil the situation. So he turned away and winked downstairs. Clementine suddenly felt a burning gaze staring at her from somewhere. She turned around and caught a glimpse of her cousin's handsome and charming eyes. "Your Highness the Crown Prince." She immediately smiled, picked up her skirt, and hurried up to the second floor with this little living treasure chattering away. The Queen had no choice but to pause her king's required course and greet her little niece with a smile. Joseph caught the opportunity, hurriedly seized the opportunity to excuse himself, and left. When the little Lalita, who had been nestling in the Queen's arms just now, saw her cousin leaving, she immediately flew up like a bird and bowed to the Queen. "Your Majesty, I remember, Queen." Mary smiled knowingly and gestured towards Joseph with her eyes. "Go quickly, come on." Clementine blushed, but immediately turned around and ran away, leaving only one sentence: "Thank you, Aunt." Joseph came out of the little Trianon, thinking about who to send to contact Kelowna. Merritt was injured. Flourishes' identity was inappropriate, and it seemed inappropriate for others to get involved. He recalled what Mirabeau had said before about the Nancy Industrial Development Zone having been opened, and that his own steam engine factory had also begun production. He had always wanted to take a look, but he never got around to it. As the cities of Thiel and Nancy are within easy reach, it would be better to go to Kelowna in person, and then take a trip to Nancy to see the results of industrial development there. Just as he was thinking about it, he heard the sound of small leather boots tapping behind him. He turned around and saw his cousin chasing after him excitedly. "Cousin, what are you going to do?" little Lolly asked with her big watery eyes. Joseph said smoothly, "I want to go to Lorraine." Clementine shouted without even thinking, "I also want to go to Lorraine. Please take me with you." Playing Joseph was a little confused and could only smile. Lorraine is remote and desolate. There is nothing interesting there. I want to go there and see. Little Lolly didn't know Lorraine's situation at all, and she glanced at her maid secretly, her eyes twinkling. The latter was also from Austria. His brain was short-circuited for a moment, and he suddenly remembered that he had heard of a dish called veal stew with artichokes in northeastern France. He had the courage to whisper the name of the dish. Clementine's French was not good, and the maid's voice was too soft, so she could only hear the last word artichoke. So she felt like she had found a treasure, and excitedly said to her cousin, "Go and see the coal." Note 1. The pronunciation of the two words was very close, so she couldn't blame her. Joseph's eyes widened. Are you looking for coal? There are quite a few coal mines in Lorraine. Little Lolly realized that she seemed to have said something wrong, but she couldn't stop it, so she could only grit her teeth and nod. Yes. I especially like coal mines. The wide and deep feeling brings light and heat to people. It makes me feel inexplicable touching. Note 1. The French word for artichoke is chardon, and coal is charbon, which is quite close. I recommend a book written by a friend, Daoluo, Tang San's Demon Seed, His Evil Fall into Rinxu. Welcome to subscribe. Introduction. Carrying the supreme magic method of the demon sect, Dao's in demon planting technique. Through Daoyi, you will be able to cultivate demons all over the world. Tang San became a demon and obtained the dual divine positions of Poseidon and Shura God. The evil fell into the trap of Rinxu and obtained the holy child of immortals and demons. Transforms Zhu's Yuking and obtained the most loyal maid, the heavenly witch. The refining master Uzziah Gang obtained the third martial spirit of golden holy dragon. Fusion of twin martial souls to obtain the super god level martial soul mother tree of desire. Tame the silver dragon King Guyuna and gain the power of the dragon god. Devour the gods in the divine world and obtain the Tao fruit. He transformed into the free demon lord. Chapter 169. A shocking case. Joseph's forehead was full of black lines, thinking that this was some weird hobby of yours, so he had to persuade him. Look, I have serious business to do when I go to Lorraine this time, and I can't spare the time to take you to see the coal mines. Clementine took his hand and shook it, pouting, "Please, take me there." But the little Lolly suddenly took half a step back, pointed at her white and tender neck, and said aggrievedly, "I listened to you and returned the wish of the stars. That is my favorite necklace. Shouldn't you make it up to me a little bit?" Okay. Joseph couldn't help but look up to the sky and sigh. A few days ago, he saw the wish of the stars worn by the little Lolita, and after asking curiously, he found out that his prodigal old lady had spent nearly 700,000 livres, plus 560,000 from his cousin, to buy a big swindler necklace. He immediately told the little Lolly that he had never worn this necklace before and asked her to retreat immediately. Clementine was also very clever. After realizing that she had been deceived, she went to find the jeweler, acted coquettishly and cheated, and finally paid the other party 20,000 livres and returned the necklace. In fact, the jeweler was not at a loss. The wish of the star was fought over by two princesses, and it was finally bought for more than 1 million livres. It is already known to everyone. It was considered a reputation, and it would be easy to sell it at a high price in the future. In the end, Joseph couldn't stand Clementine's teasing and had to agree to take her to Lorraine, thinking that he would just thank her for helping the queen save a huge sum of 700,000 livres. Noon the next day. Clementine turned to look at the 3 carriages she had prepared all night. They were filled with her various cosmetics, clothes, kitchen utensils, toys, cat food, etc., and reluctantly asked the king again, "Prince, cousin, are you really not allowed to take me with you?" Joseph held his forehead. "Either take the carriage or take you. Choose one." "Oh." The little Lolly immediately winked at the maid obediently and asked her to take someone to move a dozen suitcases onto Joseph's luggage cart. The convoy started and headed northeast. Soon, Joseph discovered that taking Clementine with him seemed to be a good decision. This little girl plays tricks and makes fun of herself, taking away the boredom and dullness of the journey. Moreover, although she was young, she was quite familiar with the aristocratic families of the European continent, and even taught Joseph a lot of knowledge in this area. I think she must have been memorizing these contents since she was a child. Well, except for the fact that the carriage following behind would cast resentful glances from time to time, which made Joseph's back feel sore. Everything was fine. That was Perna's jealousy. She originally thought she would go on a travel with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, like she did in Bordeaux last time, so she followed him as a personal doctor. But I didn't expect that this time there was a little larder to stealing business. She couldn't even ride in the same carriage with the Crown Prince. Along the way, Joseph could already see signs of drought everywhere. Some small rivers have dried up, leaving many farmlands with a withered yellow color. Farmers everywhere were driving water trucks or carrying water on their shoulders, carrying water little by little to the edges of the fields to alleviate the drought. However, France is currently mainly engaged in rough planting, relying on the vast land and sparse population, so that the harvest is poor. At this time, the amount of cultivated land that needs to be irrigated is unbearable. Joseph knew that time was getting closer. Fortunately, most of the grain storage depots in various places have been built before the dry season. A large amount of grain purchased from overseas was transported to major cities by water, especially in Paris. 2 very large grain depots were built. The grain stored in the Malone is enough to feed Paris citizens for 4 to 5 months. Joseph silently said in his heart, I hope I can survive that fateful moment next year, and then I will have the opportunity to rebuild the glorious France. 4 days later, Joseph's motorcade stopped at Colonna's estate. It wasn't until the Crown Prince's guards dispersed their alert that Colonna learned that a big shot was coming, and hurriedly led his family servants to welcome him out of the off-white villa. After some routine courtesy, Joseph followed Colonna into the room and immediately signaled, I need to talk to you alone, please. Follow me. Colonna took him to a small study room, turned around and closed the door, and then respectfully said, Your Highness, please sit down, please. Sit down, too. Joseph dispensed with all politeness and got straight to the point. I need information about Necker, the kind that can put him in jail. You are a very trusted veteran of the royal family. I hope you can trust me too. Colonna put on a troubled expression. Your Highness the Crown Prince, you may have heard some rumors. I really didn't. Joseph didn't want to watch him act, so he immediately interrupted him and said, You can make conditions. How can I be willing to give you what I want? This, you misunderstood. Seeing that he was still constipated, Joseph directly showed his chips. If I can help you return to Paris, can I gain your trust? Colonna's eyes suddenly shone with surprise. He had long been fed up with this poor place in Thule. He originally thought he would die here in his life, but he didn't expect to see hope again at this time. He nodded almost reflexively, but before he could say a word, he immediately froze again. Your Highness, I really want to go back, but I don't have the things you mentioned. Joseph narrowed his eyes slightly. If he was unwilling to exchange such a huge benefit, then there could only be another possibility. Colonna has something in his heart, so he doesn't dare to expose Necker. Joseph's voice turned cold. Viscount Colonna, did you hear about the murder of Mr. Evans from the Impartial Investigation Department a few days ago? Yes, Your Highness, I heard. Well, Evans and Merrill came to your place that day and asked the same questions as me. Right. Colonna trembled all over. It seemed that it was no accident that the Crown Prince came to find him just after the man died. He nodded and said, That's true. Well, so you are the most suspected person in the murder case. Joseph glanced sideways at Colonna and said coldly, To tell you the truth, this matter is very serious. All members of the Impartial Investigation Department have been mobilized. I'll be here 2 days late, and then I'll start a full investigation on you. Oh, by the way, there are also secret police. They will also be involved in the investigation. Colonna was shocked. Why were the secret police alerted? Joseph said in his heart, Of course it's because I said hello to Robert to put a little pressure on you, because the deceased Evans was a very important investigator. The cases he handled were extremely involved, and he had some important clues, and his death almost interrupted the investigation of this case. Colonna quietly wiped away the cold sweat. He immediately thought that Evans should be in Chanaka, so it was reasonable for the Crown Prince to say that this case was extremely involved. How could there be fewer people involved in Necker's case? Because this book is currently on the first recommendation. After it is released, I beg the big guys to vote more monthly and subscribe more to reward me. This is very important to this book, and the young author is grateful. I'll add an update today. There will be another chapter later. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 170. The dust has settled. Joseph glanced at Colonna's expression and immediately added more fuel. This time, the Impartial Investigation Department and the Secret Police have more than 60 people in charge of this case. It is expected that everyone and everything related to this case will be carefully investigated. Viscount Colonna. During this process, there is no guarantee that they will not uncover some things about you that you don't want others to know. Colonna could no longer remain calm and said in an almost begging tone, "Your Highness, I can swear to God that I had nothing to do with the death of that investigator. Look, can you please stop letting those people disturb my already miserable life in exile?" Joseph stared at him and said, "Viscount Colonna, I really want to help you, but the first step is to establish mutual trust. As long as you are honest with me, I can guarantee that no matter what happens, I can keep you safe." Colonna shakily took out a handkerchief and wiped it on his forehead. He believed in his heart that the young crown prince in front of him must have been sent by Her Majesty the Queen, which meant that he represented her will, and it was obvious that the Queen already knew a lot about herself. However, he also knew that his problem was too big, and he was not sure whether the Queen would really be able to forgive him after he was exposed. Seeing his hesitation, Joseph immediately stood up and pretended to leave. "Since you choose not to trust me, then face the secret police and investigators yourself. I'm going back to Paris." Colonna panicked, took a few steps forward, and pulled his arm hard. Then he was shocked and realized that he was disrespectful. He hurriedly retracted his hand, lowered his head, and breathed quickly. "I'm sorry, Your Highness. I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to offend." "Well, can you really help me? I mean, if I did something wrong, could you ask Her Majesty the Queen to forgive me?" "It depends on your performance." Joseph sat back on the chair and changed his expression to a friendly one. "I said that the royal family has great trust and respect for you," he said, and put the pardon letter on the table. "You see, when I left the Palace of Versailles, Her Majesty the Queen had already decided to pardon you." Colonna picked up the pardon letter and opened it in surprise. His eyes turned red with excitement. It turned out that Her Majesty the Queen had been thinking about him all along. She pardoned herself not long after the tax bill incident. He thought again of what the Crown Prince had said just now. Perhaps Her Majesty the Queen already knew what he was doing and sent Her Highness to give him a chance. Joseph duly added, "Viscount Colonna, now our common enemy is Necker. As for you, you have always been a loyal minister to His Majesty the King." Colonna looked at the Crown Prince cautiously and murmured, "Your Highness, if I tell you about Necker, what kind of punishment will I receive later?" Joseph smiled. "Why don't you tell me about yourself first?" Colonna's face turned a little pale, but he thought that, even if he didn't say it, the Queen might know it. Even if he didn't know it, when the secret police investigated him, they would find some problems. After weighing it again and again, he finally gritted his teeth and said, "Your Highness, actually, I made some money for myself when I was the Minister of Finance." When he saw Joseph nodding calmly, he became more convinced that his affair had been exposed and immediately spoke more eloquently. "4 years ago, the Duke of Poix and I worked together on the project to widen the Grand Oc Royal Canal." He rambled on about some of the dirty things he had done, and Joseph interrupted him impatiently. "Viscount Colonna, just tell me the number." Just, all things considered, how much money did you make?" "This, probably." Colonna hesitated, lowered his head, and whispered, probably close to 5 million livres. Oops, good guy. At this time, Joseph just wanted to say, good guy. This guy has been the finance minister for more than 4 years and made 5 million. No wonder he was so scared. Some small provinces only have so much fiscal revenue in a year. If he were sent directly to trial, even if he wasn't immediately punished, he would at least be in prison for a lifetime. Unexpectedly, he had to deal with Necker, but he deceived a big fish here. First point, if Necker were on the same level as Corona, their loan could give France more than 10 million in financial subsidies. This is more profitable than running your own fashion week. Joseph was so angry that his teeth itched. He tried hard to suppress the anger in his heart, and now he had to make Corona take credit for his crime. So, he took a deep breath and said in as calm a tone as possible, since you are so honest, I also promise you on behalf of the royal family that, as long as you return the money you should not have taken, these things will be treated as if they did not happen, and if you can help me deal with Necker, you can even get some rewards. Really? Colonna originally thought that the crown prince would at least punish him, but he didn't expect to expose it directly. He was so excited that he almost knelt on the ground and kissed Joseph's boots. Thank you, your highness. Thank the queen. Your majesty. You are so kind. May God be with you. After his affairs were settled, he suddenly felt relieved, and a hideous smile flashed across his face. Necker, you have been at odds with me for so many years, and have been cheating on me behind my back. Now I will make you fall into hell. He turned around and moved the table away, and when he touched the floor in the corner, he heard a slight click sound. Then, he came to get the chair and took out a stack of documents from the small hole in the roof. Your Highness, these are the evidence of Necker's corruption crimes that I found when I was the finance minister. Colonna handed the documents to Joseph respectfully. He also knew something about me at the time, so I didn't dare to expose him. And now, please bring him to justice. Joseph took the documents and opened them. The first ones were copies of several receipts. Judging from the descriptions behind them, it was Necker's additional allocation to build an irrigation system in the south. In the end, the money fell into the hands of several local people. In the hands of the great nobles, Necker received 350,000 livres in return. Then Necker borrowed 3 million livres from a bank, but the money never entered the national treasury, and the French finance had to pay 20% interest every year. It was not until Necker was dismissed 5 years later that the money was credited to the treasury. 1/3 of the annual interest went into Necker's pocket. The third copy. Joseph looked over page after page. His face turned livid. He slapped the document on the table and looked at Colonna. How much money did he make in total? The latter's eyes flashed with satisfaction. Your Highness, the total is 7.22 million livres. Joseph secretly took a breath. This guy's even greedier than Colonna. Unexpectedly, Colonna continued, Your Highness, this is just the evidence I have. As far as I know, what he has done is much more than this, especially some of his transactions with the banking industry. Because they were done very secretly, I only guessed some traces. Joseph took a deep breath. How many are there? Probably more than 10 million livres. Thanks. 2. Little studying abroad dog, living outside time, honey mountain, heart like floating leaves, sugar, and grease don't come near. Several big guys for generously tipping this book. The young author is grateful, and will love you forever. Mwah. Chapter 171 Chasing the Big Fish. For some reason, when Joseph heard the number 10 million livres, he didn't feel the slightest anger in his heart. Instead, he felt an inexplicable comfort feeling coming to his head. He moved closer to Colonna and asked very expectantly, Are you talking about the amount that Necker himself made, or the total amount of funds in question? It was Necker who profited from these transactions, Your Highness. More than half of the financial loans that passed through his hands at that time may have abnormalities. Joseph suddenly felt that the whole world was lighting up, and there was even the cheerful singing of little angels in his ears. During the period when Necker was the controller of the treasury, the amount of French bank loans increased by nearly 1 billion livres. If what Colonna said is true, according to the lowest estimate, it is a full 500 million livres of loans that may be illegal. Joseph's heart was beating rapidly. As long as these illegal evidences can be grasped, the 500 million livre loan can be re-examined. Generally speaking, interest payments are suspended during the loan re-examination period. There is even the possibility of re-signing the loan agreement. What's more, loans with extremely serious problems can be directly. Joseph squeezed his thigh hard to stop himself from thinking anymore. The prospect was so beautiful that it was easy to get addicted to it. He stared at Carlona. His eyes seemed to be burning. How confident are you that there is something wrong with the loan? Carlona was a little frightened by his stare and subconsciously said, according to my many years of corruption, many years of financial experience, the possibility that there is a problem is more than 90%, but I can't find any evidence. Very good. Joseph stood up excitedly and patted him hard on the shoulder. You have made an outstanding contribution this time. Immediately, Joseph ordered him. From now on, you will be protected by my guards all day long, and you are not allowed to have contact with any outsiders. Carlona was shocked. Are you going to put me under house arrest? Oh, no, this is only temporary. Once the Necker matter is resolved, I will personally greet you in Paris. Joseph said, picked up the pen and paper on the table next to him, quickly wrote a short message, sealed it with wax, stamped his personal seal, and then turned around and went out. He handed the letter to the guard captain Quesoda and ordered, please send someone back to Paris as quickly as possible and ask the police department to arrest Necker immediately. That is Jacques Necker, the finance minister who took office. Before I go back, no one is allowed to approach Necker and his family. Please give this letter to Archbishop Brian, and he will coordinate it. Yes, Your Highness. After arranging all this, Joseph felt extremely at ease in his heart. Seeing that it was still early, he stretched out, smiled at Emma and said, it's a rare trip to Lorraine. Let's go to Nancy to see it. Northwest of the city of Thiel, there is the Deliory open pit coal mine only 2 miles away from the star-shaped bastion, built by Marshal Vauban. Clementine stood on the edge of the huge mine with a sullen face, staring blankly at the coal workers wielding pickaxes below. Just this morning, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince ordered his personal guards to escort her all the way to visit. Before leaving, he thoughtfully introduced her to the largest coal mine in Thiel and wished her a good time. There was a constant breeze near the mine, which was not covered by trees, and fine cinders were blown up all over the sky. The little Lali angrily blocked the handkerchief that the maid Rosalia was using to wipe her cheek and said in frustration, stop wiping, there are cinders everywhere, it's impossible to wipe them clean. The maid said carefully, miss, how about we go back? No. The little Lali puffed up her cheeks. What if my cousin asks me what I've read and I can't tell me? Then, can I walk around with you? Yes. Little Lolly nodded, and surrounded by the guards, she walked along the edge of the mine, a spiral downward slope made of rammed cinders, towards the bottom of the mine. Several miners came towards her with baskets full of coal on their backs. When they saw Clementine's luxurious dress and the dignified guards at the front and back, they were so frightened that they hurriedly turned to the side, bowed their heads, and huddled aside to get out of the way. The little Lali walked past the miner with the support of the maid. Suddenly, she felt her feet loosen. A miner caught a glimpse of something strange on the ground and exclaimed, be careful. He quickly threw away the coal basket, flew forward and pushed her, and the maid away. Immediately, where Clementine was standing just now, the cinders on the ground cracked and fell downwards. Run. The guard behind Clementine picked her up quickly and strode forward. A few seconds later, a large piece was missing in the middle of the spiral slope. Clementine and the miner stood on one side of the gap, and the other guards stood on the other side, all staring with fear. Wow. Little Lali suddenly remembered her fear and burst into tears. Not long after, at the top of the mine owner hurriedly brought people over and apologized to Clementine in a tearful voice. Honorable lady, I'm so sorry. God can testify that this place has not collapsed for more than 10 years. I don't know why. Oh, God. Are you injured? What should I do? It's not your fault. The little Lali choked and looked at her calf. There was a small wound on his leg, and the bleeding had basically stopped. She turned to look at the miners not far away. They all had some scratches on their bodies. with their shabby clothes and dark coal stains all over their bodies. They looked very miserable. Clementine limped over and felt that it was her bad luck that had caused them to be implicated. She took out a large handful of candy with some guilt and gave it to the injured miner. "Are you okay? I'll treat you to some candy. It won't hurt anymore." The miners were flattered and stood up in a hurry. They took the candy, but lowered their heads and didn't know how to express their gratitude. After a long time, a brave worker stammered, May God bless you, kind lady. Sugar is a very expensive thing these days. These people have never eaten sweets when they grew up, let alone such high-end candies. Someone has already planned in their mind that these candies will be left as Christmas gifts for the children at home, which will definitely leave them with sweet memories that will last a lifetime. The maid Rosalia followed her lady and gave a few silver coins to each of the injured miners. The mine owner watched Clementine's leaving figure and breathed a long sigh of relief. He thought he would have to pay a large sum of money, but he didn't expect that she didn't blame him at all. He turned to look at the silver coins in the hands of the miners and suddenly shouted with a dark face, "It's all your fault. I almost offended that distinguished lady. Get me the money quickly." Paris in the Louvre area, or three-story villa, is surrounded by a spacious garden. The exterior walls are covered with exquisite stone carvings, and a large number of floor-to-ceiling windows are full of artistic shapes. The man wearing a blue-grey coat, with a droopy nose and a big chin, suppressed his anger, pointed at Erich with his index finger and said, "You idiot, I only asked you to keep an eye on Kelowna. Why did you kill those two policemen? And one of them actually ran away." "I'm very sorry, Mr. Necker." Erich glanced at him nervously and lowered his head. According to Fred, the policeman named Muller took out evidence that there was something wrong with your loan operation and asked for Kelowna gives him more evidence. You ordered that no news about you should be allowed to spread from Thule. I just had no choice but to get rid of those two policemen. In the eyes of the outside world, the impartial investigation office is affiliated with the police department, so Mera and others must be the police. Necker was startled when he heard this and said anxiously, "Did Kelowna say anything to those two guys?" "I'm not sure." Fred was taken away by Kelowna later. Necker frowned, muttered a few words in a low voice, then suddenly glared at his men and shouted, "Idiot. What you should do now is kill that policeman, instead of coming to Paris and talking nonsense to me." "Listen to me," Erich said hurriedly. The policeman was protected by many people, and it was difficult to attack for a while. Moreover, a few days later, many people came to Kelowna. Necker became nervous. "Who is he?" Fred said those people were very guarded and no one was allowed to get close. "Oh, there were hundreds of guards, and they seemed to have the royal fleur-de-lis emblem on their uniforms." "Royal family." Erich nodded and continued. Fred seemed to have seen a young man who looked about 14 or 15 years old. His identity should be very unusual. Necker's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle. There is only one young man of 14 or 15 years old in France who can lead hundreds of royal guards, the current crown prince. He paced back and forth in the room anxiously, sorting out the whole thing in his mind. First, the police came to Kelowna and mentioned that there was a problem with his loan. Erich then kills one of the policemen, and the other is immediately placed under tight protection. Then the royal family actually intervened. Putting it all together, it is very likely that the royal family knew about the affairs between themselves and the bank. This situation may be serious. Necker immediately took out a bag of gold coins from the safe and handed it to Erich, saying sternly, "Go back to Thule, take your people, and find a place to hide." Erich weighed the money bag and said in surprise, "Okay, Mr. Necker. But all my people died that day, so I just hid." Then, he bowed and saluted, turned around and went out happily. "Are you the only one left?" A chill flashed in Necker's eyes. He pulled the bell to summon his butler and made a cutting motion towards Erich's back with a sullen face. The butler nodded and left, then returned a few minutes later. "Mr. Necker, it's been taken care of." "Very good." Necker ordered again. "Let the wife and children get ready. We may be in trouble and have to go to the country manor." "Understood, Mr. Necker." After the butler left, Necker called one of his confidants and whispered some instructions before dusk. The confidant returned and said to Necker, "Mr. Necker, as you expected, a lot of secret police were sent to Thiel in the past few days. In addition, I also learned from the Palace of Versailles that the king had previously signed a document pardoning Carl. Necker has been the finance minister for many years and is very wealthy, so he has a large number of news channels among the French nobles. Secret police pardon Colonna. Necker was now completely sure that the royal family was going to deal with him. Although Colonna might not cooperate with the royal family, he couldn't take the risk. After all, this matter of mine is too big. He made a quick decision, took out the suitcase he had prepared, and then called the housekeeper. Leave immediately to the country manor. Yes, Mr. Necker. Soon, several inconspicuous carriages drove out of Necker's house. The people Fouch placed here immediately followed him in the car. How could Joseph not let people stare at Necker? At the same time, in an ordinary house a few hundred meters away from Necker's house, the floor was lifted from the inside. The Necker family and the housekeeper got out of it one after another. It turned out that a tunnel had been dug directly to his villa. Necker and others got into the carriage parked outside and drove into the night. Just an hour later, nearly 100 police officers, led by Besançon personally, surrounded Necker's villa. There are also a large number of secret police and people from the police intelligence department outside to assist in the arrest. However, they only found more than 30 servants, but the Necker family was nowhere to be seen, including the undercover police intelligence officer who had been ambushing here. Only then were they surprised to find that Necker had disappeared. A ball is being held at the home of Count Isaac, president of the French Banking Guild. A middle-aged man with a capable appearance quickly walked into the hall, found Earl Isaac, and whispered a few words in his ear. The latter's expression suddenly changed. He turned around and asked, "Is the news reliable?" The middle-aged man nodded. Every newspaper is already writing the news that Necker's house is surrounded by a large number of police. However, the information I got from the secret police shows that they have not found Necker. Isaac immediately found a few people from the dance crowd and went up to the second floor with them. You're saying that Necker might be targeted by the police? Isaac shook his head. If it were just the police, it wouldn't have allowed Necker to escape. It was probably the royal family that took action. Another skinny old man with red skin frowned and said, "Why did the royal family move so quickly this time? No news leaked out at all." "It's not clear yet," Isaac said solemnly, "but I believe everyone knows how dangerous Necker is." He looked around at the people in the room. After all, almost all of our families have had transactions with him. A fat man with thick powder on his face and dark eyes said through gritted teeth, "Before, I kept telling that guy to go to England, but you still want to get him into the Palace of Versailles to be the Chancellor of Finance. Now it's better. Everyone has to be implicated by him." "Calm down, Earl of Cape Fear." The skinny old man raised his hand and made a downward gesture. "What's the use of talking about this now? The most important thing at the moment is that the royal family must not find Necker first." "Marquis Ludo is right." Isaac nodded. "We are more familiar with Necker than the royal family. We will definitely be able to find him faster and then try to send him to England. Or," he narrowed his eyes slightly and made gestures on his neck with his fingers, "thanks to Boguan's AG, No Pursuit in the Afterlife, and Mirankiu for their generous rewards for this book. The young author is so grateful. HMM." Chapter 172. Rapidly entering the industrial age. Joseph first went to visit Merit's injury and then rushed towards Nancy. Thiel is less than 5 miles away from Nancy, so just afternoon, his motorcade has arrived at the newly built Nancy Industrial Development Zone. The development zone is located next to the Mit River, surrounded by an endless greystone wall, covering an area of 500 to 600 acres. Even far away from the development zone, Joseph could already see smoke rising into the air from the development zone. There are coal mines everywhere here, so coal is commonly used as fuel in production. After the use of steam engines, coal consumption increased greatly. When the officials of the industrial development zone learned of the Crown Prince's arrival, they quickly put aside what they were doing and gathered at the west gate of the development zone to greet him. The person in charge of the development zone headed by him was named Alexander Amo. He was not a local official in Nancy, but was recommended by Mirabeau to manage the development zone. It also runs a large ironworks factory point as the initiator and planner of the development zone. Joseph has high prestige here and is surrounded by hundreds of officials and workshop owners. There were respectful and enthusiastic greetings and praises all around. Unable to resist the kindness, Joseph gave an impromptu morale boosting speech and was able to get away. Ramo and a dozen key managers of the development zone began to take him around the park. The others were unwilling to leave at all and followed them with their heads peeping from 50 to 60 meters away. Your Highness, that's the iron making workshop over there. The workshops of the Gregor brothers and Viscount Olivier are both very large. Ramo pointed to the large building shrouded in black smoke by the river. He remembered all the data very clearly. The two workshops have a total of 7 furnaces and 9 forging workshops. They can produce more than 50,000 pounds of iron ingots every day, especially the Gregor brothers workshop, which also uses the latest reverberatory furnace, produces very high quality iron ingots. Joseph encouraged the two ironworks, but in fact he was not very satisfied. 50,000 pounds sounds like a lot, but it actually means a daily output of 25 tons and an annual output of 7,000 tons. This is almost 90% of Nancy's steel output. At present, the annual iron production in France is only about 120,000 tons, which is far from enough for the Industrial Revolution. Moreover, Joseph himself was not very familiar with the steel making process. He could only think of a few theories such as using coke and blast steel making. If he wanted to increase production in the short term, he would probably have to rely on expanding the scale. In fact, the key to a substantial increase in steel production is demand. If a large number of rail tracks can be laid across the country, there will be capital willing to invest in the steel making industry under the stimulation of strong demand, thus giving rise to new technologies. The prerequisite for building railways is trains. The prerequisite for a train is an efficient and mature steam engine. Joseph thought to himself, it depends on the progress on Murdoch's side. Ramo took him through the buildings on the river bank and introduced several glass workshops, ironwork workshops and coal crushing yards along the way. Until a light grey 2-story building appeared not far away. Ramo said with some joy, Your Highness, that is the production management consulting company just established by Mr. Jane Sayon. The factorization and production standardization you requested are currently being promoted by them. Joseph nodded. This consulting company was founded by him at his command. After the latter received his production standardization training, he came to Nancy and was responsible for teaching new management concepts. The transition from handicraft workshops to factories is an important task for the industrial development zone and will serve as a model for the whole of France. Although there is only one word difference between workshop and factory, their connotations differ by an entire industrial revolution. The so-called workshop simply gathers handicraft craftsmen in a large courtyard. Except for being larger in scale, it is no different from the original small workshop. Management basically relies on the whip of the workshop owner. The factory is a product of the Industrial Revolution. The first is to have a complete set of management systems, from the most basic of arriving late and leaving early, to further responsibilities of class and team leaders, to production standardization, so that production efficiency will increase linearly. In addition, the employment methods are also very different. The factory is a completely capitalist employment system. Workers in the factory establish labor contracts and have the freedom to choose in both directions. The workshop is usually a craftsman plus apprentice model. The apprentice is physically attached to the master, and this attachment is supervised and solidified by the guilds in each industry. For example, in France now, if you want to enter a certain industry, it does not mean that you have mastered the technology of this industry. You first have to find a master to lead you for a meeting and start a 5 to 7 year apprenticeship, during which the master can exploit you at will. After you graduate and become a helper, you can nominally work alone, but you still have to rely on your master in many aspects. It will take another 3 to 5 years to obtain guild registration, become a real craftsman, and then start exploiting apprentices. This model has a very serious drag on industrial development. In many cases, Factories can take a few months of training to get on the job, but because of the rules of the guild, they have to work hard for several years or even more than 10 years. The last point is that factories must have a higher pursuit and adaptability to new technologies, use machines to automate production as much as possible to obtain higher profits. This is the characteristic of the factory point. If the transformation from workshop to factory follows the normal pace of history, it will take more than 10 years or even more of the Industrial Revolution to be gradually completed. Point under Joseph's guidance, the Industrial Development Zone will directly use the most efficient model and enter the Industrial Age. Point when factorization matures, the killer weapon of industrial production assembly line operations can be used. Point by then, French factories will slaughter all opponents in Europe, Ramos said from the side. Your Highness, although guilds have been completely banned in the development zone, the craftsmen have become accustomed to the master-apprentice model, and it will take some time to completely change. As for standardized production, it is still being promoted, and no workshop can implement it. Well, this is normal. But you guys, don't be impatient. Everything is done without affecting the production of the workshop. Joseph knew that such a large-scale management model improvement could never be achieved overnight. Yes, Your Highness. Ramo then took Joseph through the dormitories, schools, hospitals and other areas of the development zone. Point these supporting facilities are of great help to the settled factories. The dormitories alone can reduce a lot of costs for the workshops, allowing them to even recruit homeless people to work in the factories. The hospital has significantly increased worker productivity. Point. After walking for a while, Ramo motioned to the large building complex ahead that was constantly emitting white smoke. Your Highness, that is the United Steam Engine Company of France. Chapter 173 Citywide Manhunt. Murdoch stared at the dark machine in front of him. Point until Sandal's voice from the side came over the roar of the machine. The pressure is normal. The throttle valve is normal. Murdoch suddenly showed ecstasy, shouted release the steam, and then hugged the assistants next to him one by one in celebration. Point. A factory supervisor trotted into the test shed and shouted to Murdoch, Mr. Murdoch, the Crown Prince is here. Ah, why didn't you tell me just now? You said that during the test drive, unless God comes, I will never disturb you, except the Crown Prince and God from now on. Oh, well, after Murdoch and others saluted, Joseph smiled and asked, I seemed to hear your cheers just now. Yes, Your Highness. Murdoch pointed to the huge black iron lump in the test shed and said excitedly, we succeeded. It was completely made by our technicians, with power, coal consumption and what company's products completely consistent. You are definitely the best steam engine technician in Europe. Joseph immediately praised. It only took more than 2 months to build the world's most cutting-edge steam engine. Congratulations to you and your technicians. In fact, this steam engine is just a replica of the British product, and it also uses many parts that are easily available on the market. Point. However, this was a much higher performance than the best steam engine France had ever built, and it was accomplished by Murdoch and others while they were busy building the factory. Point. Murdoch and others excitedly started the new steam engine and showed it to Joseph. Sandal said in a loud voice, Your Highness, with the successful experience of this steam engine, we can start manufacturing a new high-pressure steam engine. Murdoch echoed loudly from the side. Yes, we must overwhelm Watt's products in one fell swoop. Joseph thought for a while, but shook his head and said, the 15 horsepower steam engine can already meet most users. Our goal should be how to sell more machines. After the product coverage is improved, we will consider technology upgrades. Murdoch was slightly startled, then smiled and nodded. Your Highness is right. Cost recovery is of course the most important thing. Joseph shook his head again. It's not just to make money. The more important thing is to cultivate the market so that people can become familiar with the steam engine as early as possible and be more willing to accept it. High performance but expensive products will always be chosen by only a small number of users. Only cheap and easy to use products will. Here's the main sales force. Murdoch and Sander both nodded silently after hearing this. Joseph continued, your main goal next is to improve the reliability of the steam engine, and then try to make the steam engine more compact and neat in appearance, making it easier to transport and install. In addition, various kits are provided For example, they can be directly matched with existing water wheels, automatic textile machines, etc. For modification. He looked at the black machine not far away and asked, "Mr. Murdoch, how much does this steam engine cost?" "It cost about 13,800 livres, your highness." Joseph's eyes couldn't help but twitch when he heard this. It was indeed the cutting-edge technology of this era, and it was indeed expensive. How low can the cost be reduced after mass production? "It's probably around 11,000 livres." Joseph nodded. "Then the price will be set at 13,000 livres. I'm afraid this is too low, your highness." Murdoch immediately objected. "Look, the same type of steam engine from what company can be sold for 17,000 livres." Joseph smiled. "How many units can he sell every year?" "Usually 20 to 30 units. If we can sell 80 units a year, or even more, what do you think of the selling price?" Murdoch's eyes widened. "Your highness, with all due respect, I'm afraid it's unlikely that this sales volume will be achieved." Joseph patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, "If the wealthy parishes in France are willing to pool their money to buy a steam engine for irrigation, and some for pumping water in the mining area, plus the textile workshop and line to drive the automatic loom, do you think you can sell 80 units? Murdoch hesitated and said, "Your highness, those parishes have never bought a steam engine. As for the textile industry, you know, France has not yet built automatic looms." "Don't worry about this. The government will soon issue documents to the provinces to provide low-interest loans to parishes to purchase irrigation equipment. As for the automatic looms, I will have people get British goods and start imitating them immediately. If this still fails to achieve sales, we can adopt a leasing method and lend the steam engines to people for use first, and then slowly recover the cost." What's steam engine did not spread on a large scale until the early 19th century, largely because of its promotion by his company Point. But Joseph used administrative means, as soon as he came up, to help the French steam engine company open the market. When technical capabilities are close, high sales volume will inevitably bring more technical feedback and promote technology iteration. Point government behavior, park company behavior. Joseph believed that it would not take many years before French steam engines would begin to be sold back to Britain. Point less than a day after Joseph's convoy left Nancy, he encountered a messenger coming from Paris halfway point, and there were two batches before and after, sent by Fouche and Brian. Point the contents of the two letters are basically the same. That is, Necker has run away. Although no official arrest warrant has been issued against him yet, the evidence provided by Carlona is still on the way. The secret police, Paris police information, everyone was mobilized everywhere to hunt for Necker. Joseph frowned immediately. He didn't expect that the arrangement was so strict that he could escape. Point he thought for a moment and wrote a letter to Brian asking him to order the governors of the border provinces to closely monitor exit routes, especially those going to Britain and Prussia. Point a few days later, Joseph returned to Paris and saw Fouche already waiting by the roadside. Point after Fouche saw the crown prince, he almost lowered his head to the ground and blamed himself desperately. Point Joseph interrupted him with a wave of his hand and motioned for him to get in the car. "The tunnel must have been dug before you sent people to sneak into his house. It seems that he was ready to escape at any time, and you can't blame him entirely." Fouche secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you for your forgiveness, your highness." Joseph asked again, "Are there any clues to find Necker?" "Not yet." Fouche shook his head in frustration and immediately added, "However, I sent people to set up checkpoints on all roads in and out of Paris, and also set up eyeliners in wastelands and bushes. Everyone is watching the farmhouse, and I believe Necker should still be in Paris now." Joseph frowned and thought, or let the secret police cooperate and search door to door. Necker's worth is hundreds of millions, which is definitely worth such a big fight. Point Fouche remembered something again and said hurriedly, "By the way, your highness, in addition to the police intelligence department and the secret police, there is obviously another group of people looking for Necker. There is even news from the underworld that those people are offering a reward of 50,000 miles. Come to inquire about Necker's whereabouts." Chapter 174 Desperate. Oh. Joseph looked at Fouche and said, "Do you know who is looking for Necker?" "This cannot be determined for the time being. However, our informant at Classen Bank reported that the bank has recalled all commercial spies. It should be due to other important tasks. And the Bank of Paris also reported that they are hiring a large number of private detectives. Information. Sure enough, he is from the banking industry. Joseph nodded slightly. It seemed that Colonna was right. There must be a lot of shady dealings between Necker and the major banks, and these people wanted to find him before the government did. He tapped on the armrest of the seat and felt a little strange. As the spokesperson of a major bank, and also a senior executive of the banking association, Necker was supposed to seek help from the banking industry immediately when something went wrong, but he chose to hide it. Immediately got up. Then there is only one possibility. Necker does not trust the people in the banking association. This is normal. Necker himself is a Swiss, and does not have deep roots in France. Now that something happened, it is difficult for him to be sure that the French bankers will not silence him to prevent the news from leaking. Thinking of this, Joseph was even more sure of the idea of mobilizing the secret police to search door to door, and even mobilized the army. He had to find Necker before the banking guild. Joseph told Fouch to intensify the search, and then rushed directly to the Palace of Versailles. Preparing to discuss with Brian and Robert of the secret police about launching a large-scale manhunt across Paris in the car, Clementine looked at the Crown Prince with a serious look and a slight frown on his face, and asked cautiously, "Cousin, have you encountered any troubles? Tell me. Many things won't be solved if you tell me." So annoying. Joseph breathed a sigh of relief and said casually, "Clementine, if you want to find a missing person, how would you find it, little?" Lali thought for a while and said seriously, "Well, I will first go to his friends or servants and ask where he might have gone, and then." Joseph was suddenly startled when he heard this, and was shocked to realize that he had overlooked a very important thing before. The people in the banking association were far more familiar with Necker than he was. Even Necker's staff may have been recommended to him by a major bank. With the clues provided by these people around Necker, no matter how many people he uses, it is difficult to guarantee that he will get the upper hand. How to do it? Clementine talked to herself for a while, but she saw her cousin's frown deepening and hurriedly comforted him. "Has any of your friends disappeared? In fact, you don't need to be too anxious. Maybe he just has whatever you need to do. You'll be back after a while." Joseph forced a smile towards her. "Thank you for your comfort, but that person will not appear by himself." etc. Halfway through, he felt like he suddenly caught something. Since you can't beat the banking guild by yourself, why not let Necker show up on his own? Just like the ancients who attacked a city, they must surround 3 buildings. Then the enemy will inevitably escape to the side that is not surrounded. If Necker can block all other roads, then he can only take the path of survival left for him. Joseph followed this idea and carefully refined it, and a plan surrounding 3 buildings gradually emerged in his mind. He thanked Clementine very sincerely. "You are definitely an expert in finding people. Thank you so much." The little lolly blushed at the praise, took out a piece of vanilla mint candy, and threw it into her mouth to reward herself, and then gave another piece to her cousin. The carriage stopped in the marble square of the Palace of Versailles. Joseph got off the car and went straight to the Chancellor's office. In this plan of surrounding 3 palaces and 1 palace, the most critical one is one. The difficulty is that it requires the cooperation of the Queen. Not long after, Interior Minister Monod and Justice Minister Breteul gathered in Brian's office, and they all looked at Joseph in surprise. "Your Highness the Crown Prince, I don't quite understand. Shouldn't we be doing our best to arrest Necker now? But why did you withdraw the wanted order and ask Her Majesty the Queen to pardon him?" As Joseph's political team in the cabinet, these people have naturally heard about Colonna's exposure of Necker's corruption evidence. Joseph looked around at the few people and said, "When a person faces a situation where death is inevitable, if he sees the hope of living, he will definitely choose this path without hesitation. I want to make the royal family become Necker your only way to survive." Breteul immediately said, "Your Highness, Necker should be subject to a strict trial for such a serious corruption crime. I'm afraid it is not appropriate to pardon him." Joseph said, "Necker himself is not important. What I want is what he knows. As for the pardon. Haha. Although His Majesty the King pardoned him, if anyone else wants to punish him, we can't control it. Brian looked at Joseph. Your Highness, what does Necker know? It is likely that several 100 million livres of government debt will be involved. The room suddenly fell silent. In the afternoon, several cabinet ministers took the lead and brought a large group of prestigious nobles to the little Trianon Palace. They persuaded Queen Mary to declare that Necker would be exempted from the court trial and promised that he would never be sentenced to death, or even sentenced to death. Long prison terms. The Queen had previously read the report submitted by Brian on Necker's corruption. Although she did not understand the behavior of the ministers and nobles, she could not resist being soft-spoken. After everyone advised them to show the tolerance and kindness of the royal family, show His Majesty's consideration for the ministers, recovering the stolen money is the most important thing, and give the former minister a chance to change his ways, Queen Mary, it seemed to make sense. So I agreed in a daze. Early the next morning, Queen Mary announced in public that Necker would be given a lenient sentence in front of a large number of nobles and reporters, and showed the document signed by the king. At the same time, several pamphlets began to circulate wildly in Paris. Most of the content of the pamphlet is still the usual aristocratic erotic stories, but there is a piece of news in the middle. Someone has offered a reward of 150,000 livres for Jacques Necker's head. Even if you provide information, you can still get 100,000. Then, the underworld forces in Paris received an even more astonishing price. 180,000 for Necker's death, and 120,000 for the information. On the major newspapers in Paris that day, the first half of the front page read Necker may be suspected of corruption. The royal family decided to exempt him from heavy fines, and the lower half read unknown forces are offering a huge reward to kill Necker. The secret police and the police intelligence service received new orders to move a large number of people searching for Necker to the surrounding areas of Paris, and surrounded Paris to prevent Necker from escaping. The next day, the mysterious forces raised the reward for Necker to 200,000. Various newspapers and pamphlets also obtained information from different channels and began to analyze who wanted Necker's life in a serious manner. Of course, under Joseph's deliberate guidance, all the articles invariably pointed to the banking guild. In an inconspicuous residence on the north side of Paris, Necker's housekeeper Alon carefully observed the street through the gap in the curtains for a while to confirm that there were no suspicious people, and then came to the bedroom with a tray of food. He closed the door and moved the bedside and dresser one after another. A slight click sound came from behind the closet. Elanc uncovered the floor behind the closet, bent down and walked into the exposed square entrance. On the second floor of the basement, under the dim candlelight, Necker took the tray with a haggard expression, and first distributed the food to his wife and 2 children. But he skipped lunch, and grabbed the newspaper on the tray. It was the Paris News newspaper. He only glanced at the article on the front page, and felt his heart tightening. Although it is not stated explicitly in the article, it is expressed both inside and outside, that the person who offered a reward of 200,000 livres for his life is a banking giant, and their credit is absolutely reliable. Even if the person who killed him dies, he will hand over the reward in the hands of his relatives, these devil-possessed bastards. Necker suppressed his voice and slammed the newspaper to the ground. The Paris News is the newspaper of the Duke of Orleans, one of the giants behind the banking guild. Even his newspaper said so, that he wanted to die without leaving any room. These guys, who have helped them make so much money, will abandon them without hesitation when something happens. How did he know that the Paris News newspaper in the past 2 days had been rejected by the press and publication bureau for various reasons, and could not be published at all? The Paris News newspapers now on the market were all produced by Joseph's Paris Merchant newspaper, and then handed over to newsboys for sale. As for infringement, haha, after the Necker incident is over, just go to the court to sue the Paris News newspaper, and the maximum compensation will be 10 times the loss. Do you still want to seal up the Dauphin's newspaper? Necker picked up several pamphlets brought by the butler, and was surprised to see that the reward amount had been increased again, reaching a terrifying 300,000 livres. He knew very well what this number meant. Not to mention that the entire Paris underworld will go crazy for it. Even an ordinary citizen will immediately turn into the most cold-blooded murderer when he sees this amount. At the same time, this also means that everyone he meets is no longer trustworthy. Those who had arranged to help him escape must never have contact with him again. 300,000 livres would allow them to betray him at any time. Although he has tens of millions of assets, most of them are deposited in various banks using anonymous accounts, most of which are foreign banks. He only had 2,000 EQ gold coins in his hand. It was impossible for him to carry too much heavy cash with him. So he was simply unable to bribe those greedy people who wanted to offer rewards, and even if he could come up with a large sum of money, he wouldn't dare to gamble. Who knows if those guys would turn around and cut off his head in exchange for 300,000 livres. After receiving his money. After all, that's 300,000. All credibility and morality will become a joke in the face of this huge sum of money. Mrs. Necker looked at the newspaper in her husband's hand and asked in a trembling voice, "My dear, are we still leaving tomorrow?" Necker suddenly grabbed her arm and said angrily, "Go. You know how to leave. Do you want to kill us?" He pointed towards the entrance of the basement. "I swear, before I even get on the carriage, the driver will stab me twice from behind. It's over. Everything is over." He slumped down on the bed, but the corner of his eye happened to glance at the open newspaper. There was a piece of news that he had read yesterday. The Queen announced in public that he would save his life and would not even be sentenced to more than 5 years in prison. The newspaper also speculated that as long as Necker handed over the stolen money and paid some fines, he would probably be sentenced to exile. He began to struggle fiercely in his heart. After a long time, he suddenly stood up from the bed, his eyes filled with hatred. Since those people in the banking guild want me dead, then don't blame me for cooperating with the French royal family. That night, housekeeper Ellen quietly disappeared into the night. About an hour later, hundreds of police intelligence and secret police officers surrounded the hut where Necker was hiding. Fouche personally led people to break in, but found that there was not even a single person in the secret basement. Just when he was extremely anxious, several of his men ran in and reported to him that Necker had been captured. "Where did you catch him?" Fouche glanced at the empty basement and asked doubtfully. "He got out of the sewer on the street by himself." Fouche didn't know that the 300,000 reward made Necker unable to trust even his most trusted housekeeper. He was afraid that he would bring the killer back, so he left the house early and hid. Fouche finally completed his mission and immediately escorted Necker to the Bastille himself. Palais Royal. All the big guys in the banking guild looked at the Duke of Orleans anxiously. Originally, their people had inquired about Necker's whereabouts, but unexpectedly, a sky-high price bounty suddenly appeared in the past 2 days, disrupting their steps. "I didn't expect that the royal family would pardon him." The Duke of Orleans also frowned. With the 300,000 reward, Necker is likely to surrender to the royal family. L. of Cape Fear said, "We have to let Necker know, as soon as possible, that the reward is not ours." L. Isaac glanced at him with disdain. "If we can find him, why bother?" The Duke of Orleans shook his head. "Publications are now controlled. Even my newspaper has been counterfeited. It is difficult to convey the news to him." At this moment, the Duke of Orleans' butler trotted in and whispered a few words in his ear. "What? This idiot was actually caught." Duke Orleans stared at the butler. "Is the news reliable?" "The news came from our people in the secret police that he is now on his way to the Bastille." Everyone in the room suddenly panicked. The Duke of Orleans stared at them and shouted, "Calm down. Before we couldn't find Necker, we had to let the royal family spread rumors. Now that he has appeared, it may be a good thing." He thought for a moment and said to the butler, "Go to Lieutenant Colonel Lavier immediately and ask him to try to see Necker and tell him." 2 hours later, Necker got his wish and was imprisoned in a cell in the Bastille. Unlike what people imagined, this cell was a suite with a toilet and dining room. It was very clean and tidy, and even had a sofa and a large cushioned bed. Fouche was afraid of another accident, so he personally led more than a dozen of his men to keep an eye on the Necker family at all times, even when they went to the toilet. At this moment, a tall officer led the guards over, exchanged polite greetings with Fouche, and signaled to Necker, "You know, prisoners who come here must be inspected routinely. I have to go." A cutscene. Chapter 175. The person who knows you best is always your enemy. Oh, of course. Please go ahead. Fouche said, stepping aside. After all, he is only a small policeman in name. Being able to guard Necker here depends on the permission issued by Count Robert of the secret police. The tall officer nodded and smiled at him, then came to the prisoner and took a closer look at the man with disheveled hair and unshaven beard. After confirming that he was Necker, he pretended to search him. We have searched it all. Don't worry, there are no dangerous goods or valuable things, Fouche said from the side. The officer turned to Necker's side, as if checking his trousers pockets, then leaned into his ear and whispered very quickly, as long as you don't say anything, you will be rescued within 3 days. Then go to England. Necker was startled. When he turned his head to look at the officer, he saw that the latter had already put on his gloves and walked towards the door. No problem, I'll leave the rest to you. When Fouche waited for him to leave, he immediately closed the door and signaled to his men, come on, move quickly. Necker's interrogation began that night. The presiding judge was 2 police commissioners from the secret police, with Fouche and others listening on the sidelines. Such an important case that alarmed the Queen would obviously have to be handled by the royal family's minions, secret police. However, as the interrogation continued until daylight, Necker said little. Even when faced with things with solid evidence, he just looked at the presiding officer and roared indifferently, neither admitting nor denying, as if he was not a party at all. The 2 presiding officers yawned tiredly and decided to take a short break. Fouche ordered Prosper to keep an eye on Necker carefully, including the secret police, and was not allowed to leave at will. He took an assistant back to the cell on the 3rd floor of the Bastille. The police intelligence officer guarding outside the cell raised his hat and saluted. Everything is normal, sir. Fouche nodded, glanced into the room through the small window on the door, pulled up a chair, leaned against the door, and took a nap. It wasn't until noon that the sound of clattering dishes woke him up. He squinted and saw an officer and 2 soldiers coming with meals. Fouche's men immediately stepped forward and spoke a few words to the officer. The latter smiled and nodded, picked up the spare tablour, and took a bite of all the food one by one. The person from the police information department opened the door and motioned into the room. Please come in. The officer entered the room and placed sumptuous food on the table in front of several guards. However, no one noticed that when he picked up the plate of cream of pea soup, the nails of his thumbs were dipped in the soup. After the food was put away, the officer motioned to Necker, who was sitting stiffly on the sofa, and the woman and child huddled in the corner of the room. Please have a meal. Nearly an hour later, noisy shouts and a woman's scream suddenly came from the cell. Fouche, who was still catching up on his sleep, suddenly opened his eyes, jumped up from his chair, and rushed into the house. In a few steps Necker was seen lying on the sofa in pain, his body twitching from time to time, and black blood rolled along the stubble on his face and fell to the floor. Fouche touched Necker's carotid artery, turned around and asked his subordinates, "Are you poisoned?" The officer from the police intelligence department pointed to the food on the table. "It should be, sir." He complained of abdominal pain shortly after eating, and that was it. "You're quick enough." Fouche sneered and ordered the men around him, "Go and arrest the person who delivered the meal just now. Alan, find some animals to try these foods on." "Yes, sir." Palais Royal. The Duke of Orleans opened the door of a hall on the 2nd floor and greeted with a smile the banking giants who had been staying here to discuss countermeasures. "Don't be so gloomy, gentlemen. The situation is not that serious. I suggest you all have a nice dinner first and maybe that will sort things out. Necker has also had transactions with you. Why are you so relaxed?" The boss of Belanger Bank looked at him. "What method did you come up with?" "You will know soon." The Duke of Orleans gestured to the corridor. "The restaurant is over here." Isaac saw something from his expression and said in surprise, "Have you really solved it?" When the others saw the Duke of Orleans smiling silently, they immediately cheered. "Oh, God, you saved us all. Great. It seems everything is fine. I swear, you are the best and greatest Capet." Note 1. The banking giants blew rainbow farts and saluted the Duke of Orleans one after another, stroking their chests. They were all secretly glad that it was so wise to let him be their backer in the first place. At this moment, the butler Don Adia hurried over and respectfully handed a small paper roll sealed with wax to the Duke of Orleans. The latter proudly raised the paper roll to signal to everyone in the room, then peeled off the fire paint and slowly unfolded it. However, when he saw the 2 lines of small words on the note, his expression suddenly darkened. He turned to the butler and asked, "Didn't Lavia say he has succeeded?" "Yes, that's what he said in the message he sent at noon," the housekeeper said tremblingly. The Duke of Orleans tore the note into a dozen pieces and threw it at his feet. "How is this possible? The note was sent by his agent in the secret police. It contained only 2 sentences. Necker was tried in the afternoon and did not confess to other banks, but Lavia told him that Necker had been poisoned during lunch." Orleans suddenly remembered something and hurriedly grabbed the butler and asked, "Has Ravia been discovered?" The housekeeper didn't understand the situation, so he hurriedly bowed and said, "I'll send someone to inquire about it right now." The Duke of Orleans closed the door of the hall with his backhand, walked back and forth irritably twice, and kept cursing in a low voice, "You idiot Lavia, why didn't you prepare more?" He suddenly stopped and thought that no matter how Necker escaped being poisoned, he would probably no longer believe the lie of "save him to England." In other words, the dealings between Necker and the bank are likely to be known to the royal family. He pulled up a chair and sat down tiredly. He felt upset. What should he do? What to do next? He had already lost control of public opinion and the High Court, and his infiltration of the army was undone due to an inexplicable assassination. If he loses control of finance again, the Orleans family's challenge to the throne for more than 100 years will inevitably end. It's over for his generation. No, there must be a way. The Duke of Orleans wiped the sweat from his palms on his coat. What else can I do? The Earl of Cape Fear on the side saw that the atmosphere suddenly became dull and couldn't help but asked cautiously, "Then, do you still want to have lunch now?" Bastille point in the cell on the 3rd floor. Necker, who had changed into a white coat, had a clean shave and a wig, looked at his other self lying on the ground with wide eyes, and his heart was filled with fear. If the police hadn't taken him to the small building opposite the Bastille for interrogation, he would have been the one vomiting blood and turning into a corpse. Yes, Fouche put a death row prisoner here to pretend to be Necker last night. Thanks to Necker's messy hair and beard, it was difficult to tell the difference at a glance. Joseph had long known that the Bastille was penetrated like a sieve. Jean, who had committed the necklace scam in history, could escape from here, let alone an important target like Necker. So he ordered Fouche to set up a false target to attract fire. The real Necker was locked up in a house on the roadside, but he was very safe. Necker suddenly thought of something, turned to Fouche and said anxiously, "Where are Susan and the children?" Susan was his wife's name. In order to lure the killer to reveal his true identity, these policemen even used his wife and children to cooperate with the imposter. Fouche gestured towards the inside. "They are fine. Their food is all delivered by my people personally." Necker breathed a sigh of relief, looked at the body on the ground, and suddenly said coldly, "Is this just a scam you used to plot against me?" The door of the room was pushed open, and Prosper walked in. He raised his hat and saluted Fouche. "Sir, the man who delivered the meal is named Carla, and he is a lieutenant. Caught it. He died." Fouche kicked the sofa angrily. "Damn. How could he die? Who killed him?" "He was poisoned," said Prosper. "He's still breathing, but he can't speak." Fouche glanced at Necker and said with a mocking tone, "Do you want to go and see how we poisoned an officer to plot against you? His Majesty the King has pardoned you. Who do you think wants your life most now?" Necker lowered his head in despair, the last glimmer of hope in his heart completely shattered. Not long after, Joseph also rushed to the Bastille. After hearing the news, he listened to Fouche's brief introduction to the situation since yesterday, and first asked, "Is the assassin still alive now?" "Sorry, Your Highness. He died 2 hours ago." "So fast?" Joseph frowned. "Didn't you wash his stomach?" "What is gastric lavage?" Joseph shook his head and sighed. "It seems that gastric lavage has not yet been invented in this era. If the poisoned person's stomach can be lavaged immediately, at least he can survive tonight, and maybe the mastermind behind it can be revealed." "How many did Necker recruit?" Fouche lowered his head and said, "He has remained silent. He said that he would only tell more things if he agreed to be sentenced to exile." Joseph sneered, "How dare you bargain? When that person comes, he will naturally confess honestly. Okay, go and do your work, and be sure to keep an eye on Necker." "Yes, your highness." After Fouche and others left, Joseph looked at Bernard René Jourdan de Launay, the commander-in-chief of the Bastille garrison, who was following him with a grimace. "Marquis de Launay, do you know how important Necker is? Do you know what an impact it would have if he died?" "Well, your highness, I'm really sorry. It was the negligence of my officers." Launay wiped away cold sweat. He didn't expect that the royal family would be alarmed so quickly. Fortunately, Necker was not dead, otherwise his position would not be guaranteed. Joseph rolled his eyes at him. "Is it the negligence of your subordinates?" "Oh, no, no." Launay bowed repeatedly. "It was my negligence." Joseph nodded. "Well, I will report it to Her Majesty the Queen truthfully." "Ah." Launay suddenly panicked. "Please don't do this, your highness. Please give me another chance." Joseph stopped, looked at him and said, "During this period, from the guards at the gate of the Bastille to the cooks and cleaners, all have been replaced by my people. Your officers and soldiers are not allowed to come within 100 steps of Necker's cell." Okay, I will listen to you. Also, you are given half a month to find out the mastermind behind Necker's murder." Yes, I will definitely find that guy out." Joseph knew that 90% of the people behind the scenes were from the banking association, so how could Launay find out? It's just that the Bastille has now become a sore point in the hearts of the French, and is often used to slander the royal family. He just took this opportunity to get some grip, and it would be much easier to deal with the Bastille later at night. In the interrogation room on the second floor of the Bastille, Necker clenched his teeth and kept repeating, "I need the royal family's promise and I can only be sentenced to exile." Suddenly, the door of the interrogation room was pushed open, and a familiar face appeared in front of him. Necker was stunned for a moment and lost his voice. "Corona? Why are you here?" Colonna, who was wearing a simple black coat, bowed to him casually and showed a friendly smile. "Mr. Necker, good evening. How long have we not seen each other?" "Well, since I was exiled 2 years ago." "Why are you here?" Necker repeated mechanically. Colonna nodded to Fouche and others, then went straight to the seat of the presiding judge, sat down, and familiarly took the interrogation records and case files, and looked at them. After a moment, he looked up at Necker and smiled again. "His Royal Highness the Crown Prince asked me to be your chief judge." "Mr. Necker, my old friend, do you feel surprised?" "Why? Is that you? Haha, we have been fighting openly and secretly for so many years. I'm probably the person in the world who is most familiar with the things you have done." Colonna flipped the file. "Don't waste time. Let's start with this transaction between you and Belanger Bank. Let the loan agreement begin." "No, I need a promise of exile." "Well, let me guess. For this loan of 4 million livres, you should have signed 2 contracts with Belanger Bank." Colonna ignored him at all. His heart was filled with the pleasure of revenge, and his brain was running rapidly. All the suspicious details were pointed out one by one, and he used his many years of corruption experience to speculate. "Look, the government pays interest here. Although you have balanced the accounts, you have left clues about the flow of funds here." Necker listened to him talk for more than an hour, and his expression gradually changed from anger to shock. What Colonna said was more and more consistent with the facts, and in the end it was almost completely consistent. And only he and the directors of Belanger Bank knew about this. "Well, it seems you have acquiesced." Colonna nodded with satisfaction, and asked the clerk beside him, "Have you written it down?" "Yes, Viscount Colonna." "Very good. Let the royal police arrest people and check accounts according to this tomorrow. I believe something will be gained." Necker's cold sweat suddenly rolled down his back. "The current monthly ticket for this book is 800, and there are still a few days left. The first month is about to end, and I don't know if I can get more than 200 monthly tickets, because I really want to get over 1,000 monthly tickets this month." The young author begs readers to vote for this book more often. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.